Book 2, Chapter 1. Adam Daniels heard the song playing as his Greyhound bus left Indio, California, headed for El Centro. He knew his family was probably hurting over his disappearance, but they'll figure out where I am if they haven't already. That night he called a taxi after everyone went to bed and waited outside for it to show up. The driver took him to the bus station downtown, where he bought a ticket to El Centro for $3.50. Whoever had the transistor radio on the bus lost the signals a few miles down the road. Adam replayed the first time he saw Ada in the student store, looking to buy Langston Hughes's The Best of Simple, but he had picked up the last one and gave it to her. He remembered seeing the warmth in her eyes, then she thanked him for it. He began to replay their entire relationship, moment by moment, and didn't know he was crying until he felt tears running down his face. They actually woke him. He'd been crying in his sleep. Then he noticed everybody departing. El Centro, the bus driver sang out. Adam had only the clothes he bought the day before in one bag, minus the suits. The heat warned him about the temperature before he stepped off the bus. He looked around and everyone seemed to know where they were going, so it didn't matter whom he asked for directions. "Excuse me, which way is the Evergreen Cemetery?" The woman looked at him with a blank expression and shook her head. He figured she didn't know where the cemetery was or didn't understand English. "Excuse me, which way is the Evergreen Cemetery?" Go up 1 block to Main Street and then about 2 miles straight." "You'll see it," said a young colored teenager. "Thank you." Adam started walking and heard the young man yell, "You should have a hat." He made it to Main Street by walking through the parking lot behind the bus station. Then he ducked inside a bodega to buy a few snacks for the walk. An RC Cola, a couple Hostess chocolate cupcakes, a bag of Cheetos, and a few sticks of beef jerky. His last meal was 14 hours earlier, so the snacks did not last long. He made note of every place he passed during the walk, especially the restaurants, though he had no plans. His soda disappeared right after his food, and he began to feel the heat. "Yeah, I think I do need a hat," he thought. "You still going to the cemetery?" An old guy in a pickup truck pulled over and stopped close to Adam. "Hop in, I'll give you a lift," he said with a Mexican accent. "Thanks." Coming from Baton Rouge, Adam was used to neighborly kindness. He noticed the man's attire of a buttoned shirt, blue jeans, and a cowboy hat, which he saw on a few others as well. He was also darker than Adam, and so were lots of Caucasians who had spent time in the sun. "I was on the bus with you from Los Angeles," the man said, and drove off. "I'm from East L.A., but I live here now, much quieter. I'm Joaquin, by the way." "I'm Adam." "Nice to meet you, Adam. I visit Los Angeles 3 or 4 times a year. I take the bus because I'm not used to that much traffic anymore. Are you going to move here?" "Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do." "Well, I know one thing you should do as long as you're here, and that's to get a hat." "I'll do that." The road changed from paved to dirt shortly after that, and the truck stopped at the cemetery entrance. "Here you go, Adam. Don't forget that hat, and I'll see you around, I'm sure of it." "Thanks, Joaquin." Adam got out and closed the door. Then he started inside the cemetery about 2/3 of the way in. He saw a large plot of maybe 12 by 12, surrounded by a 3-foot brick border, and inside sat a 4 by 5 headstone with the 4 names of his dead family. Ada Daniels, born May 7, 1945, died June 18, 1965. Monica and Beverly Daniels were born September 22, 1963. and Drew Daniels was born April 23, 1965. In front of the headstone stood a 50% scale statue of Ada holding Drew and Monica and Beverly on each side. Preston had given a photograph that he had taken to 3 of the top sculptors in the United States and paid each one $10,000 to sculpt it within 3 weeks. The one with the best rendition received another $10,000. It had been installed only 2 days before, though it was hard to tell because of the detailed landscaping. Adam sat underneath a large pine tree, trying to remember taking the picture portrayed in the statue. But then he burst into tears, wailing for his loss. He let out a chorus of screams and sorrow like he never did before because the deaths of his grandparents were expected. But this theft of life in its prime broke him. "Damn you!" He looked upward toward heaven. "How could you? How could you?" The 2 people in the cemetery office looked out the window to find the grief-stricken sounds. The groundskeepers also looked, though no one acted. He eventually cried himself out and sat there. It was the 3rd week in July, and he began to imagine what he and Ada would be talking about at that moment if they had made it into San Diego. Their apartment had a small courtyard, and he could hear her encouraging him to barbecue some ribs or chicken after he got home from work, because she enjoyed his manly side. "Grill us a feast, Daddy," she would have said, and then add, "while I feed your son." Then she would breastfeed Drew in the backyard. His imagination did not last much longer because of the heat, and he began to feel hungry again. Thank God for this tree, he thought, but then took God out of the picture. I'm glad this tree is here. He left the cemetery and walked back the way he came. This time he decided to eat inside a restaurant and ordered a steak dinner which consisted of a nice porterhouse with Mexican rice and beans. The long, hot day wore on him more than he thought, so he sat there a lot longer than he planned, in his own silence despite the noise around him. An hour later, he left a $20 bill on his table for the $7 meal, picked up his one small suitcase, and started walking. I wish I had drunk more water, he thought during the walk back to the cemetery. He arrived nearly dehydrated and found the gates closed, so he quickly climbed over and used a water hose to replenish his fluids. Then he lay on top of the grave and came up with a million ways that would have made things different for him and his family. If we had left a day earlier or a day later, I should have driven straight through to San Diego. I could have gone to a different store. This is my family down here. He let out a loud scream and started to cry again. He continued to cry off and on till he began to see the stars. That's the North Star, and there's the constellation Leo. He remembered the summer nights when she showed him the starlit diagrams, which were different from those in the winter. He imagined Ada was reviewing the stars with him again, and eased into a deep sleep. The twins came to him, wanting to be picked up, so he lifted them into his arms and kissed them. Then he fell on the old living room floor and wrestled with them until Ada came and kicked his foot. "Come on, Daddy, it's time to eat." "Okay, baby." He got up, but still felt someone kicking his foot, progressively harder each time. "Hey, wake up! Don't you understand English?" Adam woke after a really hard kick. "Hey, what the fuck?" He quickly stood ready to fight, but saw 4 Border Patrol officers. The sun was just coming up, so he could see that all 4 were white. Good, he thought. "What are you doing here?" asked the officer who kicked him. He spoke with a Texas drawl, wore a trimmed mustache, and looked to be 25 or so. "I'm grieving." Adam spotted Dixon on his name tag. "You sure you're not some lost Mexican trying to make your way north?" Adam smiled and shook his head. "Well, at least you didn't say nigger." "Out here, boy, it's all the same. Fuck you, cracker." The officer pulled his gun out and pointed it into Adam's face, and he started to laugh. "Hey, George, put that away. He's not who we're looking for," said another officer. "Don't listen to him, George," Adam said. "Pull the trigger, motherfucker, because I want to die. I just can't do it myself." Tears started to roll down his face. "Pull the trigger!" Then suddenly Adam grabbed the gun and turned it away from him. He pointed it up, nearly breaking George's thumb. "Why didn't you pull the fucking trigger, George?" He pointed the gun at his own head for a moment, surprising all four. "Take it easy, buddy," said another officer. Adam's face showed that he had made up his mind, but the gun didn't fire. "I can't do it myself," he said, and then tossed it to another officer and started crying back on the ground. "That's the guy that lost his family in the station wagon," said the fourth officer. George hurt his partner but wanted to hurt Adam. "I don't give a fuck who he is. Ain't no high-yellow nigger gonna talk to me like that and take my damn gun." He kicked Adam again. "You hear me, boy?" He started to fight Adam, who got up and delivered 2 brutal blows for every one he received. "Come on, George. You can do better than this." Adam's adrenaline and grief both surged, and he had an easy time with George Dixon until the other 3 broke up the melee. Then they forced George toward their 2 vehicles, bleeding and badly bruised. "You better move on, nigga," George yelled. "Or whatever you are, I'll kill you. El Centro will have its first lynching. Let him go, I want to die." Despite being abandoned as a child, Adam felt alone for the first time in his life and was mad at the world. His family was 6 feet beneath him, and it hurt terribly. He looked around and saw no one. That's when he realized he was no longer in Louisiana, where a lynching would have been highly probable in a similar situation. Wow, Ada never saw this side of me. Then it occurred to him that he had seen this side of himself only once, against Ronald Gaines in high school. He picked up his bag that had served as a pillow the night before. What am I going to do? What would Ada want me to do? He remembered hearing her voice clearly in the store. "Adam, help us. I'll know what to do when I hear her again." He looked at the grave site and noticed the meticulous work of the statues, much nicer than the others. She must have really impressed old Preston, he thought. Of course she did. He wanted her to work with him. I'll have to write and thank him for this. He heard a car pull up behind him and hoped it was the Border Patrol again. He turned and saw a deputy who looked familiar, David Castillo. "Good morning," he said, with his slight Mexican accent, though he tried to sound American. He had a slim build, but his cheeks still showed a bit of baby fat. His hair was crew cut, the same way he wore it during his time in the Army. As one of the first Latinos in the Imperial County Sheriff's Department, his uniform looked professionally clean, though it was his mother who ironed it for him. He drove to the cemetery because the Border Patrol had called into the station about a vandal, but he saw Adam instead and understood the racist motivation of the call made by George Dixon. The guy was a prick at best in this section of the all-white United States Border Agency. Adam still had rage inside, but decided to hold it in, since the deputy had greeted him politely. "Morning." David easily saw that Adam spent the night and felt badly for him and for himself, as his thoughts went back to that morning in the parking lot. I could have helped him. He extended his hand and moved closer. "My name is David Castillo, and I need to tell you something. I hope you don't hate me afterwards. I'm Adam Daniels, and you don't have to tell me shit. I heard your captain or whoever tell you twice to stay away from the car. His exact words the second time were, 'Get the fuck back.' I remember every minute moment from those few seconds, and that's all it took for the world to take my family." He paused when he noticed David wiping away tears. "Hey, I figured you were new and not white in a mostly white environment, so I understood." David heard the words, but it was not so easy for him to forget his lack of courage and humanity. I didn't even try to help. Adam figured correctly that his loss had haunted this young guy. He also began to feel hunger pains. Hey, I was just going to look for a place I could grab a bite and maybe get a shower. Do you know of something nearby? There's a cheap motel about a mile from here, but I was about to stop for breakfast. Get in and you can join me. Adam was hesitant for a moment, but thought, maybe I shouldn't be alone. All right. Good. The young deputy smiled, and a moment later he turned out of the cemetery onto Gillette Street. He started west until Adam asked him to stop. The sheriff's car pulled to the side of the road, and David thought Adam needed to throw up. But the widower got out and disappeared into a compound of 5 ranch-style bungalows. 2 homes rested on each side of the property, and the 5th lay in the rear. A Spanish for rent sign sat on a fence in front, and the price was $45. The deputy quickly got out to follow. Hey, wait, Adam, what are you doing? He noticed the sign. Hey, there are better places to rent. Adam went to the first building to his left, since it had a sign on the railing that he correctly thought meant manager. Each bungalow had a porch that extended the width of the front. He stepped up to the front door and knocked. It's not even 7 o'clock. What if the manager is asleep? Who is it? A female asked in Spanish without opening the door, and her tone was not pleasant. Adam did not understand, but he started speaking anyway. I'm here for the apartment, please. Then David answered in Spanish. It's the police, ma'am. He asked the woman to open the door. Then he apologized for calling on her so early and explained that Adam was interested in the house for rent. The door opened, but the screen door remained closed. The woman wore an old robe and had yet to put on any makeup. Her hair was long and dark, and she looked to be about 45. She asked why Adam had a cop with him and if he'd just gotten out of jail, because she did not want any trouble. Adam could hear the concern in her voice and rifled through his money belt. He had just over $7,500 left from his $10,000 withdrawal. At that moment, he wondered about the $7,600 he used for the down payment on the View Park home. I'll just forget about that. I don't need that house anymore. He quickly counted out $600 in front of the woman and asked David to explain that he apologizes for knocking so early on her door and that he will pay $50 instead of $45. He would give her enough for a full year in advance, and if he decided to leave, she could keep the extra money. It did not surprise him when she unlocked the door and reached for the bills. Then she left to get the key. When she came back, she explained in Spanish that he paid for the gas and electricity, and she paid for the water. Sí, señora, David replied, and explained to Adam what she had said. Adam's house was the one in the rear of the compound. He opened the door, and both caught the stench of something dead inside, and maybe a toilet that didn't work. The wood floors were old and dingy, and the paint was maybe as old as the house. The living room and the kitchen faced forward. A hallway led to the bathroom and 2 bedrooms. The master bedroom had a back door, and David immediately picked up a large smelly mattress in there and threw it out. When he turned back, a rat stared at him, so he left the door open and shooed it out. Hey, look, Adam, you can stay at my place until you find something better. She rents to seasonal farm workers, and they don't give a shit about something that's not theirs. The place disgusted him. I'll be all right. Where's the place you were going to take me for breakfast? David shook his head and closed the back door. All right. On the way out to the front, he opened every window in the house. Then he drove less than a mile west of the compound and pulled into a dirt parking lot at Angelita's Kitchen on Main and Dogwood, across from a Texaco station. It was in the middle of an industrial area, and most of the workers went there to eat. Are you rich or something? David asked, remembering the cash in the money belt. Adam looked at him and thought about Preston. With one telephone call, I could have anything I want. but I wouldn't be happy. I was gonna be. Now I don't know what I'm gonna do. Tears started to flow and he couldn't stop them. Before Ada, he was going to practice law, get married, and have a family in that order. Ada, however, changed all of that. She helped him become a lawyer, got his family started, and helped guide him to California. His plans had become their plans, and with her gone, he was lost. May I have a slice of toast, please? Inside the restaurant, David had ordered a breakfast omelet stuffed with chicken and pico de gallo, with salsa, guacamole, and sour cream on the side. He shoveled half of his food onto a tortilla and rolled it up. "Like this, American," he said, when the waitress gave Adam a strange look. Adam wanted to fit in since he had just rented the house, so he followed David's lead and enjoyed the meal. At least the coffee is the same, he thought. David had to report for duty and dropped Adam off in front of the compound. His house measured just under 800 square feet, or about half the size of Auntie Susan's, but he needed to be there. "You're going to be busy with this place," David had told him when they first saw it. He looked around and wondered where to put his bag. He set it in an upper kitchen cabinet. Then, after inspecting every room, he caught a glimpse of a mouse and realized that David was right. He wondered how much work he could do in a day. But before he got started, he walked down the street and into the cemetery. By then the workers were out, following their routines. They ignored Adam, though they knew who he was. He mourned in peace, not realizing that a hat would have been smarter in the hot desert sun, in which the temperature shot up to 90 degrees by 10 a.m. "Ada, what am I going to do?" He wailed and laid back, waiting for an answer. Then he tried to feel his family's spirits through the ground, but he couldn't detect anything, still numb from his pain and shock. "Senor?" Adam didn't respond, so Jorge Rodriguez tried to shake him awake. "Senor?" He felt Adam's face and then ran to turn on a nearby water hose. Adam felt really warm but was not sweating. If he did not wake up, Jorge would run to the office to call an ambulance. The water soaked his clothes and he woke after a few seconds. Then he made the mistake of trying to stand and fell hard to the ground. Jorge ran to help him and guided him to the tree near the gravesite. "Siéntate, siéntate." Adam understood once he felt the man pushing him down. A few moments later, a paper cup of cold water tempted him to drink, and he immediately felt better with the coolness inside his body. "Agua fría es bien para usted." "Agua fría?" "Sí, señor, agua fría." Jorge helped him drink a little more. "Cold water." "Agua fría is cold water. Thank you." "Gracias," Jorge corrected him. "Gracias." Jorge was still holding on to him when Diane's green station wagon pulled up and stopped. "Adam!" Twyla got out first and rushed toward her brother. She and Ada had become so close that she even sounded like her, which prompted him to turn immediately. Jorge let go when she grabbed her brother, followed by Diane, Dorsey, and Rachel. "What happened?" Twyla asked. "He got a little too hot," Jorge replied, "but he should be all right." Jorge slowly moved away from the reunion. "I knew you would come here," Rachel said. They all began to speak at once and then quieted as they noticed the gravesite. "Jesus," Dorsey said. "Yes, Jesus," Diane added, and then led them in saying a fast rosary under the shade tree. She later exploded when she saw Adam's house. Nah, shit nah. What the hell is this, Cousin Adam?" "This is where I'm going to stay for a while." She turned to Rachel and Twyla and pushed them toward the door. "You two get out of here. There's no telling what's in this shack." Neither girl argued, because Diane's usually calm demeanor had disappeared. "What do you mean you're going to stay here for a while? Can you imagine what Ada would say if she saw you in here?" Then Dorsey joined her sister. "Not to mention that Peter and Beverly Daniels raised you a lot better than this, Adam. living in this filth. How could you even think about this? Their scolding brought back his sense of family. I'm going to clean it up, I promise. What about your house and your job? Dorsey asked. I don't want the house. Tell Mr. Huberman to get rid of it for me. That place was for a family. You're not making any sense, Adam, Diane added and shook her head, but then became quiet for nearly a minute. Both Adam and Dorsey wondered what was going on until Diane said, We're leaving, and I don't know when we'll be back. Adam Daniels, we all love you dearly. She went over and slapped him hard enough to be heard outside, shocking him and her sister. That's for leaving the way you did. And when we show up here again, this place had better look a lot different from this shit. Because if I'm not satisfied, we'll drag you out of here and put you in a goddamn insane asylum. Do you understand me? Yes. What? Yes, ma'am. Diane felt as if she had to take him back to basics so that he could start putting his life together. Come on, Dorsey. Diane led the way out of the house and came back a few moments later. She had bought him an electric razor before leaving Los Angeles, in case they found him and he was suicidal. Here, she said, and shoved the box into his hand. A minute later, they were all gone. Adam wanted to run after them because he felt alone. Diane and Dorsey had been like big sisters his entire life. He saw them nearly every day until they moved to California. Tears fell, but this time he quickly wiped them away. Get a hold of yourself, he yelled out loud. Then he remembered the day he dressed in old clothes to buy the new station wagon. What in the world? Ada asked. He figured she would say even more if she saw his bungalow. A lot more. He started a thorough inspection of the house, checking every door, cabinet, and fixture. The structure was fine, but turning on the water main showed leaks in the kitchen and bathroom. Making his plan helped with his sorrow, since he convinced himself that he was doing it for Ada and the kids. He left the house again and walked by the manager, sitting on her porch with a book and a glass of horchata, though he didn't know what it was. Buenos dias, señora, he said, trying out his Spanish. She gave him an acknowledging glare since it was afternoon. He walked to a phone booth and searched the yellow pages for supplies. He found that other than being close to the cemetery, everything he needed was close by. By 5 o'clock, he had replaced the toilet and both the bathroom and kitchen sinks, along with their fixtures. He also added a garbage disposal. The old pedestal bathtub needed only a good cleaning, though he did have to support the curtain rod that went around it. The work took him back to the days of helping his grandfather in the new houses. Those memories felt good, and he looked upon the day's job with pride. Ada would like this. He heard a car outside, but paid it no mind until he heard his screen door open and close. Adam? By then, David's voice had become familiar. Adam went to the living room, thinking how much he wanted to be alone, until he smelled something really good coming from a paper bag in David's arms. My mother made you some enchiladas, he said. He had changed from his uniform into jeans and an old high school T-shirt. Adam couldn't believe the generosity of this guy and wondered if guilt motivated him. Thanks, he said, overwhelmed because he had begun to think about dinner. His eyes watered. Here, hold this. David gave him the bag and then went out to his hopped-up '60 Ford Falcon with a 289 V8. It also sported a shiny royal blue paint job with mag wheels, an inch-wide black racing stripe, and custom black interior. He brought out 2 folding chairs and a 6-pack of Budweiser. They sat on the front porch and ate, mostly in silence. David could tell his new friend wasn't much for conversation because of grief or fatigue or both. David waved at a couple neighbors arriving from work, and Adam did the same. After eating, they slowly drank 1 beer each, and Adam knew he hadn't been good company. Hey, David, I said buenos dias to the manager, and she gave me a mean look. Did I say it wrong, or she just doesn't like me? David laughed. Probably both. What time was it? It was after 1 o'clock. David explained the difference between morning, afternoon, evening, and night so that Adam wouldn't make the same mistake. Then he got up to leave. Hey, Adam, if you need transportation, you can take me home and then use my car. Adam had given in that David was going to stick around, regardless of what he said. He thought a moment. I don't need it, maybe in a few days. All right, well, I'll see you tomorrow. David started toward his car and went back with a small transistor radio. Then he left and showed up the next day and the next after he got off work. He brought dinner prepared by his mother, Juanita, who gladly prepared meals for Adam once she discovered for whom she cooked. The story of the dead family broke her heart when it happened, and then more after learning about her son's regret. Every day he returned, Adam had made much progress, though he visited the cemetery twice a day, before breakfast and then after David left. He started working in the kitchen, where he painted the walls yellow and the cabinets light olive green, and added brass handles. He then installed gray and green countertops and linoleum. He sanded and varnished the back door and window frames and did the same design in the bathroom. Were you a construction worker? David asked on the 5th day. He couldn't get over the difference in the place. My grandfather was a carpenter, and I helped him build some houses. They ate on the front porch again, which is where Adam slept every night because of the paint fumes. Dinner that night came in a big bowl. My mother didn't feel like cooking tonight, David said, so she just threw this together. Well, damn, this is good. Does it have a name? This is ceviche, but she puts in stuff that other people don't, like apples and pear slices. Wow. Hey, is your car still available? Sí, como no. Adam was happy that he understood. Yes, of course. The next day he drove further into town to the White Front store, where he bought a refrigerator and a stove. The appliances in the house were old and had evidence of rodents, so he just got rid of them when the new ones arrived later that day. Is that your car? Asked the man in the parking lot of the store. No, it's David Castillo's car, Adam answered. Oh, just checking. Then at the gas station he heard from the attendant. Isn't that David's car? David Castillo? Yes, it is. That afternoon, David brought 10 tacos for Adam. I won't be around tomorrow, so hopefully this will get you through till Sunday. I'm going to a quinceañera. A what? Quinceañera. It's a celebration we have when a girl turns 15. Hey, you can come if you like. The more the merrier. There's a church ceremony and then pictures, and then we party all night. You'll like it. Adam cracked a friendly smile. Maybe next time. Then he quickly changed the subject. Hey, you and your car sure are popular around here. David smiled. Yeah, cars are my specialty. I worked on a farm from the time I was 5 to save for my first car. I bought it brand new for my graduation. I had never even heard of a Falcon, but it was cheap and just the right size. I put in the V8 a couple of years ago. He bit off half a taco. Hey, how come you're always finished working by the time I get here? Adam smiled. Well, I start early and finish early. David looked into Adam's eyes and they both started laughing. Asshole, you think I might mess something up. That's not it at all. That was Adam's first all-out laugh in over a month. Book 2, Chapter 2. The next night he walked past Angelita's Mexican food to Texas Saloon. Most men went there on a Saturday night when they had nothing to do. A few women went together for the jukebox and dancing. Adam sat at the bar with a shot of tequila in front of him, though he had 2 beers. He turned when a semi-sober Mexican joined him. Oye, amigo, is that yours? He pointed at the drink and at Adam, who nodded. Sí, I'm really starting to understand Spanish, he thought. Bébelo, ¿qué? Adam, who'd never had tequila, thought if the guy repeated the phrase, he might understand it, but he didn't. The man pointed at Adam and the drink and made a drinking motion. Bébelo. Then the Mexican guy got the bartender's attention. Hey, tequila! He set his money on the bar and received his drink. Like this. He quickly downed the shot and motioned for Adam to do the same, which he did and received an applause from a few other guys. Dang me, dang me, they ought to take a rope and hang me. 3 good old boys sat at a nearby table and mimicked the popular guitar lick with their mouths. Then they started to take notice of Adam, whose new friend got the bartender's attention once more. He held up 2 fingers. Dos tequilas. 1 for me and 1 for him. He set more money down and the bartender filled up 2 more shots. Then the man picked up his glass and nodded for Adam to do the same. This is gonna make you macho! Macho! Adam followed his new friend into oblivion and cheered for himself since the first drink had already taken effect. Look at them 2 Mexicans getting drunk, one of the good old boys said out loud. Another one said, that one ain't no Mexican. That's some kind of Arab. Hey boy, what the hell are you? Adam turned around with the fast-acting alcohol in his system. Then he turned back to his new friend. Soy macho! Whatever I am, he had faced the old boys again. I'm glad I'm not some po white goat fucking hillbilly trash like you all. What the fuck? The 3 boys got up and rushed at Adam, who caught one perfectly in the throat with his fingers bent. Wow, that was just like Cousin Rex showed me. That guy backed away immediately, but the other 2 started throwing punches that landed hard on Adam's face. He got in a few good blows, but the tequila limited his effectiveness. A few of the Mexicans got up to help Adam, but everyone froze when they heard the clack-clack of the bartender's shotgun. All of you get out. The cops are on the way. The old boys went to get their things from the table and started toward the door. See you later, boy. Adam was staggering by then and had to focus on taking out his wallet. He took out 5 20s and set them on the bar. Thanks for the good time, he said to the bartender. Then he faced his drinking buddy. Gracias, amigo! On the way out, he picked up an empty bottle. Outside, he couldn't see past the lighted parking lot, but he started walking in the dark and thinking that he would never drink tequila again. He felt terrible and stuck his finger down his throat. It didn't take long for a stream of vomit to rush out of him. He stood, bent over, and then heard a car make a sudden stop on the road next to him. Let's get this boy! The 3 old boys rushed out of the car, and the first one got the bottle on the side of his head. Adam growled like a madman and started fighting one with vomit still in his mouth. Grrr! Grrr! The third one tackled him and started beating his face. The other 2 returned and repeatedly kicked at him. Then suddenly the beating stopped, but fighting continued around him. Some of the Mexicans decided to see if they could find Adam. They drove up in a pickup truck and stopped his beating. Okay, one of the white boys yelled, and they escaped in their car. Hey, where do you live? One of the Mexicans asked as they helped him into the back of the pickup. I live at the cemetery. That's where my wife is with my 3 babies. He started to cry. They got killed here last month, and that's where I live now. They all knew who he was then, the man who lost his entire family. Right here, he said a minute later at the edge of the cemetery, and he got out. Gracias. He walked to a hole in the chain-link fence on the side of the property and slipped through. 8 hours later, Adam thought he was dreaming when he felt cool water splashing on him. David was afraid when he saw his new friend lying in the middle of his family's grave. The water got Adam moving. He started flailing and David turned it off. Come on, Adam, let's get you home. I don't feel too good. Yeah, I'm sure you don't. You probably have a hangover. I should have insisted that you come with me. You're a mess. Adam didn't speak during the walk home. They passed by the manager's house, and he tried to smile, but once again she gave him a cold glare. I think she hates me. Yeah, I hate you too right now. You're lucky you didn't get arrested. It was self-defense and 3 against 1. Well, next time you go out drinking, I'm going with you. Adam smiled. I think I'd like that. The bathroom mirror showed him what kind of fight he had. The 3 old boys gave him 2 black eyes, a busted lip, a gash over his right eyebrow, and dried blood around his right ear. They also bruised his chest and back with the kicks. He found it amazing that he did not feel the pain until he saw the damage. A quick shower helped, but not much. The sheriff's department provided David with a first aid kit, from which he got sutures to close the wound on Adam's eyebrow. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Adam asked. You know, if I were you, I'd let the guy with the needle just over my eye concentrate. It took 3 stitches to close the gash. Adam endured the pain gratefully because it actually distracted him from the hangover. David was proud of his work. Afterward, he went to the kitchen to fix something to eat for the hangover and found the brand-new refrigerator cold and empty. Even after finishing the kitchen, Adam had no idea what stocking it meant, because he figured it would be one of those romantic afternoons with Ada and the kids. Honey, don't forget the clam juice for gumbo, she would say, and then have to correct him, because eventually he would get bored after a while. No, honey, not shrimp. I said clam juice. Come on, we're going shopping, David said, though most of the stores closed on Sundays. He drove home first and left Adam sitting in the car. I'll be right back. Adam hoped he wouldn't be gone long because the heat intensified the hangover. He could hear everything from inside the single-wide trailer. A young female was singing in Spanish to a song on the radio. 2 other females were arguing in Spanish about cleaning the kitchen, though Adam didn't know that. Who is that in the car? He heard. It's Adam, David answered. Adam? Oh, I'm going to go meet him. David explained that Adam had a fight and not to mention anything about his face. The screen door opened and Linda Castile ran out. Hi, you're Adam, huh? She said with the same accent as David. She had dark hair cut at the shoulders. Cute dimples accentuated her smile, along with thick, dark eyebrows and bright eyes. She wore an old pair of cut-off 501s that belonged to David at one time, but she filled them out in the hips. Adam got out of the car and recognized her beauty. Yes, I am. He extended his hand and she shook it. I'm Linda, David's prettier sister. Oh, that bitch, said another female inside. It was his other sister, Raimi, and she did not sound happy. Never mind about her. You get dressed so you can come with us, David said from inside. I don't feel like going shopping, David. It's Sunday. Adam, I'm sorry about your family, Linda said. We all went to the funeral. It was very sad, but nice. Thank you. David never mentioned that he went. Oh yeah, he was feeling very bad about what happened. Raimi, I said get dressed, David yelled from inside. No, I'm not going. Don't you hit me with that belt. I'll fight you. The crack of a belt landing came outside. Mommy! By then, Juanita Castile was down the front steps and approaching Adam. Mommy, esto es Adam. Linda made the introduction. Hola was all she said, and Adam repeated the same. Then she embraced him and held on for a while, and he held her back. One day you'll be better, she said, and let go. Another crack came from inside. All right, I'll go. Stop hitting me, asshole. I need to shower. 5 minutes. And stop swearing. I said I was going. Shit, you don't get everything you want. Juanita smiled and shook her head. Mis niños locos. She started back to the trailer. Did you understand what she said? Linda asked Adam. Something about crazy, right? She said her crazy kids, and that includes me. I heard you had a fight. I can just imagine what the other... Before she could finish, Juanita hurried back and grabbed her hair. Your brother said not to say anything about that. Linda knew not to mention the fight, but could not help herself. Ow, 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 Mommy. She laughed as Juanita led her up the stairs by her hair. You're going to kill me. She laughed more. The entire scene amused Adam. This family had a different way of expressing feelings, but he could tell that they would be there for one another in an emergency. David came outside with a glass of horchata and some orange slices. The combination started to settle Adam's stomach, and he wondered if he could eat more until Juanita came back with a couple tamales. His stomach told him not to try it, and he listened. I guess I'll have to wait this out. My sister will be out in a minute, David said as he set the glass on the porch. Then he started the car. No, you sit shotgun, he said when Adam opened the back door. Shotgun? Yeah, in the front. Like in the stagecoach days when the dude sitting up front with the driver carried a shotgun. The screen door opened and Raimi Castillo came outside in a green plaid dress. She was an attractive young woman, not stunning, but could have her choice of suitors. Her long hair dropped below her rear, but was held together with a matching green ribbon at the back of her head. She had the family's thick eyebrows and wore a scowl that brought them closer together when she saw Adam holding the back door for her. Hola, he said as she passed by him. Hi, she responded, and got in the back facing forward. David picked Raimi to go because she was a serious shopper. She was in and out and knew what to buy, while her sister and mother liked to browse around for hours. What are we doing here? She asked her brother when he pulled up in front of Adam's house. Go inside and look at the kitchen and bathroom so you'll know the colors. Adam quickly got out to open her door, and she growled with displeasure on her way to the house. When she came back, Adam still held the door and she stopped in front of him. You did all of that in a week? Adam cracked a slight smile. I didn't have anything else to do. Then she smiled for the first time and got into the car. Thank you for holding the door. They went to the white front and bought everything he needed. While she shopped alone for household goods, Adam and David shopped for food. He picked out everything he thought Ada would have bought, from seasonings to dairy products and everything else in between, including the Mexican products David thought he needed. It was enough food to fill 2 baskets, though he was buying for one person. Raimi bought linens for both the kitchen and the bathroom to go with sets of cookware, silverware, dishes, canisters, cleaning supplies, and a few cheap pictures to go with the decor. She also bought medical supplies such as a bottle of aspirin, a big variety box of Band-Aids, a jar of vapor rub, and a bottle of alcohol. They had so much stuff, Raimi had to sit in the front seat. Your wife was very pretty, she said on the way to Adam's place. Thank you. We saw family pictures at the funeral, and your kids were beautiful. I'm sorry for your losses. Thanks again. Adam figured that his cousins had pictures. It surprised him when she picked up his hand and kissed it. Did you ever beat her? No, I never hit her. He thought about the time he playfully smacked Ada's naked butt. Those didn't count. Good, because any man who hits a woman is a coward. Hey, David started. When I get married, I will never hit my wife. You're my sister. That's different. Aye. David was glad that his sister's mood had changed and figured that she had somewhat warmed up to Adam. She was usually a reserved person who had few friends, though she was student body president at El Centro High School. Having two popular siblings helped. She was finishing her 2 years in junior college before transferring to San Diego State in the fall, though that was something her brother and mother knew nothing about, and she was afraid to tell them. Back at Adam's place, she instructed her brother to light a small grill that she had picked out in order to make fajitas. Adam also got to meet his neighbors in the house to the right, since they were cooking out as well. They were the Garcia family, Javier and Ramona, and their two babies, Johnny and Betty. Ramie took it upon herself to put everything away and to decorate as she had envisioned. She hung curtains over the front kitchen window and put away the cook and silverware. It was actually a good thing that David took her to see the place first, because she got ideas as she shopped. A couple of desert plants went in the window, and she set a couple pieces of fruit in a green bowl on the countertop next to the canisters of rice, sugar, etc. "You can come and see it now," she said when she finished. Adam and her brother went inside, and both were pleased with her work. The kitchen and bathroom looked like pictures in a magazine. Adam looked at Ramie and for a brief moment saw Ada standing there admiring her work. He went to hug her. "Thank you very much." Then he shook David's hand. "Thank you both." "De nada, hermano," David responded. His sister nodded and smiled. Adam felt bad, though, because he couldn't wait for them to leave so that he could go to the cemetery. As time moved on, he would go whether they were there or not, but that day he felt trapped by their company. He continued to go twice a day, especially since he had more time. The kitchen meant he didn't have to walk a mile to Angelita's for breakfast. David continued to stop by after work, though he brought dinner only 2 or 3 times a week. Beverly, Susan, and Ada all taught Adam some things about cooking, and he utilized those lessons. He continued to remodel his home because he found it difficult to think about practicing law. He did, however, study and analyze cases that made their way into journals or mass media. Different magazines provided color schemes for the living room and hallway. He painted 2 walls, leading into a corner burnt orange and the other 2 walls beige, and added contrasting borders. He used burnt orange and yellow in his bedroom and then rust and olive green in the spare room. With these bright schemes, he focused on eliminating anything even remotely gloomy. After the painting, he sanded and refinished the wooden floors and doors to bring out their natural colors. After finishing the home interior, he began to make furniture. He bought a few tools but wished he had the collection from his grandfather so that he could add intricate artistic concepts. He signed each piece the way Pawpaw showed him. A small kitchen table was first. He made it from pine and made chairs to go with it as well. A few days into the furniture construction, Diane's station wagon pulled into the compound as he was starting the work on his bed. It was mid-August by then, and everybody from Baton Rouge, Los Angeles, and San Diego worried about him. "I'm sorry, Senor Reyes, but I don't think I'll be working for anyone in the foreseeable future," he said to Miguel de los Reyes the week before his cousins showed up. Reyes had driven out from San Diego for a court case and to inquire about the legal phenom. He hated to see the young man's potential go to waste, but did not give up. "Well, Adam, you're a talented guy, so I'll keep in touch." "That'll be fine, sir." Reyes was glad he drove out first thing in the morning. At 8:30, the temperature was already 88 degrees. Then he realized that it had only been 8 weeks since Adam lost his entire family. He thought about his family back on the coast and looked at the work Adam was doing. Yeah, I might be doing the same thing. Ro Huberman also made the 4-hour drive from Los Angeles. He watched Adam work and pitched in when possible. He secretly evaluated Adam's mental condition as they talked. Ada was this man's world. He's surviving by staying here and doing this work. Adam, do me a favor, all right? Yes, sir, anything. Please allow me to have a telephone installed here. Adam remained quiet for a moment. Except for David's visits, he had grown accustomed to being alone in the silence of his thoughts about Ada. But if anyone calls, it'll be because they loved her and me too. Sure, Mr. Huberman, that'll be fine. Call me Ro, Adam, and thanks. And there's one more thing. Ro was quiet for a moment because the next subject would be emotional for Adam. As an attorney, I know you had auto and life insurance on your family. Adam did have insurance, but had neglected to file a claim because he would have to confirm the deaths. He was touching up the trim in the living room during Ro's visit and set the brush down because tears made his vision blurry. Yes, I had insurance on them. I just haven't wanted to call. Don't worry, just tell me the name of the company and I'll take care of it. We do it all the time for clients. Adam looked at his mentor and smiled. Thank you, Ro. When he saw Diane and Dorsey, he wondered who would be next, though he always concluded that they were all making their way out of love. He embraced them tightly and kissed their cheeks. I'm so glad to see you all. Enough to leave here? Dorsey asked. Adam ignored that question. Go look inside, he said. He did all of his carpentry on the front porch in order to use the railings for sawing. He stayed outside to begin working on his bed and listened to their assessments of his work. Oh my, Diane said about the living room. Then he heard, look at this kitchen, from Dorsey. Oh yeah, this is nice. Uncle Peter sure did teach him well. They continued like that for the rest of the tour, though with only 3 rooms left, it did not take long. They came outside and sat on the 2 outdoor chairs he made and looked around at the exterior of the house, which had no work done to it. I'll finish the furniture before tackling the outside, he told them. Besides, I know you've noticed how hot it is here. He laughed and they joined in, glad to see him in good spirits. Yeah, we've noticed, Diane replied. How can you stand it? Where do you sleep, Cousin Adam? Dorsey asked, because he had no bed or sofa. I'm starting on my bed right here, but I sleep on the floor or sometimes on the front porch. I won't catch cold or anything if that's what you're worried about. He noticed the 2 of them looking at one another with concern, so he went over and hugged them. I promise I will finish this bed as soon as possible. They smiled and seemed satisfied with his statement. How much are you paying rent? Diane asked and looked at Dorsey again when he said $50 a month. Your landlord is getting the best of this deal. Adam looked around at his small house. Yeah, I know. You motivated me last time you were here, Cousin Diane. You were so angry, I was kind of scared. He laughed with them. And you know, I did all of this kind of work for my grandma and your mother, and Ada loved when I worked around the house. I know this sounds crazy, but I feel like she's here with me. It may not be Los Angeles, but I have to make it nice for her and the kids. I'm sure Ada likes this work you're doing, Diane said. What about practicing law, Adam? Dorsey asked. Ada spent a lot of time helping you pass the bar. I'll bet you didn't know that she wrote to us at least once a week, and we wrote back. I did not know that. You all have letters from Ada? The notion of maybe seeing her words put a spark in him. Yes, we do. Diane got up and playfully hit his shoulder. She wrote way more than your sorry ass with your once every other month bull. Now answer my question, cousin, Dorsey said. What about the law? I don't know. This kind of stuff is relaxing. As my aunt used to say, I'll pray on it. They were both happy to see even a tiny bit of recovery. The three of them turned when they saw a trailer backing through the front gate. "My car! My car!" Adam excitedly jumped over the rail and ran to a pickup truck backing onto the property with the trailer carrying his first car on it. He couldn't believe it because he and Ada treasured everything in the old station wagon. It carried a few pieces of Auntie Susan's furniture that Ada wanted to keep because Pawpaw had made it. It also had the tool chest he built to carry all of his grandfather's tools. He thought it had all burned with everything else, but the fire truck doused the flames just as they moved from the Nova and the large truck on top of it. "I just found out that it was in the county impound," said David Castillo. He explained that it was nearly time for the county's semi-annual auction of unclaimed items, and that's when he found it. Adam thanked him, and for the first time as an adult, he embraced a man. Then he introduced his best friend to his cousins. They were happy to meet him. "David's been helping me out. He and his sister helped me stock the kitchen." "Well, on behalf of our family," Diane started, "I want to thank you for helping our cousin Adam. We all cherish him." Adam put his arm around her shoulder and suddenly remembered something else in the car. He opened the back door and knew exactly what he wanted. He took out the movie projector, the screen, and a box of films. Then he rushed inside. "Come on," he yelled, and they followed. He had everything set up in 5 minutes and started the first of 8 films he had. The first movie they made was in the summer of 1964. The twins were 10 months and already walking. He remembered every moment and knew exactly what Ada was saying, even though the film was silent. "Wave to Daddy," she told Monica, and he could hear the voices in every sound from the moment. Said, "Wow, your wife is beautiful," alluring and dedicated smile. It was easy to see that she loved Adam as much as he loved her. But Adam stopped the show when Diane broke into uncontrollable tears. "Please stop it, Adam." She couldn't take any more, and her sister's eyes filled with grief as well. Adam also felt badly. These were just projections on a screen, and they would not bring back his family. He figured he'd have to wait a while before watching them again, and then just a little at a time. David patted him on the back. "I'm going to start unloading the trailer so that I could take it back to the U-Haul." Diane and Dorsey left soon afterward. They planned to stay in Palm Springs that night and took the highway, knowing it was going to take time for everyone to heal. Nobody knew how long, but Adam was in no hurry. His cousins were grateful that he had a friend, but feared that David was keeping him in El Centro. He worked on the bed for 10 days with his grandfather's tools to get every curve and indentation just right on the head and footboards. He rounded the top of the bedpost to match the village of adobe homes he carved into the boards. Then he made a cedar chest for his blankets. Ada had packed a couple of matching lamp tables and a bookshelf from Susan's house. Adam bought a brown period sofa and a matching chair to go with them and adorned them with the family photos he found. In their 3 years, they amassed an album and a half of pictures. He enlarged those that he liked best and framed them for display around the house. He completed the furniture by September and started on the exterior. The front porch came first. The railing needed repairs and the wood needed sanding, and a couple of the floorboards needed replacing. He sanded the overhangs and walls to remove all remnants of the earlier lead-based paint. Then he painted his house burnt orange with an olive green trim. The place looked like a brand new home, which made the manager suspicious of his motives. With the station wagon, Adam got around town easier. As time moved on past the summer and into the fall, the days grew shorter and his nights of loneliness became longer. He continued to miss his family, and the pain dissipated in small increments that were hardly noticeable. He began to assimilate into the culture of the town, and despite his reason for being in El Centro, he made acquaintances beyond the Castillo family. They insisted, however, that he come to their house for 3 straight weekends after his brawl. He spent a good amount of his time writing letters to both Baton Rouge and Los Angeles. Television, however, did not amuse him, so if he turned on the small set he bought, it was for the sound of voices. Nothing stopped him from visiting the cemetery twice a day and all day on Sundays. Most days he saw Jorge, the guy who saved him from a near heat stroke. Jorge introduced himself properly and began to teach Adam Spanish phrases. He also warned him about the dangers of not having a hat, though Adam had started to wear a Dodgers cap. Jorge made sure the grieving widower stayed in the shade and always kept the holes nearby. Sometimes he heard voices coming from the area. If Adam was talking to his family directly, he usually stayed away. If he heard him saying a rosary, he joined him occasionally. Adam invited him over one day to repay him for the heat stroke assistance, and since then they shared a beer on occasion, along with David, who visited nearly every day. Both men invited Adam to gatherings like a quinceañera or a wedding reception. They had begun to talk about female relatives who would show up, but Adam was not ready to meet anyone. The only females he saw on a regular basis were named Castillo. If Ramey didn't have to study, she tagged along with David to Adam's house and sometimes cooked. To her, he needed to know that someone cared. Book 2, Chapter 3. Adam continued to keep the projector set up and turned it on when he felt brave enough to look at his wife and kids, knowing he wouldn't be able to touch them. "Wow, you had a bitchin' family, hermano," Ramey told him one day. She started calling him brother shortly after they met. She saw something that made her believe that he would be around a long time. Ada is so purty, and those two, ellas son angelitas. She and Linda always mixed their languages. "Thanks." "¿Qué?" she said to bring out his Spanish. "Dije gracias." He laughed with her. "I wouldn't leave those films out if I was you," David said. He had just finished a forensic workshop for his job. "It's pretty warm inside your house, and the heat could ruin them." "Hey, thanks, or gracias." That's the kind of stuff Ada would have told me. "She was smart?" Ramey asked. "Did she go to college?" "She was the smartest person I ever knew. She helped me," he did not want to mention law, "get through college. She would have started this fall at San Diego State." "Híjole, that means I might have met her," Ramey said, looking at David and hoping he would not be upset, especially in front of Adam, who was fast becoming part of the family. "What do you mean you would have met her?" Adam stopped the projector and turned on a light with Ada's picture frozen on the screen. Ramey stood up and approached her brother as the tension in the room rose. "I've been accepted at San Diego State University, and I will be starting classes there in 2 weeks. And by the way, I'm going to need your duffel bag to pack my clothes." For David, this was a travesty against the traditional Mexican family values. Both of his sisters should have been married by then, though at least Linda had a boyfriend. "You're becoming too much Americanized." David hated that his sister was not as fearful as Linda and traditional as their mother. He had been man of the house since their father died 8 years earlier. All the teachers at school had to do was say, "I'm going to call your brother," if one of the girls got out of line, and they straightened up immediately. You are listening too much to the television and the radio about this women's rights shit. All this hippie crap about express your feelings and finding yourself is getting to your head. What's wrong with staying here and getting married? I don't want to do that. I haven't met a man even remotely good enough to consider to take vows with. You're too damn picky. I don't want to settle, David. The man I marry will take me for life, and he will not resent me because I'm smart. You're being selfish, Ramey, because if you leave, Mama will be broken-hearted. Just like when our father left. Ramey took a deep breath. She could see that his concern was not only for their mother, but for himself. He would miss her. She was glad when Adam spoke up. David, here, sit down. He guided David to the period chair. Then he sat Ramey on the sofa. Don't move and don't say anything. They both wondered what was going on when he went to the kitchen. He grabbed 3 beers and opened them. Then he returned and offered one to each, though he knew she never drank in front of David. He held his beer up and said salute, and then took a long drink. They did the same, and while he and David drank nearly half of theirs, Ramey nearly finished hers. I was thirsty, she said, when they raised their eyebrows. Then she looked closely when a tiny, bright light floated away from Ada's frozen projection on the screen and bounced through the air into Adam's ear. The sight made her eyes water, and they thought she was crying. David, our sister is not trying to follow some American agenda. She just wants to be happy, and every human being has that right. Wow. Ramey looked at the screen and saw Ada staring back at her. She's talking through Adam, she realized. Then she looked at David and wondered what he was thinking. Now, when she goes to San Diego in a couple of weeks, but I said, escúchame. Adam waited a moment and continued when he saw that David would listen. I know somebody we can call tomorrow and help schedule her classes so that she can go to school Mondays and Wednesdays or Tuesdays and Thursdays. That way she's there only 3 days and can catch the bus home for 4 days. I think we can live with that. Where will she live? I have a dorm room. The women are on one side of campus and the men on another. The moment became quiet until David said, All right, I'm fine with that idea. He trusted Adam's judgment in these things, and he trusted his sister to go there and study. Ramey immediately got up and hugged him. Gracias, hermano. She did the same to Adam and silently thanked Ada as well. Then, for the next 2 weeks, she walked every day to the cemetery with Adam and asked God to watch over his family buried there. David stopped at Adam's house with his sisters on the way to San Diego, and they had their first all-American breakfast. Adam prepared one of Meemaw's Saturday breakfasts with cornmeal mush, waffles, sausage, scrambled eggs, hash browns, and toast. Everyone enjoyed the meal, but Linda was curious about something. No tortillas, Adam? But David answered instead, Tenemos toast. Then he and Adam laughed. 30 minutes later, Ramey embraced Adam and told him goodbye. She thanked him for talking David into letting her go, for the book money, and the emergency money he gave her. Then she made one last request while David and Linda waited in the Falcon. May I please have one thing that Ada wore? Adam had wondered what he would do with his family's things. Since he didn't have many clothes, he hung hers with his because it seemed like the natural thing to do. Yes, you may. Go choose something from my closet. A minute later, she came back wearing the yellow and white plaid dress that Ada wore to his law school graduation. It fit perfectly. He thought he saw his wife for a moment until Ramey's dark hair registered. He found it surreal when Ramey hugged him the same way Ada did. Before Ramey left, Adam bought an air conditioner that he installed in the rear window of the spare bedroom. Then he moved the projector into that room as well. The machine actually kept the entire house cool, though he turned it on only in the heat of the day. Ramey's schedule worked out well that first semester. She arrived back in El Centro every Thursday, and sometimes Adam picked her up at the bus station. In the week of Thanksgiving, David couldn't understand why she would want to go back to school for one day of class. But she went anyway, and her new brother picked her up the next day in the station wagon. He knew that Ramey was reserved, but from the time she got off the bus and into his car, she didn't say a word. "Hey, what's going on?" It surprised him when she broke down into tears. "Ramey, tell me, ¿qué pasó?" "I'm failing, Adam." He looked at her and pulled over. Every day he felt closer to this clan because of their effort to console his loss, but also because they needed him as well. They accepted him and the weight he carried, and even though they rarely asked for his help, he felt that they needed it and was glad to be there. Ramey could never go to David with this problem because he would merely tell her to try harder or drop out. "What do you mean you're failing? Ramey, how could you be failing?" He tried not to scold, but her emotions were fragile. "I'm barely making C's, and I think I'm making a D in one class. I study every night until after 10, and just before tests I study even later. I don't know what to do, and you cannot tell David." The smile on his face surprised her. "Do you know how pretty you are?" He wanted to cheer her up first, since he had the perfect solution. "What?" "Get out," he told her, and opened his door. Then he walked over to a pot of chrysanthemums blooming in front of Angelita's restaurant. He motioned for her to follow when she opened her door. "What do you know about flowers?" "Adam, we worked on a farm most of our lives. I know a lot about them." "Okay, what do these mums do at night?" "Well, they close." "Right, and so does your brain." He explained the benefits of studying during the daylight hours, just like Ada did for him on their first date. He remembered the entire conversation and explained everything she did, just to hear her words in his head. Ramey could see the distant look on his face as he spoke, but she listened because he was obviously the smartest person she knew, even more than all of the teachers she had in high school and junior college. Her mood changed from tragic to ecstatic when he explained how to think like a professor while preparing for exams. And when he finished, he just stood there, trying to think of anything else Ada told him. But he had already repeated himself twice. It also made him feel good to be needed. Everything he said made sense because she had been taking naps in between classes during the day, but they didn't help. 3 weeks later, she began to receive grade cards in the mail. 2 said C's and 2 said B's, and one of the professors wrote, "Great improvement." She felt so grateful to Adam because she had begun to think she wasn't college material, and he proved her wrong. She also felt fortunate because no one else would ever see this side of the new family member. Everybody, however, got to see the dark side. He went to help David hang Christmas lights on the trailer, though it was something he did by himself for years. Adam was now part of the family and wanted to help. He accepted their seasonal spirit when they told him to buy decorations for his house. "All right," he said, when Ramey explained how he will not be alone, especially since it would be his first Christmas without Ada and the kids. Everyone but Linda was helping with the Christmas decorations on the trailer that day. Adam sipped on a Miller High Life during the work. He had been shy about drinking since his brawl, but he didn't have to be drunk for his temper to spike. "Damn bitch! Why do you have to be that way?" Adam and Ramey heard Linda's boyfriend, Hector, say that as his car pulled into the driveway. Linda got out of the car with some Christmas bags and slammed the door. "Don't talk to me, Hector. Get back here. Fuck you." "Did he put his hands on you?" Ramey asked. "See." Ramey started for the car, but Adam was already there. "Don't get out of that car, Hector," he said in a calm voice, "or you will get your ass kicked for putting your hands on her." Hector ignored the warning and opened his door. Then he pushed Adam, who attacked with 3 quick right punches to Hector's jaw. Hector then tried to fight back, but Adam took out his anger at the world against his new sister's ex-boyfriend. His fists flew fast and furiously. "Adam, stop!" Ramey yelled, and he started to cause too much damage. "David, get out here!" But her brother was in the bathroom, and someone had to stop Adam from committing murder, so she ran and jumped on his back. "Please stop it, hermano." He felt her weight and heard her words and moved away, after holding back a punch. But Hector was more alive than she thought. "Let him go!" Then he readied himself for more. He took advantage of having Ramey on Adam's back and socked him in the stomach, the same way Ronald did years earlier. This time, however, Adam withstood the blow. "Get down, Ramey," he yelled. "No, Adam, you'll hurt him." "Linda, help on Adam." Linda started toward the melee, just as David burst through the front door. "I'm the one that's going to hurt Hector. You put your hands on my sister and you're not even married to her?" That's when Hector hurried into his car and rolled up his windows. David banged on the door. "Get out here so I can kick your ass." And that's when Adam stopped him. "You can't touch him, David. You're a cop, hermano. Stop it." "Let me at him." David struggled to get away. "David, stop," Ramey yelled as Hector quickly backed out of the driveway and sped down the street. Then David stopped, and they all started laughing. He kissed Adam's cheeks. "Thanks for taking up for our sister." Ramey laughed hard with them, but during the fight, she could see anger on Adam's face. He wasn't just protecting Linda. He needed that outlet, and Hector conveniently gave him an excuse to beat somebody for his losses. That's when she became happy that she majored in psychology. That night she explained the situation to David, who trusted her word because, after all, she was at a university, and that meant something. "All right, I'll do what I can to keep an eye on him," he agreed. If Adam had heard their conversation, he would concur. A lot of rage lingered inside him, and fighting helped him let it out. But the work on the house also served as therapy, so he looked around the compound to see what else he could do. He thought about it a lot with Christmas fast approaching. The prospects of waking up alone on that day hurt. As it grew closer, he spent more time at the cemetery, talking to his wife. "I don't mind staying here in El Centro if that's what you want, Ada. I have a new family, not a replacement family, but an additional one. Did you steer David to me? They're all very nice. Ramey is a gas. She put together your study methods as soon as I explained them. Sometimes I feel you with me in the house. You know, I really look forward to buying tricycles for the twins this Christmas." He started to cry and bent down on all fours and kissed the gravesite. "I miss you so much." He cried for a minute until he stopped himself. "You're going to cry yourself crazy, Adam," he said out loud. "I just know that I'm not ready to practice law, Ada. The way I feel I could lose my temper with a judge and destroy all your work with me." He sat up and started to say the rosary. Ramey showed up about halfway through and prayed with him. Then she got up to leave when it was over. "We're hanging up your Christmas lights," she said. "I thought that was on Saturday," he responded. "Adam, it is Saturday." She gave him a hug and a kiss on the cheek. "Feliz Navidad, hermano." Then she left. He realized that he was so full of despair he forgot the day. When he arrived home, he found David on the roof installing lights and a Santa Claus figure. Juanita was standing by the grill preparing carne asada for fajitas. Linda and Remy strung lights around the porch. It was a warm day in El Centro, where the average December temperature is 70 degrees. Their company put a smile on his face as he walked into the compound. He passed by the manager, who just stared. Then he realized that he could get a tricycle for the Garcia's little boy, Johnny, if they didn't mind. They were decorating their house as well for the holiday and played Christmas music on their radio. He greeted his neighbors and then joined his new family. "What can I do?" he asked, and noticed Remy looking at the front entrance. "¿Quién es?" Adam turned to see whom she was talking about and recognized Renee and Twyla in a rental car. Surprise! The Castillos weren't the only ones concerned about his first Christmas without Ada and the kids. He introduced them, and they melted right into Adam's new world, accepting that he was not going to leave El Centro any time soon. The Castillos embraced both and kissed their cheeks as well. "We're going to be here till Wednesday," Twyla said when Linda asked. Renee had discussed with Diane and Dorsey the best way to make sure Adam was all right. She and Twyla would stay with him 5 days, and then Diane and Dorsey would drive out with their kids Thursday through Christmas. Rex and George would join them Christmas Eve. His baby sister could not believe the change in the house that she saw in the summer when staying with Diane. She was actually afraid of sleeping there before they arrived, and Adam showed them the extra room. "Did your grandfather make this?" Renee asked about his. "I have all of his tools. They were in the station wagon." He explained how his car had been spared in the crash, and when David brought them to him. They helped with the decorations and then had fajitas for the first time. Juanita left food for them, and later that night they all fell asleep in the living room watching Get Smart. Both Renee and Twyla wondered if he was becoming romantically involved with one of the sisters until they saw how much time he spent at the cemetery. Maybe too much, but they were satisfied that he was comfortable in this small desert town. David and his family stayed away the next 3 days so that Adam could spend time with his mother and sister. He went to the cemetery for an hour in the morning and then 2 hours before dark. No one went to church that Sunday. Adam turned away from it for the same reason as his grandfather: too much pain from his losses. Renee was never allowed to go and didn't expose her children to it. The visitors wanted to clean up for Adam, but once they put away the breakfast dishes, there was nothing left to do. The silverware drawer was neat, the cabinet, and even what Adam described as his junk drawer. So they decided to take a walk through the farmland. They ended up running back and laughing to avoid getting caught after picking a few fresh vegetables, including collard greens. Twyla was amazed at how much more fun she had with her mother after rejoining her family. Adam turned on the Ed Sullivan Show after dinner because Ada watched it in remembrance to Auntie
And now,
Susan.
here he is, Ed Sullivan.
It was a special time for Renee because it was the first time he called her Mama. As she sat on the couch watching the program, he lay his head in her lap. "I love you, Mama." She leaned down and kissed his forehead. "I love you too, Adam." It was a warm moment for the three of them. "You know how I feel about you, big brother," Twyla said with intent. "Yeah, sis, I know that you love me. That's why I need to know if you're going to replace me with Ramy and Linda." Adam sat up and opened his arms for his sister, who had matured into a beautiful young woman with her hair styled short, modestly accented with makeup, and halfway through her senior year. He squeezed her so tight that she started to gasp for air and they laughed. Twyla, David, Ramy, and Linda, and Juanita have all found a place in my heart. They're helping me, but your place in there is so big that no one can even put a dent in it. You want to know why? Why? Because it's made of bricks and can't be blown down. He wanted to show them that some happiness existed in his heart. They all laughed, and Renee hugged her 2 children. You are silly, brother. They continued to watch the program, but things became a little uncomfortable for them when Adam asked, So how did you guys get out here? Renee, who thought they should lie, looked at her daughter, who wanted to tell the truth, and spoke up. We flew in Preston Carroll's jet. It was either that or flying to San Diego and then drive from there. They thought he'd be upset that the old man had started to reach out after so many years. Adam, however, was determined to enjoy their visit, no matter what, because that's what Ada would want, and he had missed them. That's nice. He liked Ada a lot, he said, surprising both of them, and then remembered that he still needed to thank Preston for the gravesite. The next day, they went with him Christmas shopping. Twyla helped pick out gifts for the Castillos, and then the family in Los Angeles, and finally, the folks still in Baton Rouge. And he did buy a tricycle for the neighbor's boy. It made him happy to share the Christmas spirit with a kid, even if it wasn't his. Renee and Twyla left Wednesday, and Diane and Dorsey showed up with their families the next day. The small house was crowded with the 2 cousins and their 6 kids. Dorsey's baby Teddy was 20 months old, and it surprised Adam to see that he was still breastfeeding. Uh-huh. Did you see the look on his face, Dorsey? Diane asked when she noticed his expression. That boy is too old for the titty. Well, it's convenient, and as long as he doesn't bite me, it's fine. Dorsey defended herself and Teddy. Aunt Dorsey, he's going to be spoiled, said Rachel, who, like Twyla, was in her senior year of high school. Since the move to California, she had allowed her hair to grow like most of the girls in the Golden State. He's already spoiled, said Dorsey's 14-year-old Christopher. That's all right. He's going to take care of his mama when I get old. He'll remember this. Yeah, and when he does, he'll say, yuck. Rachel's sister Adair spoke up. Adam was glad that they visited. He could feel the family bond in which he grew up. Everyone was open with one another, and occasionally they argued as families do. But the closeness was more important than proving who was right or wrong. And they engaged in any topic they could to keep Adam in a cheerful mood. The therapy was also good for the rest of them as well, because they all missed Ada and those kids. Rex and George arrived the next day, Christmas Eve, and so did the Castillos, who brought a trunk full of food. It was a beautiful 80-degree day for a family cultural exchange. They served food on the front porch where everyone enjoyed chicken enchiladas, Mexican shrimp cocktail, horchata, tostadas, refried beans, tacos, gumbo, turkey and dressing and gravy, collard greens, cranberry sauce, and Diane found rabbit in one of the local stores, so she bought some and fried it. Adam's neighbors, the Garcia family, also attended with a platter of tamales. Hey, should I invite the manager? Adam asked David. David looked at the front house. I'll take her a plate of food and tell her she's invited, since your Spanish is terrible. Soy mejor. Not that much better. Juanita prepared a plate and David took it to Esmeralda Salvador's door. She accepted the gift with a turn of her mouth, meant to be a smile. She feigned a cough and said she wasn't feeling well when he invited her to join the gathering. He wore his uniform that day since he worked overtime throughout the holidays. Just as he was about to leave, Adam stopped him. I just want to say, he started in a loud voice that got everyone's attention, and someone lowered the radio. I want to thank all of you. I'm still not over my losses, and I'm sure that some of you aren't either. But everyone here has made my healing easier, though I know I have a long way to go. I see Ada everywhere, but she always disappears, and that's the hard part. We started this trip as part of one big family. Then Ada and the kids were taken, and the Castilles took me in, and I thought now I have two families, but I was wrong. I still have one big family, and it includes everyone here. I love you all. Merry Christmas. They all replied to his seasoned greetings. He embraced David so that he could get back to work, and then everyone else received a hug. That was the first day he visited the cemetery only once. On Christmas Day he went to the cemetery just as everyone was waking up. A few family members joined him, and then they returned home for breakfast. The day went by fast, with exchanging of gifts all day because the Castilles returned with presents. The Garcias saw the tricycle on their front porch and knew it had to be Adam who bought it. The leftovers were better the next day, especially the gumbo, for which Ramey asked Diane for the recipe. The hardest part of the holidays was 11 family members sharing the one bathroom, but when they left, Adam missed them, so he went back to work on a few small projects Cousin George suggested. "Hey, Cousin Adam," he started during the Christmas Eve dinner, "I've seen a few tree rats around here. One of those owl boxes would probably do you a ton of good." He also suggested a carport and a chicken coop. "It looks like the boss lady," he referred to the manager, "used to have one, but something got to him." "It's probably coyotes," Adam replied. "You all have coyotes out here? I should have brought my rifles on Rex." They talked as they took a stroll around the area and through the farmland. George bent down and picked a stalk of collard greens from a row. "That's gonna be some good eating right there," he said, and laughed with Adam and Rex. Each relative was special to Adam for different reasons. Diane and Dorsey each confessed to him something personal. "I was happy being pregnant, but I think having 4 kids might have been a bit much," Diane said to him in confidence on Christmas Eve. "Rachel will be in college next year, and Adair and Joey will be teenagers, and teaching junior high is no picnic, so I readily accepted the miscarriage. I hope that doesn't make me sound like a bad person, Adam. It makes you sound practical. Ada wanted to stop having children by 25. Diane hadn't heard that before. Her eyes watered briefly. Yeah, Ada had everything planned. Later that day, Dorsey told him, "You know, Adam, I love my baby boy to death, but he is slowing me down." "What do you mean, Cousin Dorsey?" "Well, only George knows this. I've been taking classes to get my degree so that I can teach just like my sister. Diane is my idol, and I want to be like her. I know George is not like Rex, but that's okay. He's funny, kind, a good worker, and he loves me. But Teddy is slowing me down. Does that make me a bad mother?" Adam smiled. "It actually makes you a good mother. Teddy isn't slowing you down. You slowed yourself down for him rather than taking him to a babysitter or taking Chris and Lena away from their lives to babysit." Dorsey embraced him. It amused him that they had turned to the youngest adult in the family for advice. "Cousin Adam, that was a good speech you gave to the family yesterday," Rachel told him on Christmas morning. "How do you do that?" she asked as they walked to the cemetery. "Do what?" "You open yourself to the world without any reservation of being embarrassed. I'll never forget when you apologized to Ada on your knee for making her cry. You both expressed your love so openly. I'll always admire your relationship." "Thanks, Rachel. Ada and I never had anything to be embarrassed about. Sharing our feelings for one another was a display of affection between us. We had nothing to hide. Now I understand why you're staying here." "Yeah, And I feel the same way about my family. He put his arm around her shoulder. I like the Castillos. It seems like they came into your life at the perfect time. It sure does. He learned a little bit about everyone. Rex was heavily into city and state government as his half-brother's public relations liaison. George loved his job and his family. Christopher and Adair were months away from high school. Lena and Joey were enjoying their scrub year in junior high, and Teddy was about to have the tit taken away when they returned to Los Angeles. Adam wanted them to stay, even if it was just one more day. He thought about returning with them, but couldn't bring himself to leave the place where his family perished. The next time he saw the Castillos, he hugged each one. The little jobs that George suggested kept him busy for less than a week. He put a sturdy owl's box in an ash tree next to his house. Then he built a predator-proof chicken coop in his backyard. And finally, he built the carport without connecting it to the house to avoid having to obtain a permit. After that, he looked at the front porch and remembered the flowers that Mima always had in front of hers. In a trip to the nursery, he bought a couple of ocotillo plants, a saguaro, a prickly pear cactus, a couple of daisy plants and chrysanthemums, so that he might have year-round color. Then he added grass seed to start a small lawn that reached only 10 feet from the house. It would be nostalgic for him to bring out and use Pawpaw's old lawnmower that survived the accident. Upon completion of his work, he stepped back and looked at his house. It is now done, he thought. There is nothing else to do. For a moment he looked at his garden and wondered what his grandmother would say if she saw it. Compared to her orchids, irises, and other flora, she would call his plants pitiful. That thought made him burst out in laughter. It was pitiful, and the irony tickled him. I came from lush Baton Rouge, which averages 5 inches of rain a month, to this desert that averages a tenth of that and depends on the Colorado River for water. He laughed until he heard the new tenant across from the Garcia family. Hola, senor. Adam poised himself in turn when he saw the new lady in the bungalow to the left of his house call out from her porch. He had seen her just after New Year's and helped her brother move in her appliances. A few days later, she was alone. Buenas tardes. His Spanish had improved in the 7 months he lived there, but his accent gave him away. You're not Mexican? His complexion and hair texture confused a lot of people in El Centro. No, I'm American. Oh, I see. She continued in Spanish, however, to see how American he was. Bueno, me gusta tu casa. Es muy bonita. ¿Puede ver adentro? Sí, cómo no. Her name was Orlando Sandia, and she liked what she saw inside his house. He had family pictures around the living room, and she wondered who all of the dark-skinned people were until she got to a picture of Ada with the 3 babies. Ellos son mi esposa y niños. Son muertos, he explained. Everything became clear for her when he told her that his family had died. This is the one, the man who lost his family in the big accident. Then she easily figured where he went twice a day when he left walking instead of in his car. Lo siento para usted. I should change the subject. ¿Hiciste ese trabajo tú mismo? Monday? I didn't understand. She decided to switch to English to make sure he understood everything. I said, did you do all this work yourself? She wondered because even the landlord's house did not look this good. Yes, I did. He explained the process he carried out from painting and sanding the floor to changing the fixtures and tiles in the kitchen and bathroom. This is very nice, senor. If I buy the things you need, could you help me make my house look like yours? I don't have my husband anymore, and my brother comes only during the seasons. If you could help me, I could cook for you or provide you with other favors." Orlando was 38 with no children, for which her husband blamed her, though she was his second of 5 wives in his 50 years, and none had produced offspring. At her age, she did not have many prospects, and saw Adam as a young man with needs. She was a plain-looking woman with a good heart and her own needs as well. "This is perfect," he thought. "This is an avenue to steer my energy. Senora, I could do the work for you if you buy the materials, and you don't have to do anything for me." She was sure he did not understand what she meant by favors, but that was all right. She wasn't going anywhere, and it looked like he was going to be around for a while. "Ahorita vengo," she said, and ran out across the property. 10 minutes later, she returned with a plate of chicken enchiladas with rice and refried beans and a glass of horchata, which he liked a lot. He thought this would be a good arrangement since he wouldn't have to cook for a while. Orlando sat with him at the kitchen table as he ate, and he did not notice that she had put on a little makeup and propped up her cleavage. "This is good, Orlando," he said out of politeness. "Muy deliciosa. Gracias. Tu español es muy bien." They both looked out the window when David's Falcon pulled into the compound with Raimi in the passenger seat. She got out with a plate of food and hurried inside ahead of her brother. Through the window she could see someone eating with Adam and became territorial. "Hermano, tengo cena para ti." Why is the door closed on such a nice afternoon, she wondered, and entered with the dinner. Then she headed straight for the kitchen, even though David told her to wait. "Hola, hermano." She set the plate on the table and gave him a big hug and kiss on the cheek. "I hope you're hungry. Who's this?" Adam usually admired Raimi's bluntness, but that day it proved to be a bit embarrassing. He was glad to see David. "Soy su vecino, mija." Raimi wondered where this neighbor lived. "Sí? ¿Dónde vives?" "Vivo en la casa allí." She pointed to her house. "You're his sister?" "Yes, I am his sister, and he is in a year of mourning for his wife and children." Raimi wanted to make sure this woman knew that Adam was not available. Orlando easily recognized a sister's jealousy and explained that she had only talked to Adam about working in her house since his was so beautiful. "Sí, la casa es hermosa," David said, and introduced himself. "I'm Orlando Sandia," she said, and saw that she should probably leave, since Adam had guests, and a few moments later she was back home. "All right, what's going on?" Adam asked because of Raimi's unusual behavior. She had turned on the television and sat in front of it. "She's jealous because you ate someone else's food other than hers or Mama's." Raimi turned off the television and stood in front of Adam. "I am not jealous. Adam, you should not have a strange woman in your house with the door closed. It's not right. Your neighbors could get ideas." "You mean like the ideas you got?" David said. "Of course you guys did not notice her makeup and her pushed-up chi-chis. Adam, promise that you will be a respectable gentleman if you work for her, especially while I'm at school." Raimi worried because her winter quarter schedule required her to remain on campus 4 days instead of 3. "I promise," he replied, and embraced her. "Good." She started toward the kitchen. "Then you don't need this." She scraped Orlando's food into the garbage disposal. "Raimi!" Adam started to protest until David tapped his shoulder and shook his head no. "Sí, hermano?" "Nada."
passed along the way. Well, I got down on my knees, and I pretend to pray. You know the preacher like the cold. He knows I'm gonna stay.
Book 2, Chapter 4. Orlando worked as an office manager at the Lincoln Elementary School. She moved into the compound because the rent was low and it was close to her job. The location, in an undeveloped area and across from the cemetery, didn't matter. She usually arrived home in mid-afternoon, and the following Monday she returned with some paint. Adam started working right away because he needed something to do. He took his time to prepare the walls before applying the paint to do the job right. That first week, he focused on the kitchen and bathroom. Orlando carefully chose royal blue for the cabinets and a light gray for the walls. He repaired the leaks so that they would not ruin the new paint. To look really nice, the job required a new sink, countertops, and brass fixtures, which he paid for but did not tell David or Ramey. He needed the activity in his life, and the thoughtfulness in his work came through as he remembered everything Papa taught him. At times he found it difficult to concentrate on the job because she presented herself to him as if she hadn't been with a man in 8 years, which she hadn't. She took showers after arriving home from work because the drive from her job was hot and she needed to cool off. Sometimes she went through the house in her towel, and it wasn't a big one. "Whoops," she said if it came close to falling off. He did not mind seeing parts of her body, but he was not going to touch her. That would be cheating on his wife. He had sex with her on a regular basis, or he imagined he did when pleasing himself. Sometimes it got really crazy, like when she was alive, but he never did it while watching his home movies, because that would be perverted, doing it in front of the babies. He started to work on Orlando's house earlier in the day so that he would be able to work with no distractions while she was away. Also, at least once a week, David's other sister, Linda, would stop by after her classes at the junior college. She usually brought a burger or something to eat for lunch, and they would chat. She found him easier to talk to than David. "Adam, do you like movies?" They were sitting on his front porch in March of 1966, enjoying a couple chili dogs and a shake. He ate fast so that he could get back to work before Orlando came home. "Sure, I like movies. Did you want to go see one?" "Yeah, that would be nice, but what would you think if I wanted to be an actress? You know that girl Cher on the radio? She's from here." "Cher?" "Yeah, you know. I Got You, Babe," she sang. "Really? She's from El Centro? Wow. I would think you'd have to go to Hollywood to be an actress." Linda smiled. "Exactamente, hermano. Entiendes todo." "No, I don't understand everything. Don't get me into this." He knew he'd been tricked into taking her side in what could become a family argument. "Adam, you are part of the family now, and David will come to you for advice. Please, Adam, you let Ramey go to San Diego." "Linda, San Diego is just a hop, skip, and a jump from here, and she comes home every weekend. And what about your classes?" "I don't like them. School is boring. The only reason I go is to keep Mama from bugging me about settling down and marrying someone I don't love." He wondered what she would find in Hollywood. "What experience do you have in acting?" "I have been in every school play since 6th grade. I can show you my awards. We're performing Ramona this weekend at the college. You'll see then." Adam thought for a moment. "I'll think about it." He finished his lunch and started back to Orlando's house. As he worked, He wondered if Linda's brown skin would hinder her chances in the movie business. He figured that if she was half as talented as she was beautiful, she should have it made. The work for Orlando started to take a little longer than he figured, since she could not always afford the materials. So he went ahead and bought what she needed, so that he could do the job as thoroughly as he did his house and get the work completed. And even though he did most of the work while she was gone, she still set out to seduce him nearly every day, though he ignored her advances and sped up the work. When he did finish her new yellow and light green house at the end of May, she went to deliver his dinner. As he ate at the kitchen table, she closed all of the curtains and blinds in his living room. Then, in her last desperate attempt, she took off her dress and threw herself at him when he entered the room. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. "I want to thank you, Adam, with my body. I know you are lonely, and tonight you can have me. I will do anything you want. No man has ever done for me what you have, and I want to thank you." He tried to hold her back, but Orlando was forceful. This young macho man was desirable, and she had to have him. "No, Orlando, I can't," until he forcefully moved her back. "Stop, please!" It came out harsh, and he regretted it, but it worked. She looked into his eyes and couldn't stop the tears from falling. "Am I too ugly to hold, to make love to? Do I repulse you that much?" He roughly pulled her close and kissed her just long enough to make his point. "Did that feel like you repulse me?" "No, papi. I'm just not ready to be with another woman. Maybe someday." He retrieved her dress and gave it to her. "I'm glad we are neighbors. You are a nice person, and you cook well, too." He finished opening all of the curtains and blinds just as Ramey and Linda drove into the compound. He immediately realized that he would have been caught had he given in to Orlando's desires. Despite not being related by blood, he still felt a family bond. He kissed both sisters' cheeks, and Ramey cheered when she learned that he had finished Orlando's house. They didn't stay long that day. Linda gave him a ticket to her play, which was the next night. From there, Ramey took her to dress rehearsal. That night, Orlando thought about Adam's words and how his kiss relieved her disappointment. The experience gave her hope that she still might find a man, if not him. Adam read the book Ramona by Helen Hunt Jackson in high school, but could only imagine its splendor in the outdoor desert setting. He sat with David and Juanita while Ramey helped her sister backstage. The night belonged to Linda, who gave a wonderful performance in the leading role. The youngest family member beamed and granted every request for an autograph. The cast decided to try the new Persicos Pizza restaurant near the Fox movie theater in town, and that's where Linda brought up the idea of her moving to Los Angeles. She got an approval from Adam, who told her that she had to finish her final semester. That way, she would at least have her associate's degree. David agreed only if she could stay with either Diane or Dorsey. "I'll call them tomorrow," Adam said, and Linda got up to kiss their cheeks. "Gracias, hermanos." She knew the answer from Los Angeles would be yes, because she had spoken to both Diane and Dorsey about it during their Christmas visit. Everyone enjoyed the pizza dinner, though it was new to El Centro. Linda made her rounds to different tables to chat with other cast members. Those who made their way to her table were introduced to her family, which included her 2 brothers. Adam smiled and shook all their hands, but he hurt inside. As much as he loved Linda and her bravery to seek her own path rather than follow traditions, he wondered how Ada would be doing in her first year of college. Surely all of her professors would marvel at her abilities to analyze everything from Shakespeare to physics. They would recommend that she teach lower level classes like a graduate student because of her command of the subjects. He reacted to what was going on around him, but his mind was light years away. ¿Está bien, hermano? Raimi asked in the parking lot that night. Sí, por supuesto. ¿Estás seguro? Yeah, I'm sure. She could tell that he was lonely for his family and lying to her, so she walked with him to the old station wagon. Adam, if by chance you feel lonely when you get home, it would be all right for you to invite the old lady over. He looked at her and smiled, knowing that she was giving up her values for him. Raimi, I'm all right. She tried to believe him, but worried just the same. Ada dominated his thoughts that night, more so than any time since her death. He dreamed about the first time they went out. In the dream, they walked around Lake Kernan and the rest of Southern University. It was so real that he sleepwalked and headed out of the compound. In the middle of Gillette Street, he believed they were standing next to the Mississippi River, where he proposed. Fortunately, the neighbor, Ramona Garcia, heard Adam's screen door slam behind him and thought it was strange for him to be up at 4:30. So she peeked out through the closed blinds and saw him walking toward the road with no clothes on. Javi, there's something wrong with Adam. You should go see, she said in their native tongue, which they spoke most of the time. I think he's walking in his sleep. Her husband, Javier, was a foreman on a farm, which meant he led the workers through the day and also supervised the care of the livestock on the owner's property. He was usually up at that time 6 days a week to get things going on the farm. That Sunday morning, he had to milk a couple cows because his employer was out of town. Javier had just finished shaving. His work may have been dirty, but he had to appear as though he had an interest in the operation. Sleepwalking? People don't do that for real. That's just in the movies. Well, this is no movie, and he's walking naked to the road. Javier ran past her and quickly opened the door. Híjole, he said when he saw Adam in the darkness, and took off toward the entrance gate. Adam stood in the middle of the road, right in the path of an 18-wheeler with a sleepy driver. The truck driver saw him at the last moment and blew his horn, not knowing if he could stop. Adam woke, dazed and confused, when he saw the headlights racing toward him. He wanted to move out of the way, but felt paralyzed. That's when Javier grabbed him and ran him out of danger at just the right time. They ended up on the ground near the gully that carried rainwater. Adam screamed, and Javier shook him until he showed some cognizance. Hey, Adam, next time you go to bed, wear some clothes, man. I was wearing clothes. Well, you're naked now. Adam quickly noticed the situation and was glad it was dark. Shit. He looked both ways down the road and then darted for his house. He ran inside and slammed the door so that no one could hear him crying. But they did, and Javier told David later that day. He's been at the cemetery most of the day, he said. David went to check and waited 2 hours before he left a dinner in the refrigerator and went home. Adam wondered how a psychiatrist would rate his behavior. Am I crazy, Ada? He asked out loud. You would know. You knew just about everything, except how to kiss. He laughed. But you learned really quick. You learned everything quick. Am I crazy? He screamed in anger. All of his emotions came out except for tears, because there weren't any more. I'll just keep myself busy, baby, all right? I knew you would agree. He went home close to 5 o'clock, after nearly 6 hours. During the short walk and while he ate, he remembered how Ada communicated with him in the store just after the accident. Adam, help us! He recalled and was sure she would send him another message concerning his life, and he thought that if he left El Centro, he would miss it. I'll have to be patient and stay busy, he convinced himself. Ada will come through. So with those beliefs, he decided to implement his landscaping plans for the entire compound, but neglected to inform the mean manager. "Hey, what are you doing?" yelled Esmeralda in Spanish, as a huge truck backed into the compound with a full bed of landscaping materials and tools. She spoke so fast, Adam had no way of understanding. "Don't worry, I'm paying for everything," he yelled back as he helped unload the things he ordered. "This place is ugly. I'm just trying to make it pretty." He didn't understand her and was sure she didn't understand him, and therefore each became more frustrated. "I have to do this to keep myself busy." He tried yelling to help her comprehend his words, but that did not work. He could have gone out and gotten a job, but it wasn't just the work he needed. He thought that if Ada was watching him, she would think he lived in squalor and worry. The property was surrounded by farmland, industrial businesses, and the cemetery. "I don't want you here anymore," she yelled in Spanish. Just then, David Castillo pulled into the gate with his lights flashing. He thought he should check on his brother before going on his regular patrol, and could see Esmeralda flailing her arms at Adam, who ignored her to help with the materials. He immediately got out of the car and rushed to the argument, since he could hear the landlord telling Adam to stop. "I don't want him here. He has to go. Tell him he has to go. I'm not paying for this." "Adam, what are you doing?" "She doesn't want you doing that and says you have to go." "I'm taking this crap out of here." He pointed at the old fence and pervasive brittle brush, a plant that grew wherever it wanted and bloomed in the spring with potent allergens. He went and pulled down part of the old fence that had been rotting for over 10 years. They all turned when another large truck showed up at the gate. It carried several pieces of lumber, concrete mixture, trees, and smaller plants. "I'm not paying for that." "I already paid." Adam understood what she had just said, even at her speed, and showed her the receipt that he had paid already. Then he asked David to translate, because he wanted her to totally understand. His brother explained about Adam's family being in the cemetery, and that he wanted the compound to look pretty so that his wife would not be angry. Then David added that Adam wanted to make the area look like a park, and that it would be free to the landlord. "Gratis?" She was surprised and shocked into silent thought. "Sí, señora," Adam answered. The gift overwhelmed her, and she wondered why she deserved it. She looked at Adam and then at David, and a long moment passed before she said, "Okay, está bien. Gracias, señora." Adam embraced her when she started to walk away, and David noticed that the woman held on longer than he did. She also wiped away a tear as she left. "De nada, mijo." She suddenly felt her heart open to him. When he finished work that first day, she took him a pitcher of fresh horchata. "Esto para ti, mijo." "Gracias, señora," he said, and invited her inside, where she saw his interior work for the first time. "Ay, qué bonita. ¿Hiciste todo ese trabajo?" She couldn't believe how nice the floors looked with their new maple finish. The walls had no holes, and the kitchen and bathroom floors matched, rather than adding up to a mismatched collection of tiles. "Sí, todo." He understood when she slowed down to ask if he did all the work. Then she looked at the pictures around the house, including his wedding picture. Adam and Ada looked good together, very much in love and very happy. She felt bad about giving him such a hard time in his 9 months there. Most of her previous renters stayed only through the seasons and then returned home, leaving her poor little compound in worse shape than when they moved in. "¿Es su casa la misma que esta?" She pointed at Orlando's house. Adam had to think about the words to use in Spanish, and it came out, "If you want, I can to make house the same." Mi casa, el mismo que tuya? Sí, señora. After I to complete to work outside. It came out in Spanish, but she understood. The entire outdoor job took 2 months. Adam did most of the work since he didn't have a day job. Even with buying all of the materials, he could budget his way through the next 5 years before he'd have to work. Roch Huberman, however, extended that time by years. He pursued Adam's insurance company that tried to pay for the one incident rather than each fatality. He won $80,500 for that, and another $25,000 from the company that owned the truck because the brakes were bad. Adam asked him to invest 80% of the money, and he added to the rest what he already had to live on. He saw the property improvements as therapy. Javier pitched in for about an hour a day when he got home from the farm. David helped when he could, and so did Jorge when he got off work at the cemetery. They installed a wooden fence around the entire property. Adam built Esmeralda a new chicken coop with a ramp leading up to the hen house that had a door in the back that allowed her to just reach inside for the eggs. He used the thick mesh fencing to keep the coyotes and other animals away from the birds. Mesquite, ash, oak, and pine trees went around the property and in between the homes. Other desert plants lined rock pathways, and he made furniture for a common patio. Esmeralda would take him a cool drink a few times a day and begin to make him something for lunch. When she asked him to install carports on all of the units, he readily agreed, and she kissed his cheek for the first time, wishing that he could have been her son. She could not believe that a man would do all of this work and not charge her for it. But she did trust that he was making his dead wife happy, and always made the sign of the cross whenever she saw him leaving for the cemetery. She also thanked the wife because with the improvements, she raised the rents on every vacant bungalow. Instead of the $45 a month, she charged $55. By 1968, there was no work left to do on the property. He had remodeled Esmeralda's house and then the Garcias. He also made her a table, chairs, and a couple shelves since hers were falling apart. Then finally he finished the house across from Esmeralda, who took to calling him mijo, or son. Soon afterward, he responded by calling her ma. In that time, he had been in more bar fights and barely missed an arrest when the bartender at Texas Salon called David to come for him before the gringos showed up. The thing that made that fight different was Adam hadn't even taken a drink. But as soon as he arrived at the bar on a Saturday night after midnight, the bartender made the call. Hey David, this is Billy over at Texas. Every bar in town, and even in Calexico, had David's phone number. I'll be right there. He had left Adam's place about an hour earlier and thought his brother would go to bed, but Adam sometimes let demons influence his actions. Lying awake with Ada and his kids in his thoughts, he grew angry and convinced himself to drown his emotions with alcohol. So he dressed and walked to the saloon to avoid a drunk driving charge. You have got to be kidding me. You mean there's a Mexican cop here? One guy asked at the bar when Adam showed up that night. He walked to the bartender and heard the man's friend answer. He's a fucking deputy sheriff. And the greaser said I was speeding. That's gonna cost me $40. If I could catch him alone at night. He stopped when Adam pushed him. That's my brother you talking about, gringo. And that's when David's phone rang. He got out of bed and slipped his pants over his pajamas. Not once during the drive did he wonder why he was doing this. Since the accident, he had committed himself to helping Adam like a brother would. He enjoyed the bond they had because most of the time Adam was a very good friend. They sipped a beer together a few times a week and had long talks. On occasion, Adam went on about his family, but never in detail because then he wouldn't be able to stop and didn't know if David could handle a candid discussion about his marriage. When David arrived at Texas, Adam was fighting the two guys in the back of the bar. He aimed every punch he threw with sober accuracy since he hadn't had a drink, and the friends had been drinking a couple hours. Adam was having fun with them, trying to fight like a newly renamed Muhammad Ali. "You still think my brother's a greaser?" he asked as he delivered a couple punches. "We're gonna cut his Mexican balls off," one yelled and got punched again. David heard the exchange, and after Adam received a sneaky punch, he took out his weapon and yelled, "Freeze!" He pointed his flashlight in all of their faces and illuminated his gun as well. Adam backed away from the fight, and the others did the same when they saw a patrol car pull into the parking lot. David grabbed Adam's arm and then yelled at the other two, "You two have 1 second to get out of here, or I'll let those guys take you in." The guy who received the ticket made eye contact with David. "Yes, sir, deputy," he replied and took off with his friend behind him. "I couldn't let them badmouth you," Adam said on the way home, "and I hadn't had one drink." "Oh, meaning in your right mind you decided to fight. They deserve to get their asses kicked. Maybe I should have Ramey come home and talk to you." Adam looked out the window into the darkness. "That's not necessary, David. I'm sorry you had to get out of bed." By that time, Ramey lived in San Diego and was in her first year of grad school in the psychology department and worked as a teacher assistant. She visited at least once a month, and if she heard that Adam was in a fight, she scolded him for a good 30 minutes or more. That's why he didn't want David to contact her over that fight. He took her words to heart, but couldn't promise he'd stop. He was 28 and with nothing to do. He wondered if he was going crazy, stuck in mourning and unable to figure out in which direction to take his life. What would Ada think of me? At least I speak Spanish now. He remembered how fluent she was in the language. She picked up everything so easily. He realized that part of his anger over her death was that he never got to witness her full potential. "Wow, that professor thought you should go to Caltech," he said at the gravesite, as if she could hear him. "And our girls would be starting kindergarten next year. I bet they're as smart as you. And Drew would be 3 right now." Spring moved into summer of '68, and the world was speeding by him. He noticed the protests and riots on the news and realized they were part of the civil rights struggle, especially since many of them took place in the West and North, in addition to the South. El Centro was pretty much isolated from the outside, and he wondered if it was time for him to leave and take part. "I don't know what to do, Ada. Can you or God send me a message? I don't want to just up and leave and it's the wrong time. Was I really meant to be an attorney?" He tried to remember all of the studying. It was enjoyable learning, but it became more so with Ada. "Of course it did, stupid," he told himself. "You loved her. She could make going to the dentist enjoyable." He came up with a plan to cut his cemetery visits to once a day. He also began to answer letters in a timelier manner. Whoever wrote to him usually received an answer within a week, which was a much better return rate for him. That was a time when long-distance calling could double or triple a telephone bill. By December, he thought he had made progress in his obsessive mourning. Going once a day was a tolerable compromise, but his days still lacked focus without the work. Esmeralda paid him a visit some days and asked him to make a repair on one of the houses. That was not often, however, because he had repaired every pipe and fixture when he did the remodeling. He looked forward to having something to do, and on occasion asked her if she needed something. No, mijo, pero entra y podemos hablar. He would go inside, and they would talk over a cup of coffee or tea with a snack, and watch UHF television programs in Spanish. She showed him pictures of her husband in his military uniform. He had served 8 years in the army and went to Korea until he was wounded. She enjoyed Adam's company and had noticed that he cut the cemetery visits and hoped it didn't mean he was preparing to leave. ¿De dónde eras? Adam explained from where he came and how he had a job in San Diego before the accident. ¿Qué tipo de trabajo tenías? Adam had never told anyone that he was an attorney, and was about to until they heard screaming from the house across from Esmeralda. Adam didn't know the family in there, though he nodded at the husband on occasion. He got up and went outside, followed by Esmeralda. 2 Border Patrol cars sat in front of the house with flashing lights, warning others away. The sounds of a big struggle came from inside the house and more screams, adult and children. No me tocas! No me tocas! Papi! Screamed 2 small children as 3 Border Patrol officers dragged their father outside. Rogelio! The man's wife tried to pull him back, but George Dixon put his hand on her face and pushed her hard, and then the couple's 5-year-old kicked him. Adam recognized Dixon, with whom he had exchanged words on several occasions in his time in El Centro. He started toward the scene when Dixon shoved the 5-year-old. No, mijo. Esmeralda didn't want him to go, but he had to help. Tengo que ayudar, mamá. The need to help came in his voice and endeared him to her more than ever. Cuidado. Adam knew he had to be careful not to obstruct the process. He picked up the 5-year-old and then grabbed the 3-year-old, who was trying to hold her father. Ve a mamá, mijitas, the father told his daughters. You punk-ass George. Does it make you feel big to knock over babies? I'm just doing my job, asshole. Adam handed the crying girls to their mother, and he wondered what would happen to the family. He knew the father got up every day and walked to work at one of the nearby farms. He noticed that one of the officers looked at Esmeralda, and she backed up a step. Gracias, señor, said the man's wife, and took her girls as the cars drove away with her husband. Adam nodded at her and then went back to Esmeralda. ¿Tiene papeles, mamá? Tengo un abogado. Él tiene mis papeles. Okay. He figured that since she had an attorney, then her status should be fine. On other days, he drove around, exploring the area, discovering the Salton Sea, the Colorado River, and other areas of interest. When he ran out of places to explore, he began to feel shame for his behavior, and one night he left the house while watching the Bob Hope Christmas special on television. He had loved to cuddle with Ada with this type of programming. Every aspect of their symbolism reminded him of those times. They would sit together on the couch, sipping eggnog and trying to sing along with Andy Williams or some other crooner. Ada's favorite part of Christmas was shopping for others. She enjoyed that more than receiving because her reward came from the joy she gave, especially since she had a family. She was such a kid at heart, Adam thought as he walked that night in the 45-degree temperature. Well, gee, she was only 17 when we met, and had just turned 20 when she died. That's not very long. He thought about her short stint on Earth and what she had accomplished in just the time he had with her. She had 3 kids, helped me through law school. Hell, she even helped Eric Stowe through law school. She helped me buy a house, and she was about to turn intellectual heads across the country, starting at San Diego State University. I know she would have been successful. ¿Quién quiere ayúdame con ese boteo? He hadn't drunk tequila since that first bar fight, but this was Christmas, and he couldn't remember the hangover effects it had. He held up the bottle to see who would join him at Felipe's, another bar down the street from Angelita's restaurant. Please don't call him, he said when he saw the bartender reach for the telephone. Felipe's brother, Ernesto, looked at him and said, "No fighting. I promise." Several men cheered and headed toward him at the bar. Though he was not a regular there, most knew him because of his connections with the Castillos and the work he did on the property for the widow. A few did not know he was American because he spoke fluent Spanish and had nearly mastered the local accent. The men who went to the bar all received a shot glass and told Adam to go first. He seemed timid about taking his first sip because remnants of the hangover began to seep into his thoughts. So one man moved to the front and said, "Like this, my friend," in Spanish. He downed the shot in a second, and Adam did the same. The men cheered and passed the bottle around. When it got back to Adam, he was disappointed to see so much left, and they insisted that he have another shot. It went down easier than the first and took effect twice as fast. He refused a third and wondered how much these guys could drink, because he was drunker than he had ever felt, though he had the same amount the first time he had tequila. 30 minutes after arriving, he gave the bartender $5 and said, "Feliz Navidad y adios," to his barmates and left. "Woo-wee!" Adam shouted outside the bar and started to walk through the parking lot toward home, hoping he could make it, since he had talked Ernesto out of calling David. Next to the parking lot, he saw a Border Patrol agent, George Dixon, the prick, who took the man in the compound away from his family. Good old George and his partner were surrounded by 8 bikers, some Hispanic, black, and white, who had stopped in El Centro on their way to deliver toys in Palm Springs. "Looks like you fucked with the wrong bunch and you ain't even cops," Adam heard one of them say, and then came up with a crazy idea. You should just move on, fellas," George said in a nervous voice. The bikers started laughing. "You sound like a queer," said the leader, who noticed Adam. "What do you want, punk ass?" Adam walked closer to the gathering. "I want to die tonight," he said, finding himself ready to give up on life without his family. He figured that his idleness was just a burden on everyone that he loved. 8 against 2 is not really fair, so when this thing gets started, I'm going to join in. The cold air had sobered him a lot, so he knew what he was doing. George pulled out his sidearm and pointed it at the biker leader. "There's not going to be a fight here tonight. We're going to get in our truck, and you guys can do whatever you want to this asshole." Everyone froze for a moment until another biker walked to George. "We ain't afraid of no fucking gun." He hit George, who pulled the trigger and shot one of the bikers in the leg. Instead of going down, he socked George's partner. Adam saw a sawed-off shotgun next to his head and grabbed it. He and the biker who brought it out wrestled for the gun. Adam won the struggle and threw the gun away. Then he socked the biker and threw several more punches at his face, maybe 10 in 5 seconds. He remembered what Cousin Rex told him years ago. Just keep swinging, biting, kicking, and whatever it takes. He followed the instructions, but this night he took some punishing blows. One biker hit him in the stomach, and he immediately started to throw up the tequila mixed with what he had for dinner. The spew of his entrails sprayed in every direction and actually gave him an advantage when they tried to escape. He jumped into the back of the leader and bashed his head into the dirt. Then someone hit him really hard on the side of his face, and suddenly there was an explosion of bright lights. 4 of the bikers kicked and punched at him, until he could no longer respond. George and his partner defended themselves and tried to run until sirens blared in the distance. "You'd better get out of here if you know what's good for you," George yelled. Feeling better about the assistance coming to the rescue, he quickly fell to the ground after one of the bikers hit him hard. "You guys get out of here," yelled the leader, and his followers headed toward their bikes. Then he took out a small handgun and went to Adam, who started to wake up. "You still want to die?" he asked, and put the gun to Adam's bloody face. He smiled before tears started to form, but he had been beaten so badly it hurt to cry. "Thanks, man. I don't want to die. That felt good." The biker let Adam fall back to the ground, and they call us crazy. He turned and pointed his gun at the two Border Patrol agents. "This man saved your lives." He ran to his Harley Davidson. It started and he rode away in the dark as several police cars arrived. "That guy started a fight with some bikers, and we helped him," said George Dixon, and his partner went along with him. Neither of them were hurt as badly as Adam. Because of the accusations, he was handcuffed to his hospital bed with a slight stab wound that required 13 stitches. He had bruised ribs, 2 black eyes, and a broken forearm. He woke up late the next day, though it took a moment to realize where he was and what had happened. "What do you mean I started the fight?" He jerked the handcuff in anger, but then quickly switched to his legal side. In all of the study sessions with Ada, he had to focus on the law and forget about anything else. He remembered when she quizzed him during sex, and he really had to concentrate. This will be easy compared to that. "David, I swear, I was only helping Dixon and his partner," he said in the hospital room. "Hermano, I wouldn't lie to you." "Adam, the report says you started the fight against 8 bikers." He was quite upset, especially after reading the reports, which were almost exactly the same. This is what really happened. Adam described the entire night from the time he left the house. Then he had David Castillo visit George's partner with a list of penalties for perjury and filing a false police report, which could result in 3 years in state prison. David then let the partner know what Adam had kept a secret for all those years until that day. "Paul, my brother is an attorney, and for the false accusation he will go after everything you own, and that will be before you go to jail for violating California Penal Code 118.1. David glared at the partner and described the situation word for word as Adam told him. "If you're married, he will take your wife's wedding ring. He will even sue you for the dolls your daughter plays with and the baseball that you play catch with your son. And you know he's rich." They were standing in the lobby of the Border Patrol building on Cross Road. David followed Adam's instructions exactly. When he finished what he had to say, he waited 5 seconds and added, "I'm headed up to Palm Springs right now to find those bikers." Then he started to leave. "Hey, wait," Paul said before David reached for the door. "I think I should look over my statement, maybe make some changes." "Really?" David was surprised and angry. They actually tried to frame Adam. He wanted to kick Paul's ass. Yeah, things happened so fast, I might have gotten some of the details mixed up." An hour later, David was allowed to drive Adam home. "How come you never told anyone that you're an attorney?" Adam cracked half a smile as he rode with the window down and the cool wind in his face. He wore a cast on his left forearm and had his chest wrapped. The rest of his body moved slowly from the beating he took. No one asked. David looked over at his brother. "Yeah, I guess that's not something you ask every day." He started laughing and Adam joined him.
I hurt myself today to see if I still feel.
Though Adam's spirits were up a bit, he felt terrible physically. It even hurt to laugh. When David turned into the compound, Adam had his eyes closed and looked forward to lying down until he noticed a Volkswagen van parked behind his station wagon. "What's going on here?" David wondered out loud and parked his squad car behind the van. That's when a pretty black girl with a large afro got out of the VW. Can I help you?" David asked, as Adam got out of the car. "I'm Virginia Mesa, and I'm looking for Adam. My uncle, Ro Huberman, sent me." She wore bell-bottom jeans with a plaid shirt and a leather band around her head. "Is he checking up on me again?" Adam asked. "Not really. We just need to talk." Virginia looked at Adam's face and wondered what kind of accident could have caused so much damage. "What happened to you? Should I call my uncle right now?" Adam thought Ro Huberman had been too nice to him already. "No, don't call him, please." "All right, if you say so." She stopped for a moment to survey his damaged face. "I won't call." Adam opened his door and went inside, followed by Virginia and David. "I'll be all right, David." He went straight to the kitchen and took 2 aspirin. Then he slowly moved into the living room and sat in his favorite lounge chair, with his feet up on the ottoman. "And thanks for the ride. And oh, don't tell Raimi about this. De nada, hermano. And if she calls, I will tell her." David wondered about Virginia, but figured Adam would be all right. "¿Estás seguro que estás bien?" "Sí, estoy bien. No más pelea." David laughed and left. Virginia looked out the window until David drove away. Then she turned around with a curious expression. "You were in a fight? How many guys did that to you?" "You understand Spanish?" "Sí. I grew up next door to my husband, who is Mexican." "Don't tell me only one guy did that to you." He took a good look at her and found her mocha complexion quite attractive, with her cute, bright smile and round, feminine features. It was 8 bikers. Since Adam knew she would next ask why he fought so many, he changed the subject back to her. "Have we met?" he asked. 4 years ago at Christmas dinner, and then again when you and your wife came out to buy your home. I was there when you apologized to her in front of everyone." She stopped for a moment when he closed his eyes. "I need to confess something." Adam looked at her a moment, in pain and drowsy. "Confession is good. What did you do?" I lied. My uncle didn't really send me." She looked at him and wondered if he could focus on what she was saying. "I had to get away from everything and everybody in Los Angeles, so I got in my van yesterday and just started driving. I stopped in Indio for gas and remembered that you're here. I handle your paperwork for my uncle's office and know your address. All I had to do was find it." She took a deep breath and smiled nervously. "I figured you might be a good person to talk to, since we have a lot in common." "What could we possibly have in common, Virginia?" Adam was amused. She described all the things that she experienced in the past couple years, with her eyes trained on him. To see what happened to Virginia, consult A Family Tree Taking Root by David Doc Robertson. "Wow, I guess I don't own the market on grief," Adam thought. Virginia moved in front of him. "I'm sorry, Adam. I'll go if you want me to. I don't usually do things like this." I don't know what I was thinking. Adam wanted to stand, but his ribs hurt. "Virginia, wait, we can talk." He felt sorry for her. "Sit down." He sat and wondered how they could share their feelings. "You said you simply got in your van and started driving?" "Yeah, I just finished my first quarter at UCLA," she replied as she kicked off her shoes and put her feet on the sofa. "And just had to get away." "Then you have plenty of time, right?" Virginia wondered what he was getting at. "Yeah, I guess." "Do you have a suitcase?" "Yes." "Go get it. You can stay in that room. I'm tired." He got up from his chair and slowly walked to his room and closed the door. Virginia brought in her suitcase and set up her things in the spare room. She noticed the movie projector and watched a 20-minute film of Adam, Ada, and the twins. What a small world, she thought, when she saw Cousin Diane's daughter, Rachel, whom she recognized from around View Park. After the movie, she fixed herself a sandwich and turned on the television. All of these things were meant to delay the inevitable telephone call to the people who helped her grandmother raise her. "Young lady, do you think you're too grown not to let people who love you know where you are?" She thought Roe would be at the office and called the house to speak with her aunt, but he answered instead, "No, sir, Uncle Roe, and I'm so sorry. I was going to call sooner, but I wasn't near a telephone." She had waited an hour to call. "Where the heck are you?" Roe stopped yelling at her. Virginia heard her aunt in the background and was grateful for the support. Well, I'm about 3 hours away." "Girl, don't play with me. I'm in El Centro." Roe became quiet for a moment. This could be a good thing. They certainly have a lot they can talk about. "You're with Adam, then?" She could tell that he had calmed down. "Yes, Uncle, and he's doing fine." "Okay, good. Don't mention anything about his house up here. He wanted me to get rid of it, but you know I didn't. So keep your mouth shut and you keep in touch. I want you to call at least every other day. Your auntie was quite worried." She knew that the concern for her well-being was equally divided between the two. "I apologize, Uncle Roe. It will never happen again." "All right, and your auntie says she loves you." "I love you both, Uncle Roe. Goodbye." Adam could hear only one side of the conversation, but he could tell that Roe was upset, and that she was dedicated to him. He came out of his room wearing a harango or poncho, since it was easier to put on than a jacket with his bruised ribs. "Come on," he said, and started out the door. She quickly grabbed her jacket, since it was unusually cold in El Centro, even in December. "You don't lock your door?" she asked. "No, if somebody goes inside, they'll probably leave something." They exited the gate on Gillette Street and headed to the cemetery. He had awakened from his nap, determined not to miss a day. The walk to the service gate was slower than usual, especially in the cold. Virginia noticed a large gravesite about 100 feet ahead and wondered if it was his family. "I wanted to die." Adam broke their silence. "When it happened?" "Well, yeah, but I meant last night. It's a sin to commit suicide, so I jumped into a fight helping a guy who's a jerk, hoping that somehow I would die." "But isn't that still suicide?" "Well, I actually fought back against 4 of them. I bet you did a lot of damage." She knew how to boost a man's ego. Adam recalled the punches he threw and the blood on his hands. He broke his arm on one guy's head, but kept fighting. "Well, maybe," he replied. "But I did not last long against 4. At the end, I was barely conscious, and one guy asked if I still wanted to die. This beating was the first thing I felt deeply, other than sadness, in 2 years. I told him no. I felt I owed it to my family to stick around, regardless of what I do. They're here for me." "Do you think he would have killed you if you said yes?" Adam smiled. "I haven't really thought about that." He introduced her to the gravesite and started to say a rosary. Virginia joined him while looking at the stone and the dates. Wow, she was only 2 years older than I am now. His wife had a lot of life left. It started to rain toward the end of the rosary. By the time they reached the gate, the rain had turned into a heavy hailstorm. Adam told Virginia to run ahead, and he tried to run as well, but his body ached with every jolt. The storm pelted him, but he was glad to be able to feel it. Within the hour, it started to snow, for the first time in El Centro since the 1930s. When Adam got inside, Virginia was standing in front of his wall heater. He playfully nudged her out of the way. "Look out now, age before beauty." "Not in my world." She nudged him back, and they both compromised and shared the space with a laugh. This was the coldest day he could remember in El Centro. He had rarely turned on the heater, and it felt good as he took off the wet harango and could feel his skin warming up. His mind switched to his family, and he knew he was being stupid, but he couldn't help wondering if they were cold. "I'm glad you're here, Virginia," he told her later that night, just before they went to bed. He didn't know what would become of her visit, but having someone around who understood his anguish was comforting. The next afternoon, they tried to figure out how the other coped with the tragedy they faced. Adam lost his family at the same time. Virginia could only imagine the pain he suffered. "A few months will go by," he started, "and all of a sudden it hits me, especially when I'm out. I had gotten used to a house of fun and laughter when I got home. Now I get here and there's nothing. It's just quiet, and sometimes I just can't take it." He started to cry in front of her, but it didn't matter. "That's why I tried to get myself killed the other night." He let her hold him until he felt comforted enough. "I don't know. It's hard to have faith sometimes." He paced around the living room. "And yet you keep a rosary." They stared at one another in silence for a moment. "I've heard God's voice twice." Adam smiled because he couldn't tell if she was serious. "Right," he said, unsure. She explained what happened as they moved into the kitchen so that she could make some tea. Then she gave it to him. "Thanks. It sounds like you have more heartache than I do." Virginia put her arms around him. He understands. They embraced until someone knocked on the front door. Orlando brought dinner over, which she had continued to do on occasion since meeting Adam. He knew she was being nosy because of Virginia's van, but that didn't matter since she left a platter of enchiladas. She seemed nervous at first, but Virginia told her that she was from Los Angeles, and Orlando calmed herself. This girl is not a threat, she thought, and left shortly afterward.
I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole, the old familiar sting. Try to kill it.
Book 2, Chapter 5. In the next 3 days, they talked about their losses and found the exchanges cathartic because deep inside neither felt they could express themselves to anyone else without feeling pathetically long-winded. They told stories that they had never told anyone else, sharing even the most intimate details of their lives that they missed. And it didn't matter where they were, the grocery store, the cemetery, or even sharing the bathroom. If the urge to talk arose, they shared. Virginia prepared to leave on the 4th day and promised to be back during her spring break. In her time there, she and Adam actually became close friends. "I haven't felt this good in a long time," she said as she carried her suitcase out to the van. "Thank you, Adam." "Thank you, Virginia. You've helped me a lot, too, and I'm glad that when you got in your van and just started to drive, that you ended up here." They agreed to start writing out their memories of lost loved ones to share the next time they saw one another, and the content of what they wrote didn't matter, especially since they had already been open about their most intimate moments. By the time she left, the weather had warmed up and the temperature was in the mid-70s. They shared a long embrace and a short kiss before she drove away. David noticed the change in Adam immediately and asked what happened between him and Virginia. When he heard about their exchanges, he figured that maybe she was just what his brother needed. "When will she come back?" "She said she'd be back during her spring break." Virginia didn't have much time off that spring, since she had to work for her uncle. But she had more of a vacation that summer of '69. David got permission from Esmeralda to throw a party for Adam's friend from Los Angeles in the compound. Ramey showed up from San Diego, and Linda showed up as well. She was actually having success in Hollywood since she left. With her looks and complexion, she landed guest appearances on The Virginian and Bonanza, The Wild Wild West, and a few others. She also had speaking roles in 3 Clint Eastwood westerns. In each one she played the poor Mexican girl who lost her young husband in a shootout or ambush over disputed land, only to be saved by the show's star. Roe Huberman handled her contracts, and so she and Virginia had already met in passing at the office. At that time, she and her agent were negotiating with KMEX-TV to appear in a daytime telenovela. A few people in El Centro recognized her from a few commercials she had done in Spanish. Since Virginia had married into a Mexican family, she had a lot of the same values as the Castillos and fit right in. David had notified everybody in the compound, and the party started at 4 o'clock. Everyone ate, danced, and drank beer. Adam realized that he had more friends in El Centro than he thought, because by dark the compound was filled. People didn't start to leave until midnight, though that was the time David promised Esmeralda that it would be over. They were all asleep, however, by 2 o'clock that morning, and Virginia felt at home. She slowly became a regular fixture in Adam's life, showing up every 3 or 4 months for the next 2 years. Also in that time, Ramey completed her master's degree, started working on her doctorate, and spent more time in San Diego researching for her dissertation. Linda continued working at KMEX, and on occasion took a role in a Western TV show or a movie. Adam's sister Twyla graduated from Southern University and started working for Preston Carroll. Adam figured out that whenever she or Renee visited, they flew on Preston's jet into the Imperial County Airport. They always took several pictures and gave the grandfather copies. Cousin Rachel graduated from USC and looked to marry that elusive man who reminded her of a cross between her father and Adam. Adam and Virginia's friendship continued throughout her college years, and when they saw one another, it was always good for both of them. It was 1971, and he hadn't left El Centro since he returned from Los Angeles. He didn't want to miss a day at the cemetery, and she understood, like his family. By their third meeting, she had filled 2 6x9 notebooks with detailed stories about her and her husband, Manuel Mesa. Adam wrote just as much. They looked forward to sharing the past turmoil in their lives, though her uncle, Roe Huberman, kept her busy in his law office to prepare her for law school. Adam did not have anyone directing his time, and he couldn't figure out what to do. At the most, he made a few repairs around the compound. On days on which he did not sit and talk with Esmeralda, he volunteered to help other construction workers just to keep busy. But even then, he sometimes spiraled downward into a funk like the kind he experienced before meeting Virginia. "Hey, hermano, if you're a lawyer, why don't you practice law? You can do that right here in El Centro," David asked one evening while they had their after-dinner beer on Adam's front porch. Adam thought about it for a moment. "Why don't I practice law? I was going to have Ada to confer with and then help her with whatever I could. We were going to boost one another. Well, I don't know if I can. You'll never know if you don't try." Adam had known David 6 years at this point and knew him to be a man of few words, which might have been the reason they got along. More importantly, however, he never said anything he didn't mean or without thought. Adam felt badly about his lack of progress in life since his family left. He knew Ada would not approve of his lifestyle, which was mainly caretaker for the park environment he created. Esmeralda concluded he was rich because he always paid his rent a year in advance, though she told him he didn't have to pay it at all, and he never went to work. Virginia understood his feelings. He could see that he had sank into a life of self-pity, like she had until her uncle demanded and helped her change. "Are you sure that my coming here helps you?" she asked in an earlier visit, because it seemed like he improved for only the short time she was there. "Yes, I'm sure," he answered. David, however, told her different. "He seems like he changes while you're here, Virginia, but within a few weeks he's back inside his dark place." Virginia began to feel guilty because while she was benefiting from her visits, he wasn't. She never volunteered her progress through college, but he always asked as a courtesy and out of concern. Toward the end of her senior year, she inquired about the possibility of him attending her graduation. She had started to hint about it months earlier, since it would take at least that long to convince him to leave El Centro. With the prospect of not visiting the gravesite on his mind, he went to the cemetery to pray and hoped an answer would come. It was a cloudy day, and early monsoon storms out of Mexico were predicted, but weren't expected to start until later. "I wish I knew what to do, Ada," he said, as if she were there. "Virginia has been such a good friend. You would probably like her. Wait, I'm sure you do like her." He stopped when he noticed flashes of lightning in the south. They emitted from a storm surge, headed directly toward him. "This might sound stupid," he said, "but are you sending me a message?" He suddenly began to feel anger building inside for having to make this simple decision that for him was so difficult. It's just a stupid graduation, and here I am thinking Ada is actually going to answer me. "Why did you take them and not me?" he screamed. "Come on, I dare you. Strike me!" The storm closed in on him within a minute. He could hear the loud crack of the lightning, followed by the deafening thunder. A sudden memory of himself reaching into the car for Drew raced through his thoughts. He saw Ada's helpless expression as she tried to hand the baby to him just before the explosion. "Come on, God! Murderer!" A bolt of lightning struck and knocked down a tree 60 yards in front of him. "You miss me! I'm beginning to think you're a fake. You fake mother!" Another bolt exploded 10 feet in front of him. He heard the crackle and then felt himself hurling 20 feet through the sky. The landing knocked him unconscious for half a minute until heavy rain woke him. He lay on the ground and realized he was still alive, which was upsetting. "This shit's not funny, God," he yelled and started to cry. He tried to stand but found it difficult with the surge of random electricity shooting through him. Then he felt Virginia helping him to stand. "Come on, Adam," she shouted, to be heard in the deafening roar of the downpour. She saw him yelling when she walked onto the property. Then she saw the lightning hit him and ran over to help. "Can you get up?" she yelled, surprising him that day because he didn't even know she was in town. "Help me stand," he said, after watching her lips moving but barely hearing her. "This hurts," he said after a few steps, but each one tingled from the throbbing pulses. "What were you trying to do, idiot?" "Yeah, I'll be all right." He misunderstood what she said and started to move faster out of the cemetery to his house. "I could hurt you right now, Mr. Daniels." Adam smiled at the frustration on her face. "I love you too." They ran the rest of the way holding hands. An hour later, they started what had become a ritual, whenever she showed up unexpectedly. She trimmed his hair and watched him shave because he did not usually care about his appearance unless he knew she was coming. At that time his hair was bushy, though he never let it reach his shoulders. That was the length Virginia liked, and it was tolerable to his cousins and other family members who visited. "Can you tell me what your plan was out there?" she asked when they finished cleaning him up. Adam shook his head and thought for a moment. "I really didn't have a plan. I'm sorry you saw that." "Yeah, I bet you are." Her voice raised a bit, and then she smacked him. "Wake up, Adam!" She immediately felt bad for doing that, but felt it was necessary despite being 9 years younger. "Look, Adam, I love you. You're one of my best friends, if not the best. You're probably not going to like what I'm about to say, but that's all right. I'll just leave." She looked into his face to see if he had a response. When none came, she continued, "You and I both have a lot to feel bad about, but you cannot live in grief. My uncle has said that you have one of the best legal minds he's seen, and yet all you do is eat, sleep, and shit. You told me that Ada helped you get through law school and pass the bar, but you're not honoring her effort. All that work she did to prepare for your discussions and take care of your aunt and have your babies. What the hell is wrong with you, man? How do you think she feels looking down from heaven and seeing the kind of man you've become?" She paused for a moment and took a deep breath, wondering if he would stop her. "Anyway, this leads to what I brought for you." "What is it?" She took him a box of the latest California and federal statutes on immigration, drugs, and civil rights. He thought about the hours Ada put in to help him. "Thank you." He knew that everything Virginia said was true and felt ashamed. "I'll put this to use." He set it on his dining table, which would become his study. Then he embraced her. If you're going to stay, we need to get some groceries." He had been eating out a lot or having meals brought by a neighbor or family, which by then included Esmeralda. Virginia checked the kitchen before they left. It took them a while since they needed to totally restock. She picked up a few unusual items, but the most surprising was a large box of Trojans. And those were the days when they were stored behind the pharmacy counter and customers had to ask for them. But since she was just visiting, it did not bother her to go inside the Save-On drugstore and ask for the largest box of condoms that you have. "Do you have something planned that we haven't discussed?" Adam asked when he saw the box. "You need to get laid," she replied as they put the groceries away. All right, let's go." "Not with me, Adam." She laughed to cover her attraction to him. "Besides, I swore that I would not have sex until I graduate college." "And to whom did you promise that?" "Myself. I use it as motivation. You have plenty women around who would sleep with you. Orlando is one. I'm sure there are others. You won't have a problem." When they finished in the kitchen, Adam started to go through the law materials while Virginia cooked. She made fried chicken, rice and gravy, greens, sweet potatoes, Johnny cakes, and they had bought a lemon meringue pie. She wondered how long it would take him to catch up on the codes. "Is there anything new and topical?" he asked while she prepared the dinner. "I know your uncle keeps you up to date." "Well, there's an abortion case in Texas. A 3-judge panel ruled on it in June, and it will probably go to the Supreme Court. They ruled—" Wait, stop." He wanted to guess the ruling. "I would argue that abortion laws violate a woman's right to privacy, whereas stated in the 9th Amendment that the Constitution shall not be construed to deny the rights of the people. And since Texas is still pretty much President Johnson's state, I guess they ruled in favor of the woman." "Was there a female judge on the panel?" Yes, there was." "Okay, then I'm sure they voted in favor." He amazed Virginia with his analysis. "I guess my uncle was correct about your legal wits." "You're right." He felt good about his breakdown of the case and started to read more. Most of the statutes were the same as before, but he was able to notice changes, regardless of the subtleness. They reviewed the papers until midnight, when Virginia couldn't stop dozing off. As always, she went to bed in the extra room, and almost immediately images entered her sleep. She saw a couple making love, though she couldn't tell where they were or from where she was watching. It was quite an erotic scene, and she could feel herself becoming excited. Then suddenly she was taking part, making love to Adam. "Go to him, please." Virginia turned toward the voice in her dream and saw Ada's face. By then, she had seen all of the home movies and easily recognized Adam's wife. She looked and saw her lips move. "Virginia, go to him." She woke suddenly and could still feel the effects of the dream. Was that real? Did Ada come to me? Her body told her yes. So she took off her gown and made her way through the darkness into the next room and quietly joined Adam in bed. He slowly woke up and could feel her skin on his, and that excited him. By the time she got his shorts off, he was ready, and they used the first of 5 condoms that night. Virginia stayed in his bed when they finished and fell into a deep, comforting slumber. "Thank you," she heard and saw Ada lying in bed next to her in a dream. She started to say "You're welcome," but said, "No, thank you." They looked at one another and started laughing. "Hey, are you okay? What's so funny?" Adam woke Virginia when he heard her laughing in her sleep. Virginia enjoyed the little joke she had with Ada and hated that it was disturbed. "What are you doing?" she asked in a cross voice, but quickly realized where she was and apologized for her tone. "I'm sorry, Adam." She stroked his face and kissed him. Then she wondered if she should tell him the dream. "Nah." "Yes, Uncle," she said the next morning on the telephone as Adam made breakfast. "I'm leaving all of the materials you sent. That was a good idea, and you were right about his analytical skills. We discussed the Texas abortion case, and he nailed every aspect." "Good. When are you coming home? You're falling behind in your work at the office." That news surprised Virginia. "Uncle, did you forget I'm on vacation? I'll be back tomorrow, and then I'm flying to San Antonio to spend some time on the ranch with the Durants." "Oh, that's right. Then I'll see you first thing in the morning." She loved the attention she received from her aunt and uncle and knew that he wanted her home as soon as possible. "I love you, Uncle. Goodbye." Virginia had wanted to become an attorney since she could remember and started to study law with her uncle at 14. Roe Huberman made sure she studied landmark and not so familiar cases so that she would get a general idea of legal evolution. She and Adam discussed several cases overnight before going to bed. "Promise me that you're going to start taking better care of yourself," she said, as her van idled in his driveway the next morning. "I promise." And then she was gone. He thought about her stay and how familiar she seemed. It wasn't because they had known one another 3 years, but she had taken on Ada's persona. Starting with the moment she climbed into bed with him, she behaved the same way as his wife and made several of Ada's gestures and sounds. He believed her when she told him that she had heard God's voice and therefore thought it was possible that she had channeled Ada's spirit. And with that on his mind, he went back inside and started to review the codes. "Okay, I'm going to start practicing law. But how?" The next morning he found the perfect way to start when he saw an advertisement that read "Night Janitor Needed" at the law offices of Grossman and Tuck. It had been posted 4 days, so he called on his brother to help. "Hello, Mr. Tuck," said David Castillo. He wore his deputy uniform and parked his squad car in front of the office storefront. For El Centro, This was one of the few firms located in town, competing with others from the Coachella Valley and San Diego for business. Adam walked in behind David, wearing the only suit he had. "Hello, Deputy. What can I do for you?" Larry Tuck wondered if David was there to collect one of the many favors he owed him. It was nice to have a deputy who heard things around the courthouse, but when David asked him to give Adam the janitorial job, he was hesitant at first. Is this guy all right?" Tuck asked, as he had Adam wait in the next room. David smiled. "Yeah, he's fine. He's my brother. And I'm just trying to find something to keep him busy." "Your brother, Deputy?" Tuck was confused, but he hired Adam on the spot. That night he got the rundown of his duties. "You report here at 8 o'clock every evening, Monday through Friday. Remember, this is a law office. Therefore, we expect, and our clients expect it to look like one. The floor should be vacuumed. There should be no trash in the wastebaskets when we come in. And the most important thing is, when you dust the desk, nothing should be moved. Sometimes I, or my partner, might leave paperwork on the desk. That means we're in the middle of a case, and the next morning it should be where we left it. Do you understand everything?" "Yes, sir, I do." "Good. Now, if you're done before 4, you can leave. No sense in you just sitting around unless you want to type out a few briefs or something." Tuck started laughing as if he had told a funny joke. "Type a few briefs," he repeated, and saw Adam smile, but was sure the new janitor did not understand the joke. What he did not understand was that Adam wanted to study the firm's cases so he could comprehend the new immigration procedures. He understood the law and regulations, but if he started practicing law, he didn't want logistics to hold him back. Since he knew how to clean well, the janitorial duties were usually completed by midnight. Then he started reviewing cases. It was easy for him to understand how the law was carried through. He began to notice, however, that the 2 lawyers and their 2 associates were doing just enough to get through each stage of the immigration process. If something was left out, they would blame it on an oversight and then charge their clients for more hours at a discounted rate. So Adam did start typing briefs. No one in the office noticed the product until they got to court. Grossman and Tuck began to build a reputation because they started to win more of their cases in a shorter time. For Adam, this was a nice setup because he felt as though he was practicing law, but at his own pace. "Hola, mijo," Esmeralda called out to him one morning when he was watering her garden. "Hola, ma. ¿Cómo está usted?" "Bien, mi amor." Her face looked forlorn, as if she expected something bad to happen, and she switched to English, which she rarely spoke since she was still learning. "Do you still work for those lawyers on 4th Street, near the courthouse?" He could tell by her expression that she was concerned about something important. "I clean up for them at night." "Oh, well, they have been handling my case for 7 years, and I've been getting letters from immigration. They say that they will send me back to Mexico because I haven't followed the rules, but I have. Those lawyers take my money, but they don't do what I pay them for. And I have a court date tomorrow. Well, I'll talk to them for you." Her face brightened up. "Thank you, mijo. Make sure you tell them Esmeralda Salvador." She embraced him with much gratitude. "I will, ma." Adam went to work that night determined to help her. He cleaned the office in less than 2 hours. It was the spring of 1973, and he had worked for Grossman and Tuck nearly a year and a half. He had a system for cleaning that allowed him to finish quickly. Esmeralda's file was located on Leo Grossman's desk, but Adam found only 2 documents inside. He knew there had to be more than this, and started a thorough search for the rest of it. First, he went through every file that started with S. If something looked out of place, He kept it separately. Then he accidentally found several pieces of Esmeralda's paperwork underneath other files on the bottom of the drawer. Wow! He couldn't believe how much he found compared to what the partner was going to present. He reviewed everything and saw that Esmeralda had given the firm all of her original documents rather than duplicates. They could have held her paperwork for ransom. What do I do? He drove home as fast as he could and decided to take a short nap. He set his alarm for 6:30, but was so tired he slept through it. But at 8:25 he woke when he heard something break. It was a picture of Ada and his 3 babies. Did I do that? He asked himself when he saw the broken frame. Then he noticed the time and hurried into the shower. He put on his only suit and drove into town as fast as the speed limit allowed. He had never been inside the courthouse and had to ask where the specific room was. By the time he got there, the case had started and Grossman was failing his client, who was in handcuffs and crying. "Your Honor, my client has been here 15 years, said the inept attorney. "She owns income property and has been a tax-paying resident of the USA, the state of California, and our proud city of El Centro." Then the immigration attorney spoke. "Your Honor, the defendant is here illegally, and her case has—" "Your Honor, may I be heard on behalf of the defendant?" Adam interrupted the attorney and approached the front of the courtroom. The judge banged his gavel and became irritated at the disruption. "Sir, if you don't have a good reason for stopping my court, you will spend 2 days in jail." "Yes, Your Honor. My name is Adam Daniels, and I am licensed to practice law in California. I would like to take over for Mr. Grossman." He waited, and the judge, Harold Jacobson, waved him closer. "Who are you?" Grossman asked when Adam got closer. "I'm the janitor." Adam set the folder on the table. "Your Honor, this folder came from my office," Grossman acknowledged. "Then how come you did not have it, Counselor?" Well, Mr. Daniels, how did you come upon the files you have?" "Your Honor, up until last night, I was the night janitor for Grossman and Tuck. I live on Senora Salvador's property, and she told me about being, uncomfortable with her representation. And since she is like a mother to me, I spent 3 hours searching in, under, and around 3 different file cabinets for the product that I have here, without which Mr. Grossman is trying to represent my client." Adam felt more than alive at that moment, like he was in a mock trial back in law school. "Let me get this straight. You were a janitor up until last night, and today you're a licensed attorney?" "Yes, Your Honor." Adam started to take out his identification. The judge took a long look at him. "Son, you look like you haven't even finished college. You're a practicing attorney?" I will vouch for him, Your Honor." The voice sounded familiar. Adam turned around and saw Miguel de los Reyes standing in the courtroom, and the two nodded at one another. "Okay, Mr. Reyes, I'll take your word for it. Mr. Grossman, sit down. Mr. Daniels, you may continue the hearing in the case of Esmeralda Salvador." "Thank you, Your Honor," Adam replied, and then watched as Leo Grossman started to leave. "Sit down, Counselor!" the judge yelled, but then quickly calmed himself. "Mr. Grossman, if you take one more step, I will fine you in contempt and sentence you to 2 weeks. The unseated attorney fumed in front of the packed courtroom. He also felt embarrassed, but would have suffered more so if he had been handcuffed and escorted to jail. "Yes, Your Honor." He slowly returned to his seat. Adam waited a moment for the courtroom to settle and then spoke. "Your Honor, I would first request that the handcuffs be removed from my client. She is 55 years old and does not pose a flight risk or a threat of any kind." "Well, I agree." The attorney for immigration started to object, but the judge reminded him of whose court he was in. "You may continue, Counselor," he said to Adam, who relished the new title. "Thank you, Your Honor." Adam started to take out some of the papers he found the night before. "Your Honor, Mrs. Salvador has been a legal permanent resident of the United States since her marriage to Mr. Ramon Salvador, April 6, 1943. Adam gave the bailiff the marriage license and a wedding photo. This was a month after Mr. Salvador joined the Army and served in Europe as a permanent U.S. resident, which led to him becoming a naturalized citizen in 1948. Sergeant Salvador also served in Korea. Altogether, he received a Bronze Star for bravery and 2 Purple Hearts. Unfortunately, Mr. Salvador passed away in 1962 of an infection from a bullet left in his head during the Second World War. He passed more papers to the judge. "Your Honor, the government has received Senora Salvador's application twice and rejected it both times because of non-fulfillment of the requirements, basically calling her a liar, for which they based their reason for deporting her. Every document I have here is public information and could have been retrieved by the government instead of punishing the wife of a World War II veteran with abusive, threatening language, despite her eligibility status to become naturalized. I humbly ask the court in behalf of Mrs. Salvador that her application for citizenship receive preferential treatment and fast-track to completion as soon as possible." "Objection, Your Honor. The defendant doesn't even speak English," said the immigration attorney. Esmeralda stood. "Yes, I speak English." She surprised everyone involved with the case. "The request is granted. The case against Esmeralda Salvador is dismissed. I order the government to swear her in as a citizen within 2 weeks." The judge banged his gavel. "Mrs. Salvador, how long have you been working with Mr. Grossman?" 7 years. The judge shook his head. "Mr. Grossman, I'm ordering you and your partner to set up a time to meet with your former janitor to discuss a settlement of financial retribution for Mrs. Salvador." Grossman was shocked. "A settlement, Your Honor? I'm ordering you to reimburse Mrs. Salvador, and I'm expecting an agreement in 3 weeks. That should be enough time, April 27th at 8 o'clock. When the judge hit his gavel to end the case, Esmeralda moved as fast as she could to embrace Adam. "Gracias, mijo, muchas gracias." On the way out, she held on to him, and they both heard people say, "Maybe we should switch to him." It was a proud moment for Adam, who was pulled aside by Miguel Reyes while on his way out. The new attorney felt apprehensive initially because he had let this man and everyone else down years before. "That was good work for a janitor," Miguel said with a bright smile. "Thank you, Miguel. I appreciate it." The past between them bothered Adam. "I want to apologize for going AWOL on you a few years ago." "No need to apologize, Adam. I and everyone else knew how much Ada and the kids meant to you." Miguel patted him on the shoulder to assure him that his grief was understood. "So is this a career change, or are you going back to the broom?" he asked with a smile. "Well, I don't think I'd be welcome back at Grossman and Tuck. What are you doing way out here?" Miguel wondered if he should follow through with an idea formulating in his head. "I make the trip 2 or 3 times a month. It sure would be nice if I didn't have to, though. Can we meet for lunch?" Adam pretended to look at a watch. Sure, I don't have anything else to do," he quipped. "Good, I'll meet you here at 11:30. After Miguel went back inside, it took them both a while to realize that 8 years had passed since the Daniels family tragedy. "Adam, if Ro and I open a small office here in El Centro, could you run it?" They were sitting in the courthouse coffee shop. Adam thought a moment. This would make Ada really happy. "You trust me after all this time? Look, if you say you can do it, I trust that you will follow through. All it will take is a handshake and your word. Ada would really like this. I can practice law and stay here. He extended his hand across the table, and Miguel grabbed it firmly. "I'll do it, and I won't let you down." "I know you won't." Miguel explained that Adam would inherit the clients he represented in town, mostly immigrants, and a few family law cases. After lunch they walked out to the parking lot as Miguel continued explaining Adam's duties and procedures. "The judges are pretty fair here. You'll get used to them, but don't ever take any of them for granted, because even the nicest judge can have a bad day." "I got it. And Miguel, thanks for the opportunity," Adam said with so much excitement he embraced his new boss. "You're welcome." Adam's passion further convinced Miguel that this would work out. "Why don't you drive into San Diego on Monday, and we'll square everything away?" They were standing in the courthouse parking lot, and Miguel saw Adam's 21-year-old car. Is this yours?" "Yes, it is. I've had it since I was 17. Miguel loved the old wood panels, but he wanted Adam to make it into San Diego. "This is nice, but you know what? I'll send a car for you, Adam." That encouraged Adam even more. "He's sending a car for me. I must be really important." He wanted to dance right there in the parking lot. From the courthouse, he drove to a men's shop and bought 5 suits and accessories to go with them. Then he bought some lumber and started to build an armoire for them. "Mama, I'm a lawyer now." He called Baton Rouge direct that afternoon, knowing Renee would report to Preston Carroll. But he didn't care. He even told her to give the old man his number. Then he called Los Angeles. The next day he took the initiative and found an office in a brand new building on Main Street, just west of the post office. Its owners were eager to rent the space with a 2-year lease. The location was perfect, since it was halfway between the U.S. Court and the Imperial County Superior Court.
Me and Mrs. Jones. On you all the time. There's got to be a morning after. Very superstitious.
That Sunday afternoon, he and David moved the armoire into his room. When he finished putting his suits away, they sat outside in the picnic area between his house and the Garcia home. They sipped beers with Javier Garcia, whose wife Ramona was smoking meat for fajitas. It was a festive environment with music and Javier's daughter Betty helping her mother with the food. His son Johnny played catch with a cousin. By then the landscaping Adam installed years earlier had established itself into a surrounding environment. The ash trees swayed in a light spring breeze. The small section of grass in front of each house was thick and bordered small gardens. The common plants were peppers, tomatoes, bell peppers, onions, and mint to keep some of the varmints away. While David and Javier sipped their beers, Adam reviewed papers in his lap and handed them to Javier. "Here, Javi, sign these and Ramona signs hers, and you guys should be on the road to citizenship." Javier took the papers and was grateful to Adam. An older cousin of his lived in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and worked in the Bernalillo County Public Works. He told Javier that if he became naturalized, he could easily get him a job. "Gracias, compadre," he said. He had heard how Adam helped Esmeralda and asked him to go over his papers. On a couple occasions he heard, "Oh wait, your attorney left this off," or "This question needs to be answered." Adam always added, "Your attorney probably missed it because he's really busy." He would have caught it, I'm sure. He didn't want to speak ill of anyone in the field. Once the business was handled, he took a long chug of his beer and noticed an unfamiliar car at the front gate. Everyone in the compound took notice when a brand new 1973 Mercedes pulled into the property and drove up to Adam's house. It was dark brown with plush leather interior. It stopped right behind Adam's station wagon. Híjole, David said when the fancy, expensive car parked. Oh, the group let out collectively when Virginia got out. It had been 5 years since she first arrived, and since the big party she had been there enough times to know everyone's name. Hola, she said, and greeted everyone personally. She embraced Ramona and Betty and David, shook Javier's hand, and kissed Adam's cheeks. Is that your car, Virginia? Ramona asked in Spanish. No, it's my uncle's car. I'm driving Adam into San Diego tomorrow. Ro Huberman was quite excited about the news from his friend Miguel. He sent Virginia to make sure Adam made it to his meeting. So you're my ride? Virginia patted Adam's shoulder. Sorry to have to break the news, but Mr. Reyes saw your station wagon and decided to get you a company car. Adam and everyone there laughed. Then she started to help Ramona, who told her that the meat had been on the grill 2 hours. 2 hours? How is that possible without burning? I'll show you. She watched and listened to the directions on smoking meat rather than grilling it over direct heat. After she tasted it, she wrote down everything so that she would not forget. The men ate like it was their last meal and washed it down with more beer. Ramona tried to hint that her husband should not drink too much, and he knew what she meant. Adam and Virginia wondered if they would have sex that evening. Since their first time, sex was a necessary physical release of stress and solidified their friendship. They were both grateful that they had each other to use for that purpose, since it was preferred much more than establishing a relationship with a stranger. That would take months of getting to know that person, and neither believed in bed hopping. An hour after the meal, Adam excused himself and went inside. 5 minutes later, he came back out with combed hair and a clean face. Would you like me to go with you? Virginia asked. Adam took her shoulders into his hands and kissed her forehead. I'll be okay. You should take your things inside. All right. Before he was out the gate, both David and Javier got up to get Virginia's small suitcase out of the car. David put it in the extra room. 30 minutes later, Javier and Ramona left to get their kids ready for bed. David stayed until Adam returned from the cemetery, to where he had reduced his visits to twice a week. That night Virginia was studying for an exam in constitutional law. Adam took a quick look at the chapter and started quizzing her. You must learn to interpret the law in your own words so that your arguments are acceptable in court. You cannot regurgitate what's in the books. Okay, let's do it, she replied. Teach me. The study session started calmly, though he pushed her to add more explanation like Ada did with him. What are the limitations of a search warrant? Okay, well, first would be the time it takes to obtain said warrant, especially if a suspect knows or thinks one is coming. The court limits a warrant to a specific location and the item or items that can be confiscated. She stopped when he took her by the hand. Keep going and don't stop, no matter what. All right. Oh boy. She knew what was coming because she had read in his journal about how he studied with his wife. A court will not issue a warrant without probable cause. That the search will provide. She took a deep breath when he started to undress her. Okay, probable cause that the search will provide evidence related to a crime. And she laughed a bit. You expect me to answer now? Yes, don't stop. Oh, Jesus. She became quite aware of his hands and what they were doing. Inhale, exhale. Unless under a recognized exception, the warrant is limited to the original cause. What does that mean? It means that any contraband or property not listed in the warrant cannot be used as a form of guilt against the defendant unless a separate warrant is obtained for that particular evidence. She continued to answer his questions until 9:30, when they realized they had a long ride in the morning. For Virginia, it was the best study session she ever had, though at times it was difficult to focus. He had picked her up and carried her into the bathroom, where they showered and had a preview of what was to come. Sparks flew from their bodies on the bed, where she continued to answer his questions despite the fierceness of his lovemaking. The passion began to reach a point where it was too much to ignore. "Tell me about Miranda versus Arizona," he demanded. "Adam, I'm not Superwoman." "All right." His response surprised her. "You mean it?" It was hard to block out the pleasure he was giving her, and she wanted to make sure she could finally take it all in. "Yes." "Oh, shit." She turned him over onto his back and grabbed his hair. "It's on now, buddy boy." She held on for the ride that lasted 20 minutes until her body quivered in exultation, and she could barely speak. After the night's excitement, they lay together, listening to a cassette she made for him, since the music selection in El Centro was limited.
Jagged jigsaw pieces tossed about the room. I saw my grandma.
Thank you, Virginia. You've changed my life. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I hope we're friends forever. He had thought about the night he fought the bikers just so he could feel something other than the pain of his loss. Then the next day, there she was, waiting in her van to meet him. She caressed his face, thinking about how wonderful their friendship was. "Thank you too, Adam, for being here when I popped up on your doorstep." She thought about the days she took to the road after packing one suitcase. Her family losses were hard to take. It seemed like she was programmed to endure what she was going through, and for a while it felt like leaving was the best solution. After a couple hours on the highway, she saw a sign that read El Centro and decided to follow it. She had worked on his files for her uncle and knew about his tragedy. It occurred to her that they could help one another, so she drove into town and found his house. "I hope we stay friends too." They both knew that anything more than friendship wouldn't work. They were still damaged goods, on the verge of escaping the pain by using each other as a sounding board. They understood one another and did not expect anyone else to grasp what they were going through. Another person could only imagine it. Their intimacy was something extra that also proved to be beneficial, and it was their secret.
Jagged jigsaw pieces tossed about the room. I saw my grandma sweeping with her old straw broom, but she didn't know what she was doing. She could hardly understand that she was really sweeping up pieces of a man.
Book 2, Chapter 6. During the time Adam lived in El Centro, he had gone out on several occasions with David and the others. They rode dune buggies in the desert, visited the Salton Sea, and spent time at the Colorado River. He also ran errands around town with his Mexican mother, Esmeralda. That Monday was the first time he left the small city to continue the original path west. He and Virginia climbed into her uncle's Mercedes and headed west on Highway 8 toward San Diego. The sand and desolate environment that he had grown used to turned into a tall, majestic pine forest that he swore to visit. Wow, I never knew this was out here. It was the first time he'd seen a forest and spotted cabins deep off the highway. There's a lot you don't know about out here, but one day you'll leave El Centro. Ada will tell you it's all right, and you'll go back on their birthdays, Christmas, and Mother's Day. Virginia thought about his View Park house, which was then renting for double the amount of the mortgage. It was tempting to tell him that her uncle never gave it up as he requested, but she did not want to risk Ro Huberman's anger, nor did she know how Adam would react to such news. Adam thought about what she said. You've channeled her before, haven't you? He remembered the first time they made love. I think so, but I don't want to talk about it. She saw the look on his face. He knows that Ada showed me what to do sexually. Asshole, she said, and they started laughing. Then the picturesque greenery became urban, about 15 minutes past Alpine. They came upon La Mesa, and Virginia said, "This is where Bill Walton is from, La Mesa." "Who's that?" The question distracted her so much she nearly hit another car. If she wasn't driving, she would have socked him for not knowing the latest UCLA basketball star, who had just won the school's 7th straight championship, and she was a loyal student fan. The team had won a championship every year she attended, from her undergrad years and through her second year of law school. It took her a half-minute to cool down. "He's on the basketball team," she replied patiently. They finished the trip in less than 2 hours. Virginia had a class that afternoon and left as soon as she had a chance to say hello to her uncle's friend. Miguel Reyes's law office had a view of Balboa Park, and Adam found out that immigration was just part of the practice. "We also handle litigation and criminal cases," said Miguel, who had 25 workers in this branch of Huberman, Feinstone, and Reyes. They had 5 associates whom Adam met while receiving a tour. "And there's our family law department. I rotate El Centro with a couple associates. That represents 20 to 25% of our business, and you will lighten our load greatly, Adam. You are up for this, right?" He had to ask just in case Adam had second thoughts. Adam extended his hand. "I'm more than up for this. I even found an office already." The news encouraged Miguel even more. Finally, he thought. "Really? Tell me about it." Adam described the building and its proximity to the courts and the U.S. mail services. At $225 a month for 2,000 square feet, or half of the building, it was a steal. After completing the tour, they met with Lana Jackson, 31, a pretty black woman who wanted to try a slower environment. She had volunteered to move to the office as Adam's office manager. They went over the budget for office furniture, supplies, 2 more support staff, and maybe an associate after things got started. Miguel estimated that they should be ready to open shop in a month or less. Before heading home, Adam visited Professor Ramey Castillo at San Diego State University. He found her in a small office in the basement of the psychology building. Books filled every shelf and took up space on the floor as well. She had family photos on her desk, along with a picture of her with Cesar Chavez. He disguised his voice at the door. "Professor, I want to talk to you about my grade. It stinks." She looked up from her newspaper and saw her older brother. "Hey, hermano, what are you doing here?" She ran and jumped into his arms. The unexpected visit made her very happy. "I had a meeting about my new job." "See? But I thought you were going to work in El Centro." He explained everything about the law firm he worked for. and then they went out to lunch. On the way home, he thought about the years they had known one another. He realized that his relationship with the Castile family had lasted 3 times longer than he had Ada. And I've been an asshole during much of it, making David worry about me getting into fights and getting into my moods. The entire family took me in, and I will truly commit myself to them. He drove home in a leased Ford Maverick with a box of upcoming cases. Adam was grateful for the new wheels. He preferred something with a little more power. Well, baby, here I am practicing law in El Centro. Adam chuckled, sitting at his family's gravesite the next morning. I know it's not what we planned, working in L.A. with Rose Huberman, but I am working for him. I'm moving on through life, but I miss you so much. He started to cry for the first time in a few years. I just can't help thinking that Drew would be in 2nd grade and Monica and Beverly would be in 4th. And you would be out here changing the world. That's the thing I wanted to witness. I am so proud of you. Not even in college and having people pay you to help them pass the bar. He wondered about Eric Stowe, who still spoke with Twyla on occasion. "Está bien, Adam?" asked the cemetery caretaker, Jorge. Adam wiped his eyes. "Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks, Jorge." He stood up and waited for his friend to move out of hearing distance. "I'll be okay, Ada. I hope I make you proud of me. From now on, I'll come only on Sundays. I hope you're not ashamed of the way I've lived, because that would make both of us. Well, I have to get ready for work, and any success I have, I owe it to you. I love you, Ada." Adam walked home and saw a strange car in front of the compound. The driver's door opened as he approached, and Lana Jackson got out. "You sure do live in the boonies, Adam." "Lana, you're here already? How long have you been waiting?" "Well, not long." She was a perky woman with smiling round cheeks and short bouncy hair. She stood maybe 5'4" in heels and looked professional in a navy skirt suit. "Here are your office keys." She handed him 2 sets of keys. "I made you an extra set in case you forget them at home or something." Adam was amazed. "Wait, you leased the office already?" "Well, you made such a good find. I actually leased the entire building. I couldn't pass on it, especially since it's brand new. Miguel and Mr. Huberman okayed it. Stuff is cheap out here." "How did you get out here so fast? And are you going back to San Diego?" "Well, no. I have an apartment already. I came out over the weekend and found a place, and I just moved the last of my things today." "Lana, you sure are efficient. I appreciate everything you've done already." "That's my job. I run the office so that you can focus on the law. I'll start interviewing support staff in a couple days. I put an ad in the Sunday paper, and I'm getting calls already. That reminds me, I need to call San Diego to see if there are any more applicants. I'm going to be in the office all day tomorrow. There's so much to do and so little time. Let's meet at 9 and I'll have everything drawn up for you." On an impulse, Adam suddenly embraced her. He had just met this woman, and yet he felt her dedication to him and the firm. "Thank you, Lana." "You're welcome, Adam. Everything is going to be all right." She laughed over his excitement. "I'll see you tomorrow." The next morning, Adam couldn't believe how busy things were when he arrived at the office building. 2 workers were installing multiple telephone lines. 2 young Mexican women were sweeping the concrete floors and washing the windows, while one guy measured the walls. He turned and recognized Adam when the door opened. "Hey, Adam, what are you doing here?" Adam recognized John Palmer, a painter whom he had helped finish jobs to pass the time. They had shared a few drinks on occasion and always spoke. "Hey, John, this is my office." Those words felt good coming out. Lana came from the center hallway that divided the 2 halves of the building. "Good, you're here," she said to Adam, as another man followed her from the back. "Hey, Adam," said Jack Fremont, "are you bidding on this job?" Jack and several other contractors knew Adam only as a skilled laborer who worked for free. "Hiya, Jack. This is my office." Jack laughed because he thought Adam was kidding until Lana broke into the conversation. Her morning started at 7, and she had a lot on her agenda. "Excuse me, Adam. I need to know if you prefer mahogany, maple, or pine for the floor." She grabbed the samples from Jack, whose smile disappeared. Adam grinned, still giddy over starting his new life. "Maple is the most appealing. Let's go with that." "Good," started Jack. "I'm sure I have enough of maple in stock." Lana turned to John Palmer. "Mr. Palmer, you'll be done with the painting and wallpaper by Friday, yes?" Yes, ma'am." "So, Mr. Fremont, if you can have the floor installed by the end of next Tuesday, your fee will include a 10% bonus." Jack looked at her and then at Adam. "Well, then I'll have it ready for you for inspection by noon, and if you need any changes, I'll be done by the end of the day." Excuse me, senora," said one of the telephone workers. "I figured out how to install the answering machine. I can show you how it works." Okay, just a minute, please." Lana responded with a smile. Then she turned back to Jack. "You'll be able to start Saturday, Mr. Fremont?" Jack looked at Adam and then over at John. Adam then put his hand on Lana's shoulder. "Lana, no one here works on the weekend." She raised her eyebrows. Oh, okay. I guess I'll have to get used to that." "I can get here as soon as you open up first thing Monday morning," Jack spoke up, and Lana relented. "I'll be here at 7. Adam and one of the cleaners at the front window caught sight of one another and exchanged smiles. "She sure is cute, even with no makeup." "What's an answering machine?" he asked. "It's a tape recorder that answers the telephone and allows clients to leave a message when we're not here. That way we don't have to hire a service." "Well, I'd rather have the service," Adam spoke up. "It's more personal." Lana smiled, glad that he wasn't afraid to give direction. "Oh, okay." She turned to the telephone installer. "Now you don't have to explain how it works." "Yes, ma'am, I'll disconnect it." Just then some lights and the air conditioner turned on, which brought another smile to Lana's expression. "Good. The electricity is on." She wiped her forehead with a handkerchief. "Regardless of how hot it is, I sure could use a big cup of coffee. But we need to go over the itinerary for the week. I need you to look at it and make changes where you see fit." "Ahorita vengo," said the one cute cleaner as she left the office in a hurry. "Margarita, ¿dónde vas?" the other one called out, but Margarita was gone. "Well, I'll be going." Jack closed his briefcase of samples. "But first, I need to know, Adam, what's going on? This is a law office, and I thought you were a carpenter." "I thought he was a painter and a boxer," said John from across the room, and started laughing with Adam and Jack. "I'm actually an attorney, you guys." "No shit," Jack blurted, but then added, "Oh, excuse me, ma'am." "I understand," she replied. "By the way, Adam, we've already received 3 local calls for appointments. They called the San Diego office and said they were referred by your mother." Adam smiled. She was excited when I told her. That's when Jack excused himself, and Lana saw the opportunity to show Adam around. "This is going to be our kitchen," she said, and briefly detailed every room. "And this is your office." The room was 20 by 15. It had a glass sliding door and a large window with views of the back and into the alley. An old table with schedules and a few boxes sat in the middle of the room. "You'll have a small cot and a 3/4 bathroom back here." She pointed into another room. "Wow, this is kind of big, isn't it?" Lana smiled and thought about the coffee she mentioned early. "You'll earn it, I'm sure," she said with confidence. "Isn't this exciting, Adam? We're here at the very beginning." Adam could feel her exhilaration as well as his own. A brand new branch of Huberman and Feinstone, and he was the boss. It didn't matter to either that it was in El Centro. "Here's your coffee." They both turned when Margarita entered the room with a box. carrying 2 coffees, 2 bagels, a small package of cream cheese, and a bag holding several small cups of cream and sugar packs. They also noticed that she had brushed and neatly tied her hair and cleaned her face. "There's a donut shop and a store around the corner," she said. "Thank you very much," Lana said, and she took the box and set it on the table. She figured that the girl must have heard her speak about wanting the coffee. "You're welcome. Please let me know if there's anything else I can do for you." Margarita took a chance that they would recognize her initiative. "I'm Adam Daniels, and this is Lana Jackson. What's your name?" "I'm Margarita Gomez." She shook their hands and decided to be obvious about her intentions. "I also type and take shorthand." Lana admired her spunk. "Really?" "Yes, and I can prepare your coffee if you like." "Sure," Adam responded. 5 sugars, no cream. Margarita went to the table and started to fill his request. "I've been in the United States 2 years, and I have my green card." She stopped a moment to show them her card. "In 3 years, I'll become naturalized. I actually filled out the paperwork myself, and in June, I will earn my AA from the junior college." She smiled as she spoke pleasantly and calm, and gave Adam his coffee when she finished stirring the sugar into it. "Thank you," he said, and winked at Lana, who smiled. "Something's telling me that you're looking for a new job, Margarita." "Yes, I am, and I can help wherever you need me." "Good, you're hired," Lana told her. Then she grabbed a notebook and a pen from the table and gave it to Margarita. "First, check with the telephone guys and see how much longer they will be. Make sure that there's a phone in every room. Oh, I need you to call your former employer and tell him we need another cleaner." She smiled because Margarita had started to jot down the instructions. "Look and see if there's an answering service in town. We're going to need a printer for our business cards, and I want a menu from every restaurant within a 3-block radius of the office. Do you have any questions, Margarita?" Margarita wrote down the last instruction. "Yes. What is the name of this company?" "This is the law office of Huberman, Feinstein, and Reyes, El Centro. And in case you're curious, you'll start at $3 an hour. How does that sound?" Margarita held in her joy because she was making $1.70 with the cleaning company. "That sounds very good, thank you." She smiled and turned to leave just as David entered in his uniform. They nearly bumped into one another, and the sight of her stopped David where he stood. They both felt an instant connection that suddenly made the room warmer. "Híjole!" He smiled affectionately at her, especially since he'd never seen her before. "I thought I knew all of the pretty girls in El Centro." Margarita felt flushed as well. "But I live in Calexico." She wanted to say more, but her bosses were watching. "Excuse me, señor." "Por supuesto." She left in a hurry, and he watched her walk away. Then he turned back to Adam with a big smile. "I'm going to marry her. Lana, this is my brother David." Margarita made it to the front room and had to fan herself with the notebook after meeting him. She wondered about her fate that day because she suddenly had a new job and met a man who called her pretty in the most romantic, warm, and gentle voice she had ever heard directed at her. "Margarita, hurry up and get back to work," said the other cleaner. "I am at work. I just don't do that anymore." "What are you talking about?" One of the telephone installers entered through the front door with 3 boxes, and Margarita stopped him. "Excuse me, my boss needs to know how much longer you will be," she said with urgency. He set one of the telephone boxes next to the back wall. "These are the last 3. It shouldn't take longer than half an hour because some of the rooms were not wired for telephones, and we're doing that for you." "Thank you, but you'll make sure to test everything before you leave? It's very important that Mr. Daniels will be able to open on time." "Si, señora. We'll test everything for you." "Do any of the phones work right now?" The worker quickly opened the box. He sat down and plugged it into a jack. "This one should work for you." He picked up the receiver. "There's a dial tone right here. You can use this one." "Thank you." The front door opened again and another man came inside, and she greeted him pleasantly. The man looked at her and then glanced around the front room. He was a slow-moving guy in workman's pants and a T-shirt. "I'm Dan Boswell, the plumber, and I'm looking for Alana Jackson." "Yes, sir. I'll see if she's available." She quickly left the room after mimicking the actors in training films she saw in her secretarial classes at the junior college. A moment later she returned. "Right this way, Mr. Boswell." The other cleaner watched with envy as Margarita suddenly became a different person with new authority. She listened to her tell the cleaning company owner to send over another worker, and that finalized the transition. "She seems like an important person here." She initially thought Margarita had rushed out to find a bathroom. When she saw the coffee, she thought they would take an early break. Then she disappeared into the back and came out with a new job. "Why didn't I go get the lady some coffee?" The cleaner looked closely when David came out from the back. At 30, he had burgeoned into a fit man who filled out his uniform shirt well. His face was smooth, though not boyish, and he had a manly smile. He stopped at the door and waited for her to finish a telephone call. She was sitting on the floor, getting an estimate for office stationery and business cards. "Hello again," David said to Margarita when she hung up. She looked up from the telephone book in her lap. He sent a shiver through her body when he squatted next to her, and their eyes met. "Hello, sir. Can I help you with something?" She set the book down and stood so that he would not be uncomfortable. "Yes, Margarita, you can. My name is David. Adam is my brother, and I just wanted to introduce myself." "Mucho gusto, David. The pleasure is mine. I hope to see you again soon." She slowly extended her hand. "I think I would like that." He surprised her and the other cleaner when he bowed and kissed her hand. "Adios, Margarita." "Adios, David." The painting started the next day, so Lana met Margarita at the coffee donut shop and noticed her worn dress. She reckoned the girl didn't have much money and tried to figure a polite way to tell her that she needed some new clothes. Margarita, however, felt self-conscious when she saw the professional skirt and top Lana wore and compared it to her own attire. Ma'am, I'll have to wait for my first check to purchase more clothes," she said when they sat down, taking the pressure off of her boss. "Oh, no, Margarita," Lana started. "I forgot to tell you. There's a clothing allowance for you. As soon as we leave here, we can go buy you a few things." "Really?" The news overwhelmed Margarita, and she quickly wiped her eyes. "Thank you very much." They spent $307 on clothes and shoes. Margarita admired Lana and chose the same types of business attire she wore. Afterward, they drove to Adam's house to go through the office furniture catalogs. Lana knew about his tragedy and noticed his pictures. He did have a beautiful family, she thought, and he has a nice eye for colors. She noticed his decor. With Margarita taking notes, Lana took out the furniture catalog and started showing him photos of pieces, but everything looked too sterile for his taste. The modern look was modular, with different pieces of furniture fitting together in ways that actually wasted space. The only pieces that suited his taste were a couple of bookshelves with an early American appearance. David told me that the county might have a desk I can use," he said, frustrated with the search. He would have made one himself if he had the time, but he didn't think it would take an entire month to open like Miguel said. "Are you sure?" Lana wondered what kind of desk he could find in the small city. "Yes, Lana," he assured her with a smile. "If I don't find something by tomorrow, then you can pick out one of those for me. Deal?" "Deal." She agreed and shook his hand, but Adam's disinterest in the furniture concerned her. Lana worried that they would open shop in their bare-bones office, though Miguel had allocated a budget for decorating. She could see that Adam and Margarita were conservative when it came to spending money. That afternoon they went to buy appliances for the kitchen, and Margarita pointed out only those at the near bottom of the price list. "No, sweetie, we're going to buy something that's going to last," Lana told her. After that, they went to check on the progress of the painter, John Palmer, and saw that he had completed the painting and was nearly done with the wallpaper, which surprised and pleased her. She did notice that some of her color schemes had changed as well. "Mr. Palmer, I thought the painting wouldn't be done until Friday. What happened? And who authorized the new colors?" John was on a stepladder, hanging a sheet of paper in Adam's office. "Well, ma'am, since this was for Adam, I brought in a couple extra workers. He has helped me finish jobs and wouldn't even take my money. He just did it to keep himself busy, since the accident." He smoothed the air bubbles out of the sheet and joined her on the floor. "Jack said he'll install the floor tomorrow. Adams helped him out, too." She heard some noise in the back. "What's going on out here?" Through the sliding door she saw 4 men working on a block wall around the back. There was also covered furniture. Margarita followed Lana outside, and they both gasped with excitement when they saw the early American pieces. There were 3 mahogany bookshelves, a clerk's desk with a roll top, an executive desk, and a secretary's desk. David met Adam at the old courthouse, where he had explored a few times and found a cache of old forgotten furniture that retired or late officials left behind. To the county clerk, the unclaimed articles presented a headache down in the basement warehouse that was sealed tightly and opened maybe twice a year. To Adam, however, the handcrafted pieces reminded him of the work his grandfather did and taught him. But in the mid-70s, no one appreciated old things. "I have to charge you something," said the clerk when David and Adam showed up with a borrowed pickup truck. "We just need a few things for our law office," David told him. "All right, that'll be $200 a load." Adam paid him, and then they carefully loaded the 6 pieces into the back of the pickup. Though it was tied down, David never drove faster than 5 miles an hour. Adam hired the fence builders and promised them extra pay if they could finish that day. He wanted the furniture protected. Lana and Margarita were still outside admiring the pieces when Adam and David appeared at the sliding door. The office manager was so happy about the new developments, she ran to hug Adam. "Thank you, boss. How did you get all of this?" Adam and David looked at one another and laughed. The pieces they bought were inexpensive, but they had to move several heavy items to get the ones Adam wanted. Then they had to put the other ones back. "You don't want to know," David answered. Lana was still happy about the progress made in one day. Because of Adam's influence, the office could open early. She looked at her watch and saw that it was after 5 o'clock. "Margarita, you have a class tonight, yes?" "Oh, yes, I do. May I leave?" "Of course. I'll see you tomorrow at 9 at the coffee shop." Margarita smiled. "Thank you again for everything, Lana and Mr. Daniels." She really appreciated the clothes. "Adam, Margarita. You can call me Adam. Of all the employees that will come and go through here, only the 3 of us will be able to say we were here on the first day. Therefore, you call me Adam." "Yes, Adam, and I cannot wait to see what miracles you perform tomorrow. Good night." She smiled at her bosses and then looked at David. "It was good to see you again, David." "Thank you." She smiled at him and left. David's eyes followed her back through the sliding door and Adam's office. Then he looked at Adam as if he didn't know what to do, but Adam shoved him to get him moving after Margarita, and he ran after her with a smile. "Go get your wife, hermano," Adam laughed. along with Lana. "Do you mind taking me home?" he asked her. "Not at all." Then he turned to the boss of the team building the wall and paid him half of the costs. "Meet me here in the morning for the final payment." "Okay, Adam. We'll have it completed before dark." "Thanks, Arturo." David caught up with Margarita in the office parking lot as she approached her '64 Nova, which he admired greatly, though the paint had faded. She unpinned her hair and shook it loose as he approached and was startled by his sudden presence. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. This is really a nice car." He admired the 9-year-old Chevy. "Thank you. I just wish it would act like a nice car. Sometimes I think it's going to stop on me." She looked into his eyes and saw warmth. "Start it up for me." She smiled and did what he told her. The car started right away, but the muffler popped a couple times and the engine knocked. "When was the last time you had the oil change?" When was I supposed to do that?" "Híjole. Was that something I was supposed to know?" "Well, yeah." "What time is your class?" "It goes from 6:30 until 8. He motioned for her to turn off the engine. "I will take you to class, and while you're there, I'll come back and put some oil in it for you. Then you'll be able to drive home without worry." "Are you sure that's not too much trouble?" "It would be my pleasure to help you, Margarita." "But, David, it's only 5:30. It's not a long drive to the campus. Couldn't you find oil at a store and put it in now? That would save you some time." "But that would mean less time that I got to spend with you, if you don't mind." Margarita felt herself flushing red from his attempt to court her, and she liked it. "I don't mind at all." She then acquiesced when he held out his hand to help her out of the car. Then she got her books from the trunk. At his Falcon, he opened the door for her, and a few moments later they were on their way. "Your car sounds a lot better than mine," she started in English, since she would use it more in the office. "Well, yours will sound better the next time you drive it." He hadn't dated many girls, though he certainly had the opportunity. He was a handsome young man who attracted several throughout high school and when he returned from the military. But finding the right one seemed difficult until the day before when he first met Margarita. "I can show you how to change your oil, if you like. If you're interested in that sort of thing. Most women aren't." "I would like that a lot, David." She smiled because being able to take care of her car would mean spending less money on repairs. "You are very nice to help me like this. I didn't want your car to break down. Your engine could die on you with no oil in it, and I couldn't let that happen, especially to you. There's something about you that caught my attention when we met. You're special, and I like you." Those words made his mind click, and he felt sure that he had misspoken. "I'm sorry, I hope I'm not being too forward." "Well, what does that mean, too forward?" "It means, well, kind of like too fast. Did I tell you that I liked you too soon?" She looked at him with her warm smile and inched a little closer across the seat. "No, you did not." David smiled. "Oh, okay." He made a goofy laugh, wishing he could be smooth like his brother. When Adam was not in a mournful mood, he could start a conversation with anyone because he liked to talk. Even the prettiest women just passing through were easy for him to connect with, but those times were rare and he never took anyone home. David hoped the law office would help Adam's social life. Margarita wished they had known one another longer so that she could rest her head on his shoulder, but told herself to be patient. "What building are you in?" "My class is in the business building. I'm trying to improve my office skills, and I will be finished with all of my classes in June." "Oh, okay. Then you'll have more free time." She was happy that he comprehended her hint. "Will this man be my husband?" she asked herself, and could feel her eager anticipation down to her feet. David made her feel special, and it seemed like a new life had started for her when she decided to grant Lana's wish for coffee. And this new life was much different from what she left behind. She didn't want to think about her past, but knew it would resurface someday. Until then, it's behind me, and I will not look back unless I'm asked to. David stopped next to the business building and immediately got out to open her door. A couple of Margarita's classmates saw her and waited because they had never seen her with a guy. "Good evening," David said, out of habit as a cop. "Hello," they both responded with envy as they recognized the handsome deputy who opened the door for their friend. Then they saw her new clothes and wondered what was going on. "I'll be right here at 8 o'clock, David said. "Okay. Thanks again, David." He smiled and left, and then Margarita's friends bombarded her with a million questions that were repeated when class started, because even the instructor wanted to hear about the new clothes. So once again, Margarita described the coffee story, and the teacher used it as a learning tool for her students. "That's a good example, class, of being prepared for an opportunity that comes along, rather than have an opportunity come along and not be prepared." "And she has a new boyfriend," said one of her friends, Deputy Castillo. Margarita enjoyed the attention, though she turned red when some of the students called her Senora Castillo. Then the instructor asked, "So who's the new attorney in town?" "His name is Adam Daniels, and the company is called Huberman and Feinstone." The instructor's face went blank for a moment. "Adam Daniels? I guess he's doing what he set out to do years ago." "What do you mean, maestra?" asked another student. "¿Qué pasó?" The instructor told the story of a young couple passing through 8 years earlier, going to California, where he had a job as an attorney, and the tragic accident that killed the wife and 3 babies. The room became solemn at that moment. She remembered the eyewitness account in the newspaper and told them about how he was blown away from the car while trying to save his family. Then she started to talk about the rumored fights every weekend, but stopped herself. "I guess I shouldn't talk about things I'm not sure about. The other stuff was in the newspaper, and I think it happened in June 1965. But for now, He sounds like a bad dude," started a male student. "Like a cross between Perry Mason and Superfly." The students laughed, but Margarita could muster only a smile. She remembered the pictures in Adam's house just that morning. She saw the pretty young woman, the twins, and the newborn. It was hard to imagine that her loyalty to Adam and Lana was so strong after 2 days, but it was, and though she didn't cry easily, she fought to hold back tears. "Okay, let's everyone review Chapter 7, the instructor said, and the laughter died down. After class, Margarita's friends walked with her until they saw David waiting at his car. They said good night, and Margarita walked toward him, but he could tell that her mood had changed. "Here you go," he said, and opened the door. "Thank you, David," she said with half a smile, but then her eyes watered, and he took her hand. ¿Qué pasó?" "Nada. Solo estoy siendo tanto." "Well, I'm curious. What are you being silly about?" His hand felt strong and reassuring, and his smile provided comfort. "Good night, Margarita, and congratulations," said another student who passed by. "Good night, and thank you." She watched her classmate leave and then turned back to David. "I told the class about my job, and the professor told us about Adam and how his family died here in El Centro. Lana and I went to his house this morning, and as I listened to the professor, I realized they were the woman and babies I saw in the photos there. I was sad for him." Oh, David's mood then changed. It had become easier over the years to block out the horrific scene and his own actions, which he considered to be cowardly. It didn't matter that I was only a few weeks on the force. I should have helped Adam. He saw himself trying to block Adam from getting to the car, despite seeing the panicked despair on his face. The scene played over through his mind. "Castillo, get away from there!" yelled his supervisor. "There's kids in there! Get the fuck back! That's an order!" Why did I have to be such a little punk following orders? It was my fault they died. What? Why do you say that? More students passed by, but said nothing, because they could sense the serious gravity of the conversation. Come on, let's go. He felt his emotions and did not want to make a display of them for everyone to see. Okay. She got into the car and he closed the door. They quietly tooled out of the parking lot, and then he started to tell her what happened and how Adam understood. I'd never seen anything so brave in my life, and I was in the army. He knocked me down to get to the car. Then he broke the window with his fist and had the tiny baby in his hands when the car blew up. All I did was watch and keep the other people away. Margarita moved closer to him. David, if Adam could forgive you, then maybe you should learn to forgive yourself. I don't know if I can. You'll find a way, and if you like, I will help you. David tried to smile. Yes, I would like that. His eyes watered and he rubbed them so that he could see. Being with this young woman did help him feel better, and that's when he knew she was the one. A few minutes later, Margarita couldn't believe how much better her car sounded. David had added the oil, put in a new air filter and spark plugs. This should get you through the rest of the week, he told her, as she listened to her car. Then Saturday I will show you how to take care of it better. Where will you teach me these things? Well, all of my tools are at my house. You can then meet my mother. She was glad he added the second part, so that she would not be alone with him in a strange home. Thank you, David, for helping me with my car. I hope to see you before the weekend. You will, I'm sure of it. Buenas noches. She kissed his cheek and then got inside her car. Buenas noches. Book 2, Chapter 7. By Friday afternoon, the floor was nearly complete, and Adam had moved his desk into the office. Lana bought area rugs to absorb sound and cushion the floor. The plumber was installing the sinks and had another man working on Adam's shower. It seemed like everything started to arrive at once. File cabinets, appliances, artwork, shelves, copiers, etc., but couldn't be arranged until the next week, so it was stored in the other half of the building. Adam, Lana, and Margarita spent the day moving things about until the boss realized there was too much to do in order to open 2 weeks earlier than expected. "Stop," Adam said at 2:30. "You guys, come here." He met them in the hallway and told them to go home. "But Adam, what about opening a week from Monday?" Lana asked. "Lana," he took her by the shoulders, "is your heart set on opening that day, or is it what you think I want? Isn't that what you wanted?" He could see that she was exhausted. It would be nice, though Tuesday or Wednesday would also be nice. You have to realize, Lana, that we've done a month of work in a few days. I don't want us to hate this place. We'll meet here at 10 Monday morning. And by the way, David is introducing Margarita to the family. You should come. That'll be tomorrow. Lana looked at him and then at Margarita. Isn't that a private matter? Well, yeah, but it will probably turn into a party. There's always something to celebrate here. Margarita suddenly became nervous about the event. I thought I would meet his mother and he would show me how to work on my car. Oh, we'll see. But for now, let's let these guys finish their work. It's 2:30 on a Friday afternoon and I'm telling you to go home and relax. That may never happen again. He hugged them, and then Lana showed the workers how to lock up. David Castillo did not know that his mother, Juanita, called his sisters, Ramie and Linda, Thursday night to get them home for the weekend to meet Margarita. That Friday, he went to Adam's house after work and just walked inside. He heard the movie projector in the extra bedroom and found his brother napping on the bed with the movie playing. He had seen the film so often, he knew the dialogue from hearing Adam mouthing the words. "Say hi to Daddy," he said out of habit. He could hear Adam detailing the exact moment being filmed in Baton Rouge. Adam woke up and saw who it was and closed his eyes again. "Hey, hermano, I need to talk to you. Wake up." Adam stretched, sat up, and then stopped the projector. Wow, that's the first time in a couple of years I've watched these. He hung his head low, still groggy from his brief nap. "Are you trying to set a record or something? If they help, then you should watch them as much as possible." "That's the thing. I don't know if they do. I'm now 33, while Ada is still 20. The twins are still 1.5, and Drew is 8 weeks. My life is moving on while they're all stuck in 1965. I should be way beyond where I am." "So, should I agree or disagree with you?" David asked with a smile. Adam looked up and started laughing. "Híjole, you idiot." He stood and hugged David. "I don't know. Maybe you should just tell me to shut the hell up when I start talking like that." "David, do me a favor, and never hold back what you want to say to me. I'm sure that I sometimes—" "Adam!" David interrupted just as Adam had demanded. "I came over to get advice, and since you told me not to hold back, you're spoiled. Your grandparents spoiled you, your aunt spoiled you, Ada did, and so did we. And I guess you're right. You should be past this, but this is where you are. Now, I want to marry Margarita, and I'm scared as hell. I need your help." Adam stared for a moment. "You sure do catch on fast. Come on." He started for the kitchen and asked, "What do you need help with?" When should I pop the question? Adam took 2 beers from the refrigerator and opened them. He gave one to David and sipped the other himself. Then he took out a tomato, an onion, a bell pepper, green onions, and cilantro. After a quick rinse, he started to dice and chop them. I proposed to Ada on our first date. It was almost 3 weeks after we met. Then he diced and chopped pieces in a bowl with lime juice, a little tomato juice, ketchup, and hot sauce. After that, he took out 2 frying pans. In one, he placed a pound of ground beef. We first met on campus in the bookstore at Southern University. He seasoned the meat and mixed everything in well with his hands. Well, we started speaking, and I just wanted to ask her out for a date, but was nervous about it. So she came over to my lunch table in the cafeteria and told me that she knows I like her, but don't know what to say. Really? She said that in front of everybody? Yep. He put some oil in the other pan and turned on the burner. I said she was right, and she then said maybe I'd like to take her for a walk or something that weekend. Again, she was right, and so we went for a walk, and I asked her. He then stirred the meat before tossing a couple tortillas into the hot oil. David realized that he'd never heard that story. Wow. How did you know she wouldn't say no? Well, we were already talking about what we'd like in a marriage, and I liked what she said and the way she was looking at me. So I asked her, "Well, how was she looking at you?" Adam took a long swig of beer, turned those first tortillas over, and lightly salted them. Then he thought back to that day next to the river. Well, her face looked like it was saying, "Man, I want to make a life with you, have children with you, take care of you, and I know you'll take care of me." Now, I'd seen that look before, but that was the first time I felt the same way. So I asked her to be my wife. David took a long drink of his beer. Wow. He remembered that look on Margarita's face when he picked her up after class. Adam strained the ground beef and then set it on the table, along with the salsa and the first 2 tortillas. Then he sprinkled them with shredded cheese. He put 2 more tortillas in the oil, and they cooked faster than the first 2. Before I asked Ada to marry me, I knew that I would never put another woman ahead of her, and whatever adversity we faced, I would love her. Finally, I knew she would be fun to be with, and that's very important. The next morning, Margarita followed David's directions to his trailer that sat on the half-acre of land on which he grew up. That day she wore blue jeans and a plaid shirt, tied at the waist. She saw David in the back of the long driveway and drove to him as he worked on Adam's station wagon. A slight breeze blew the aroma of onions and peppers through the air, and mariachi music came from inside the trailer. Margarita enjoyed the openness of the property, surrounded by farmland and views of faraway mountains. She had driven by the fields and had even worked in them when she first arrived from Mexico, but had never had the chance to simply appreciate their existence without dreading a long workday. "Buenos dias, Margarita," David said as he approached the car. "Buenos dias, David." They gazed into one another's eyes with affection, and both turned when Adam started the station wagon. "Hey, David, where did you go, man? I know you didn't stop working just because Margarita's here." Margarita gasped, though she could tell that he was kidding, and it was the first time she heard him speak in her first language. Then David continued in Spanish. "I bet you didn't know your boss teases a lot, and so do my sisters, so don't let them get to you." "Your sisters are here? I thought I was only meeting your mother." Margarita tried to stay calm. That Thursday in class, she had heard about his sisters, one who had become a professor in San Diego, and the other who was a TV star. The back door of the trailer burst open, and out came Ramey and Linda, who were trying to hold each other back. "I want to meet her first," yelled Ramey. "No, me. I'm going to meet her first." Linda pulled Ramey backwards, and then they raced toward their future in-law. "Me," they both yelled. "Hi, I'm Linda." She embraced Margarita and kissed her cheeks. "Hi, Linda, I'm Margarita." "See, you cow, I'm older," Ramey yelled. "I'm supposed to go first. I'm Dr. Ramey Castillo." She tried to put on airs around her title as she hugged Margarita. "You're not a real doctor," Linda argued. "I have a doctorate degree." The sisters missed one another and teased to show how happy they were to be together this occasion. They all turned when the back door opened again and Juanita came outside. "What good is that if you cannot operate on somebody?" "Aye, you people don't know anything," Ramey yelled and continued the banter in front of the guests. "It's more impressive than saying, 'Ooh, look at me, I'm on TV, and I know Clint Eastwood.'" "Hola, mija," Juanita said and embraced Margarita warmly. "Welcome to our home. Don't pay attention to them, they're crazy." "Gracias, señora, mucho gusto." Margarita tried not to be intimidated by the sisters, but she recognized Linda from television and had never met an actual university professor, though Adam's presence provided comfort when he said, "Good morning," and kissed her cheeks as well. He took hold of the sisters' arms. "Come on, let's go to the store, you two." He had never seen David so quiet and figured the couple needed to be alone. "Híjole," Ramey protested as he pulled her along. "I feel sorry for poor Margarita. She works for one brother and the other wants to marry her." "I agree," Linda responded as they left the yard. "Poor girl." Margarita could feel the closeness between the sisters, and their last statements made her feel like part of the family, since they readily teased her. Juanita soon excused herself, and the mechanic lessons began. David showed her all of the rudimentary aspects of car maintenance, including checking and changing her oil, along with spark plugs, air filter, windshield wipers, battery, and changing a tire. When the others returned home, he was chasing her out of the backyard and across the road into a crop field. Are you sure you understood everything he asked a half-minute earlier in the backyard? Yes, I do, David. Thank you very much. You are an excellent teacher. There's only one thing I don't understand. David wondered if he went over something too fast. She listened well and knew all of the tools already. What's that? It's why do you have oil on your nose? She quickly smeared oil from her hand onto his nose and he gasped. Then he tried to get her back. They ran around the yard first before she tried to elude him by running into the front yard and into the field where he caught her and embraced her. Only for a brief moment did she try to escape, but felt his strong grip. Okay, I give up. Now what are you going to do? They looked into each other's gaze and sensed their mutual affection that came together divinely. It was as if the universe joined them like two puzzle pieces, meant to make a pair for their purpose, and maybe even for something bigger than them. He gently rubbed his nose on hers. Now we match, he said in a tone he had never used with anyone else. This is our moment. What do you mean? I mean, this is the moment I know that one day soon I'm going to ask you to marry me. With those words, she felt the lure of his heart, and it drew their lips together in a daring, magical kiss that sent waves of mounting pleasure through their bodies. Neither wanted the moment to end, but something felt strange, and they slowly separated, only to find Adam and the sisters watching from the yard. Jesus, I thought they were trying to swallow one another, Ramey said, and they all laughed. I'll bet she's pregnant after that, Linda added, and they all laughed again as David and Margarita joined them, walking hand in hand. That night did turn into a party, though it didn't last long, just till midnight. It had been a long day. Adam and David slept in the station wagon, while Margarita used David's bed and wished he could join her. She fell asleep reliving the day, especially that magical sensation that led to their first kiss, which she could still feel. The law office opened 9 days later, and that changed Adam's life. He quickly became absorbed in the work. That first day he saw 7 new clients, all referred by Esmeralda. In addition to immigration cases, 2 clients sought his help with drunk driving citations. He had to turn away one because it was David who handled the infraction. Within 3 days, Lana realized how short-staffed they were and took the problem to the boss at the end of the 3rd day. Adam, the 2 of us are working Margarita to death. Did you want to keep her as your assistant, or do you prefer a new person? Yes and yes. I need someone with a legal background. Margarita is good at writing briefs, but she doesn't know law, and that will slow me down since she has to research more. Right now I'm training her about the immigration aspect, but we're getting a variety of cases that I did not anticipate. Lana took a seat in front of his desk. All right, but can she sit in on the interviews? I don't want her to feel as if we're hiring so many people because she can't hack the work. Sure, but how many people do we need right now? Adam had been so busy he did not realize the necessities of the office. Okay, well, we need a receptionist, for which I've already been interviewing. I need my own assistant, a law clerk, and an assistant for another associate. She wondered how he would take the last one and added, There's just too much work for one person, Adam. He smiled and put aside the paperwork he had. Thanks for looking out for me, Lana. I really appreciate everything you've done, and I am happy that you volunteered to work for me. So am I, and I guess I should tell you that if things keep moving the way they are, we may need a couple more associates by the end of the year. Ada must be proud, he thought. Then it's a good thing that you thought to lease the entire building. With 4,000 square feet to work with, they had plenty room for offices, including one each for Lana and Margarita. The next day, Lana escorted Larry Tuck, one of Esmeralda's former attorneys, to Adam's office. He noticed how much more opulent this place was compared to the facility he shared with his partner, Leo Grossman. Since Adam was not going to court that day, he wore a plaid button-down shirt and a pair of beige slacks. He stood to shake Tuck's hand, and though the juxtaposition between their first meeting and this one was obvious, Adam tried not to think about it. Tuck, however, could not get the irony out of his thoughts. A year and a half earlier, he was telling Adam how to clean his office. "Have a seat right here, Mr. Tuck. Would you care for a cup of coffee or tea?" Lana asked. "Coffee? Yes, thank you. Black with 3 sugars. Coming right up." Lana left the office for the kitchen. "Will Mrs. Salvador attend this meeting?" Tuck asked. "She wanted to, but I told her she didn't really need to." Adam opened a folder on his desk and passed it to the visitor. "I showed her a copy of this settlement agreement last night." Tuck glanced at the document, but stopped when Lana returned with the coffee. He tasted it, and the flavor surprised him. "Wow, what is this?" It's a special blend from Seattle," she responded. "Is there anything else you need, sir?" No, thanks." He savored the taste, which he concluded must have been very expensive. "Very well." She closed the door on her way out. Adam waited patiently as Tuck began to review the proposal. The guest's eyes opened wide when he saw the amount that he and his partner were asked to pay. $20,000, Adam? She didn't pay us that much. Where are these numbers coming from? She only paid us this amount. He set down a sheet of payment records that totaled $5,365. Adam glanced at the figures on the sheet. "If you read further down, Larry," he began to appreciate the moment, "you'll see that I itemized the amount for her time, since her situation should have been handled after one meeting, and I account for the undue anxiety she suffered, which culminated with her being handcuffed. I think this is a viable agreement, Larry. I hope I don't have to subpoena your back records for the past 7 years. That would increase the amount, and I'm willing to take this all the way." Larry quickly realized that a trial would publicly expose his firm for its negligence. "Let me run it by Leo, and I'll call you first thing in the morning. I'd prefer to hear back by 3 o'clock this afternoon." Adam stood and pushed the intercom button on his telephone. "Thanks for coming in." A moment later, Lana opened the door and Tuck quickly finished his coffee, not wanting to waste the delicious brew. Regardless of the dire situation, "This way, Mr. Tuck." I'll call you before 3, he said to Adam, and then followed Lana. Adam received a call back and refused their counteroffer of $15,000, but settled for $17,500. He gave the check to his mother later that afternoon. She was so grateful she squeezed him tighter than she ever had, and became so emotional that just about everyone in the compound heard her declare how happy he made her. In addition to Esmeralda, Lana and Margarita also found space in his life. Lana had become a loyal assistant who gave the impression that she would do anything to assure his success. Margarita also showed her dedication to the firm, but their relationship continued outside the office as well, because she began to visit him along with David. Every night in her apartment in Calexico, she thanked Jesus for her new life that sprang forward suddenly, beginning with the new job, which also gave her a man with whom she was fast falling in love, and she could feel his love for her growing. Every touch, regardless of how slight, tickled her senses with euphoric pulse. Everyone noticed the closeness between the two, and marriage was often the topic of conversation when they weren't around. Most of the El Centro community was happy for David, but the prospects of his marriage frightened one person close to him. When he gets married, I will be left all by myself, Juanita said on the telephone in the small kitchen. Mommy, don't be silly, said Ramey on the other end. Even if David and Margarita get their own place, he would probably visit you every day, and Adam would visit. But you should stop worrying. They're not even engaged yet. But they will be soon, and she'll start having babies, and I'll be the lonely grandmother, forgotten and left to waste away in this trailer. Ramey knew that her mother's imagination had a dramatic flair. Mommy, I will come home this weekend and talk to my brother about it for you, okay? ¿Harás eso por mí? Sí, cómo no. Te quiero, Mommy. Y David también. Juanita hung up a minute later, not knowing that Margarita had heard her side of the conversation from the living room. The newcomer had visited the trailer every weekend for 3 months, and though David's car was not there, she stopped anyway when she saw the open front door. Her future mother-in-law left it open because she thought the window air conditioner that Adam had bought her in '67 was wasteful. Mommy, soy yo, she called out, so that Juanita would not be startled. The greeting confused Juanita at first because she had spoken with Linda earlier that morning. She smiled slightly when Margarita entered the kitchen and wondered if David had proposed. Buenos dias, mija. They usually spoke Spanish together. Margarita greeted her with a warm embrace and kisses. Buenos dias, Mommy. Juanita actually preferred the new greeting to Senora. Has David proposed to you? No, if he did, we would tell you first out of respect. We have talked about marriage, and so I was wondering if we could live here with you, and when we get a bigger house, if you would like to live with us. Margarita knew David would want to take care of his mother, but she also wanted a mother in her life, since the only family she had was a sister whom she hadn't heard from since she started her new job. And since David had expressed his desire to have at least 5 children, Juanita's help would be appreciated. You want me with you? Juanita asked excitedly. Si, Mommy. I would like that a lot. Yes, of course I will live with you. Juanita hugged her tightly, grateful that she would not be alone. Then she began to wonder how much longer David would wait to propose. Maybe he will propose now that you want me to live with you. Margarita doubted that was true because that would mean he was afraid of his mother, and he surely was not. They both turned when they heard his old falcon pull into the driveway. I'll go tell him, Juanita said, and hurried outside to explain the situation. David was glad that Margarita had made his mother so happy. He smiled at her, and then at Margarita, who was standing in the front door. But, Mama, that's not why I haven't asked her yet. No? No, I was waiting for this to be ready. He showed her a small black jewelry box that Margarita saw as well. She gasped excitedly and ran to them. Si, mi amor, si. She stopped, however, when Juanita held out her hand. No, he has to ask you properly. Si, Mommy, she responded, and then looked at David with a nod for him to hurry up and ask. David? She nodded for him to take a knee in front of her and bit her knuckles when he did. David smiled broadly because she was so eager for his proposal. Margarita Gomez, I love you with all my heart, and I want to have you in my life forever. Will you marry me? Yes, I will marry you, she shouted and helped him stand so that she could jump into his arms and kiss him. Then she let him slide on her engagement ring. It was a gold band lined with one large diamond, flanked by 2 smaller ones. "Let me see," Juanita said, proud that her son had finally found a mate. She figured that within a year she would have her first grandchild at 47. It suddenly did not matter as much that her two daughters were considered old maids at 27 and 26. She did not realize the difficulties each endured in 1973 as successful women trying to attract a man not intimidated by their accomplishments. Margarita glowed as she showed off her ring. Then she and Juanita embraced. The new bride-to-be held on tight because this new life was getting better, and she did not want to let go. Claudio Taddeo died from 40 stab wounds, though he did not live to suffer all of them. His fate was determined when he decided to act as a transporter of marijuana and cocaine through Mexico. At that time, the market was wide open for an industrious young man with good business sense. He was not, however, as savvy as the competition, and his shortcomings led to the deaths of his entire family, including 3 brothers, a sister, her husband, his parents, his wife, and his oldest child, a 13-year-old son. Only 2 daughters survived the onslaught, 12-year-old Maria and 10-year-old Margarita. They both escaped to La Iglesia de San Paulo, where their names were changed to Gomez for their protection. This was the dark side of Margarita's life. They remained at the church until Margarita received her visa to the United States. Upon her arrival at 21, she called and spoke to her sister, but for only a couple minutes, because long-distance calls were quite expensive. She last spoke to her just after she got her new job with Adam. "We haven't seen her for 2 months," said Father Gabriel, who supervised their education. "She disappeared suddenly, and I fear she is either dead or worse." The words shocked Margarita. "What do you mean by worse?" she said. She did not know about the growing sex trade in the town she came from. The church had kept her isolated. The padre explained as gently as he could. "There are men here who keep women and exploit their bodies for profit." Margarita understood the situation and would rather her sister dead than to suffer such an unending and hellish fate. "Father, please keep my number on hand in case she comes back." "Of course." The Castillo family and Adam learned of her past the next weekend when they discussed the list of invitees. The only person other than her sister whom she could think to invite from Mexico was Father Gabriel. The others she invited were friends from the college and past jobs. In August of 1973, a month after David's proposal, she became Margarita Castillo in the Our Lady of Guadalupe Catholic Church. They wore the traditional lasso, and he gave her the 13 gold coins to symbolize his responsibility in caring for her. Her acceptance of the coins signified her unconditional trust and confidence in him with total dedication. Adam rented the Holtfield Country Club for the reception. Guests talked about the party for years because it reminded them of a lavish movie set. Within 3 months, the new Senora Castillo was pregnant. The growing family bought a house on Olive and 12th. Juanita moved with them as Margarita had promised. But David's mother did not realize how much she would miss the openness of the trailer property compared to a bedroom community. David admitted the same, but the house did have its advantages. It was close to the law office, and Margarita walked to work until well into pregnancy. It was also delivery close to some businesses, including restaurants and stores that provided the service. David's mother and wife got along well, though they had minor skirmishes over child rearing. He wisely stayed out of the fray since his wife usually gave in to Juanita's wishes, except for one. She continued to work despite having a baby 3 consecutive years. David Castile III was born in 1974. His brother Joseph came in 75, and the first girl in the family, Samantha, arrived in 76. "You should stay home and be a good mother to your children," Juanita told her, and then criticized David for allowing his wife to work. "Mommy, I need to work to help David buy the farm he wants for us." David had expressed the desire to own a farm since boyhood, so that settled the argument for a while. Juanita mainly complained because the babies tired her out. By 1976, she had completely forgotten the fear she had of living alone. Her own daughters married and had babies as well. Ramey married a Caucasian English professor from the university, and she was pregnant the same time as her sister, Linda, who had married a television producer, whom she met at an Emmy ceremony. The sisters and Margarita all delivered that summer of the bicentennial, during which Jimmy Carter battled Gerald Ford for the presidency. "Mommy, I need you here," she heard from 3 different parts of California, from Los Angeles to El Centro. Margarita had an advantage that her sisters-in-law did not. Adam was godfather to all her children and took his role seriously. "I'm going to hire a nanny for you guys," he told David and Margarita while visiting their home after work one day. Juanita had been gone back and forth from San Diego to Los Angeles for a month to help Ramey and Linda. "Adam, that's too much." Margarita tried to dissuade the idea because her brother-in-law was also her boss and paid her more than most people in her position received. But he would not accept no as a response. His fatherhood was taken away, and he felt compelled to fulfill it, since it seemed that he was not going to find a replacement for Ada. He had bought little David a tricycle before the tyke could walk. "Hermana, are you really going to try to change my mind? I said I'm hiring a nanny, and so that's what you're going to have. Right, David?" David looked from his determined brother to his wife. "Well, a nanny would allow you to go back to work." Adam clapped his hands loudly. "Then it's settled." He picked up little David, who had started to cry after the sudden noise startled him, but since the house had only 3 bedrooms, he put it off until they moved. Since David Castile was one of the first non-white deputies on the force, he also became the first sergeant and then later moved up again as the first non-white lieutenant. The 2 incomes made it possible for the Castiles to return to the openness of farm living. He purchased a 60-acre plot of farmland a half-mile east of Adam's house on Gillette Street, and drew up plans for a house. Adam helped him when he could, and the finished product was a single-story, 3,600 square feet home with 5 bedrooms, 4 baths, a kitchen, living room, a family room, dining room, exercise room, double fireplace, and a 3-car garage. Adam provided a barn and a pool, and the entire project came up to $85,000. Running the law office kept him busy, though. He made a point to enjoy life. He had gotten the message from Virginia, who then saw him as a workaholic. She knew Lana before the office opened, and they both agreed that he needed a diversion. That's when he started to dedicate his off time to help raise David's children. Virginia had continued to visit, especially during her last year of law school. His tutoring method was quite stimulating. 2 years after the office opened, however, she stopped making the 3.5-hour drive. She did continue to handle Adam's finances and had to hire a planner to help, since he was making more money than he knew what to do with. In El Centro, his rent was still under $60, though other homes in the compound rented for $75. Esmeralda had told him again to stop paying rent, but he gave her the money anyway and told her to have fun with it. He also felt badly because he no longer had the time to make repairs around the compound. That's when he hired workers to take care of those chores. "Hey, Bud," Virginia started on the phone one day. "You need to start investing more. You have only the 2 retirement tax shelters I opened for you." Something's wrong with these figures," said Adam's financial planner to Virginia one day. "This guy only spends 10% of what he makes." Well, he lives modestly. His largest write-off had been the home in View Park, though he knew nothing about it. He bought the adjoining 60-acre farmland next to David and Margarita's, but it wasn't enough. So he put the planner to work on his portfolio. It took 2 days to establish a stable plan for Adam. That was 1977, the first year that Senora Castillo did not have a baby since getting married. They moved into the new house with the master suite on the west end and Juanita's room on the east end. The kids' rooms were in between. As a lieutenant, David did not patrol as much as before and began to gain a few inches around his midsection. That's when Adam decided to start jogging and coaxed David to go along. It was one more thing to fill his days. His life had become one of habit. He went to work, visited David and Margarita so that he could spoil his godchildren, including number 4 Maria, who was born in 1978, and little Adam, who came a year later. After the 5th child, Margarita never returned to work. 5 babies were too much for Juanita to handle alone. Adam thought again about hiring a nanny, but Margarita felt guilty since they were her children. "I should be with them," she told Adam. "I'm sorry." "You're doing the right thing, hermana," he told her, especially since the farm was starting to make a profit. But he hired a nanny anyway, after building a guest house for Juanita, who had grown weary of so many little feet about. He also spent time with Esmeralda, attended an occasional wedding or quinceañera, and visited the cemetery every Sunday. Some days he stayed for a short while, and others he stayed hours. Several of his clients had businesses around town or were related to a grateful business owner. If they came up short with his payment, he took his fee in goods, like free dinners for a couple years or car repairs, etc. Miguel Reyes had his accountant find a way to account for gifts as income, since the El Centro office was making a larger than expected profit for the firm. Much of its success was due to Adam. He had become what everyone knew was possible, a very good attorney. His name was mentioned in several conversations concerning legal issues throughout the county and beyond, especially if someone asked for a referral. He occasionally worked in Riverside County and the San Diego office of the law firm, frequently received calls requesting his services, but he never stayed away overnight. El Centro's population grew 70% in the 14 years he lived there. The newer residents knew only about his prowess in the courtroom, rather than the tragic story of his life. 3 years into his legal career, he became an unnamed partner with Huberman and Feinstein. His promotion gave Virginia fits because by 1977 he was a millionaire who did nothing with his money. She and the financial planner had to come up with creative ways for him to avoid higher taxes. She made investments and created retirement accounts, though as an attorney his financial portfolio was no longer her responsibility. She did it because of their bond. Adam did keep in touch with his family. He often wrote and called L.A. and Baton Rouge. Rex's brother became a judge, so he accepted the position as the press secretary for Mayor Bradley, and Cousin Diane started teaching at the Southwest Community College. Dorsey became a teacher and then an assistant principal at the high school with her name. In Baton Rouge, Twyla handled the Ada Daniels Renewable Energy Competition for Carroll Standard Oil. Preston had incorporated Ada's idea and funded the annual contest in development of automobiles that use renewable fuels. Renee was still married to Wesley Barker, who became a dean at Southern University. Cousin Dolores started working for the local branch of the NAACP, and a telephone conversation she had with Adam in early fall of 1979 turned on a light in his head. "Oh yeah, cousin, Lawrence Triplett asked about you. He's retiring next month." "Really? Wow. Please give him my best wishes." That call took him back to the Emporium with Meemaw. If it wasn't for Mr. Triplett, I wouldn't be an attorney. Then he thought that the same could be said about racism. The next day he called Virginia with an idea. "I'd like to donate $500,000 to the Southern University Scholarship Fund and $500,000 to the Baton Rouge chapter of the NAACP, specifically for Black Farmers of America." After all those years, black farmers were still treated like second-class citizens. Politicians made promises, but just when it seemed like a positive change would help, local or state laws blocked it, or the agriculture secretary would procrastinate in order to avoid controversy with white farmers who had a bigger voting bloc. "Are you sure you want to donate that much?" Virginia asked. "Wait, I have an idea. You can donate the money as an endowment." "An endowment?" "Yeah. See, as an endowment, a committee uses only what the initial amount earns annually. Let's say the committee invests in certain stocks and earns 10%. That means $50,000 a year, forever, goes into the scholarship fund. That's pretty much what I've done with your money, but to benefit you." "Really, Virginia?" He wished they were having the discussion in person. "You know, I really appreciate everything you do for me. I miss you." He had seen her once in the past year. "I miss you too." She thought for a moment. "Adam, am I your only source for sex?" "What? No!" He tried to sound upset. "I mean, yes, you are. But I'm busy. Running the office takes up a lot of my time." "Bullshit, Adam. I've talked with Lana. She's been trying to get you to hire another associate for 2 years. You should listen to her. The bottom line is that you need to go screw your brains out. Relieve some stress. Yeah, like you're out there enjoying a healthy sex life." "Of course I'm not. I'm a lady." Now who's talking bullshit? They didn't talk much longer, and before hanging up, Adam promised to buy a box of condoms. She convinced him to do it by quoting from one of his journals in which he wrote how Ada considered sex to be a gift from God. Ada would not want you to be celibate. Show your appreciation for this gift and open it.
Voy a cantar un corrido de un amigo de mi tierra. Llamábase Valentín, que fue fusilado y colgado en la sierra. la gente que guía. Son 800 soldados que trae por la sierra Mariano Mejía.
Book 2, Chapter 8. Adam? Adam Daniels, is that you? It was a Saturday afternoon, a week after his conversation with Virginia, and he was running errands in the old station wagon. He drove it around at least twice a month and stopped at the Chevron on 4th Street for gas. He was headed back to the car when he heard his name and turned to see Lorraine Mays from Baton Rouge. It is you, she said excitedly, and hurried to hug him after so many years. She held on and felt his fitness through his clothes. Time has been good to him, she thought. He was equally happy to see her, since she brought back so many memories. Hey, Lorraine. They held on to one another a good while and kissed cheeks. Wow, you're looking good. He wasn't saying that to be nice. She had also aged well since the night he took her virginity in the station wagon. Lorraine still had a pretty brown face, and her smile was warm as ever. Her hips had spread a bit, taking her from a size 8 to a 12, though Adam wasn't aware of the change. He did notice, however, that her bust had grown. "And you haven't changed at all," she said, still checking him out. His hair fit the 70s bushy trend, and she could spot no grays, nor did he have any wrinkles. He might have gained a few pounds from all of the free meals around town and at home. Esmeralda cooked for him occasionally, as did Orlando, and he often ate with the Castillos. He was, however, in all-round good shape. "Are you passing through?" he said. "Yeah, I just dropped my baby boy at San Diego State, and I'm headed home. This is the first road trip I've ever taken." Adam was shocked at the amount of time that had passed. "Your youngest is starting college?" He then realized his twins would be 16 in a few days, and wondered what they would look like. Wow. "Yeah, he's a freshman," she said, disrupting his thoughts. "How about you? What are you doing here?" He cracked half a smile. "Well, this is where my family died." Everybody heard about that, Adam." She embraced him again. "And everybody also missed you at the 20-year reunion last year." She tried to change the subject. "Adam, I'm about to check into the Holiday Inn around the corner." She saw that he had no wedding ring. "Let's eat and catch up on old times." She caught him at the perfect moment, because nothing was going on that night, and the revelations about his daughter's ages made him desire company. "Lorraine, I have an extra room. Why don't you save your hotel money and stay at my place?" "I cannot say no with all the memories this thing brings back." She winked and rubbed the station wagon. He pumped her gas and told her to follow him. She wasn't really impressed with the desert city during the 5-minute drive. Closer to Adam's house, she noticed the farmland, and then the compound seemed like a park. She followed him to the rear house and admired his convertible Mercedes-Benz 450 SL. He had moved up from the Maverick. "Did you make this furniture?" she asked inside his house. She remembered the relationship she had with his grandfather, who made almost every piece of furniture in the Daniels home. "I made everything except for the couch, the matching chair, and the ottoman." Adam preferred the old-style period furniture that reminded him of his grandparents and Auntie Susan, especially since they matched his own pieces. Lorraine drove herself crazy, trying to figure out his situation. The furnishings told her that he had expensive taste. Then there was the Benz outside. He also had a giant satellite antenna behind his house and a big box television in the living room. Why does he have such a small place? "Well, this is, quaint." He laughed because he wondered what she would say. "That's pretty good. My cousins have called it a matchbox. My mother called it the Bat Cave, and my sister calls it a storage room. But this is the first time I've heard quaint. It's nice, it's just small. I know, but it's me. With those words, he began to understand the passage of time. That spring he had turned 39 and was alone. He had spent half of his time in El Centro trying to find out who he was without Ada and what to do with his life. I may have already reached the halfway point of my life. Wow, 20-year reunion. That's for old people. Are you hungry, Lorraine? Yeah, but can I shower first? I've been going all day. Right through there. Lorraine put her things in the spare room and showered while Adam warmed up a platter of chicken enchiladas and put a salad together. Everything was ready when she came out in a dark green strapless terry cloth house dress. It stopped a few inches above her knee and immediately caught his attention. He took notice of everything about her body, including the shine of her skin from the cocoa butter she applied. She was flirting, and he didn't mind a bit. It was like old times. Okay, we'll eat and go from there. These enchiladas sure are good. Did you make them? He almost took the credit, but couldn't. They came from a restaurant in town. Sometimes a client might be short in meeting my bill, so they offer payment in goods or services. I let them do it only if they promise to keep it a secret. You said clients? So you're practicing law out here, huh? Yeah, for 6 years now. Before that, I mourned for 8 years. You're doing well now, and I'm glad for that. Thanks, Lorraine. After dinner, Adam opened 2 bottles of Corona, and they talked about the old days and who was doing what. Deborah Graham became a doctor. Stanley Carter had won 2 Grammys for his jazz albums. George and Vita got married and had 6 kids. What? Adam burst into laughter. They hated each other. I know, and now you should see them. At the reunion, they were, yes, dear, what do you think, honey? But their kids were so well-mannered and adorable. Wow, that's amazing. Adam sipped his beer. And everybody is going to flip when they hear that I ran into you in California. What will you tell them about me? After a beer and a half, his voice had the same smooth resonance as an FM jazz DJ at midnight. I'm going to tell them that you're a successful lawyer who lives in a shoebox. She got him to laugh with her. I'll tell them about your sharp Mercedes-Benz with the convertible top. I'll for sure tell everyone how fine you are. She started to turn up the temperature. And that you're an excellent lover. But what if they ask for details? She gave him a sultry look and said, well, I hope my description won't be made up. Good, so do I. His dialogue and their little play came out smooth. But anxiety filled his insides. It had been nearly a year since Virginia's last visit. I can do this. It's like riding a bicycle. He found that analogy to be true because once they started, he controlled himself like in the old days. He didn't know that he was fulfilling one of Lorraine's fantasies, in which she would cheat on her husband out in the middle of nowhere with a real fine man who made love 10 times better. Her Stanley would get on long enough to please himself for the night and then roll over and go to sleep. What are you doing? She asked excitedly when Adam started to do that thing he did with Ada and then Virginia. Shit! Whoa, my God! Lorraine was quite boisterous because everything after 20 minutes was new territory for her, and she let the entire compound know how she felt. Jesus! After 2 hours, she was limp. Damn, Adam, I can't feel my body. She cuddled in his arms. I wanted you to tell the truth about the lover part. By the way, I know this is a weird time to bring this up, but aren't you still married? Not tonight. Lorraine thought about the new things she experienced. her first orgasm since she and Adam were teenagers, followed by several more during what she later whispered to her friends as a marathon. She recalled trying on him what he did to her. "Is this right?" she had asked, and he helped her. You're getting it now." Then, a few minutes later, something else happened for the first time. She wondered if anyone would believe her. The next morning she left at 10, which was 4 hours later than scheduled. "Drive safely," Adam told her as she approached her car. "I will," she replied. She kissed him one last time, thinking about how her life would be if she had been more patient after high school. "I could have married him. It's a shame to leave this fine man alone in the desert." Just then, Orlando came outside to shake her dust mop. The señora next to her came outside to get some peppers from her garden. The Garcias watched through their screen door. Lorraine was much louder than Virginia ever was, and everybody heard her calling for Jesus and agreeing to everything Adam asked her with a loud and powerful yes, though they could not hear him. "You like this?" "Yes!" "You want some more?" "Yes!" The two lonely females in the compound, Orlando and the one next to her, Roberta, saw Lorraine's visit as a green light. Orlando had given up on sleeping with him after he rejected her years before, and no one knew what happened between him and Virginia, since she was much more discreet. Both women lived alone until family members came back for seasonal farm work. Orlando went first. She had always kept herself fit and had flings around town with much younger men, but once they discovered her age, they left to seek someone younger. Older men only wanted someone to serve them, so in her early 50s, she had no time for courtships or flirting. Adam was an available man who had rediscovered the need for sex as a natural indulgence to maintain his sanity. A week after Lorraine's appearance, she waited until she heard him in the shower, since he usually opened his bathroom window. Then she walked next door with a platter, as she had done for years. "Adam, it's Orlando. I brought dinner for you. I'm putting it in the kitchen." "Okay, Orlando," he replied. Then she took off her house dress and turned off the bathroom light. "Orlando, ¿qué estás haciendo?" She merely opened the curtain and joined him in the shower. There was no objection this time. They simply enjoyed the fulfillment of unsated appetites. It was comfortable because they had known one another for so long. She also put aside the lifelong teachings of the church that sex was for procreation rather than pleasure, that any other use was therefore sinful, especially since there are parts of the female anatomy that suggest God intended sex to be enjoyable in addition to procreation. So they indulged and indulged and indulged until he could no longer participate. Afterward, she massaged his back and shoulders. "Pobrecito, Mama is too much for you?" She laughed and he joined her. "See, how come you have so much energy?" "I jog." Adam was glad that he had started jogging as well, but decided to take it more seriously at that point in his life. He started going out every day, tying it to his all-around health. A benefit of the new routine was a slight weight loss, though for Adam, he did not need to lose much. His tone began to resemble what he had as a 25-year-old, lifting boulders and planting trees around the compound. Sometimes he jogged to David's farm to run around the entire 120 acres. He would have dinner with his brother's family and then jog home after an hour of talking. "Hello, neighbor," said Roberta, whose house sat directly across from Esmeralda's. Adam stopped running to say hello. "How are you?" "I'm fine, thanks. You look like you need someone to get the kinks out after all the running you do." Did you know that I'm a masseuse? Really? How much do you charge? For you, it's free. Well, that sounds... Mijo, vente. Adam turned around to Esmeralda and felt like he was caught doing something wrong. See, Mama. Then he turned back to Roberta. Come by later, he said, and received a wink. Then he went to Esmeralda's and followed her inside. He embraced her respectfully and kissed her cheeks. ¿Cómo está usted, Mama? Bien, mijo. She answered in a pleasant tone and then asked for Virginia's telephone number. Adam thought it was a strange request. Is everything all right? Yes, I saw her on television and just want to talk to her. Oh, okay. He wrote down the home and office numbers. Virginia Mesa had begun to rise within the legal world, following in her uncle's footsteps. Esmeralda saw her on the news. Adam stayed to have horchata with her. He also made sure that everything in her house worked fine. You don't have any leaks, Mama? No, no lo creo. He checked anyway, turning on and off every faucet, and then flushed the toilet as she followed. Call me if you need me. Okay, mijo. Muchas gracias por todo. That evening, Adam received his first real massage, along with other things that took Roberta's discreet visit into the early morning. She was only a year older than Adam and had 3 grown children. Her 2 sons were in the military, and her daughter was at UCLA. She kicked her husband out of their last home because he didn't want to work. This place was just right because 2 brothers and a cousin came twice a year and paid their rent while they worked on different farms. By then, the law office had grown to 2 more associates, an assistant for each one, 2 paralegals, and another assistant for Adam. He began to handle more criminal cases than immigration, though he held regular meetings in case the other associates had questions or concerns. He was also part of a team hired separately to handle a case that threatened the Imperial Valley's water rights. The farmers in the valley needed to protect their rights to the Colorado River water, granted to them decades before any other entity. The agreement allotted to them 20%, which was more than some states. The team based the need on the valley's production of 80% of U.S. winter vegetables, which was 1/6 of California's economy, and had to be protected from coastal development projects in which homeowners used the water for their lush green lawns. Adam successfully led the group's defense of the valley's water rights to keep its allotment. Hello? Hey, how are you? Adam recognized Virginia's voice on Thanksgiving, 1979. She called him to wish him happy holiday and to congratulate him for the water battle. They talked a while about other things, and just before hanging up, she said, "Your second mom, Esmeralda, called me a few weeks ago. She's worried about you. You should visit her more often so that she'll know you're all right." "She's worried about me?" "That's what she said." "You're going to David's farm today, right?" "Yes." Well, you should take her with you. Virginia, she told me that someone from the church was picking her up. Adam, she would much rather spend the day with her son. He'd never thought of the situation like that. They were committed to one another, so he walked to Esmeralda's house and told her that she had to come with him. He didn't know how happy he made her. And even though it was hard for her to get in and out, she chose the Mercedes to ride in when he gave her the choice. At the Castillo's huge home, everyone knew her. The children called her Abuela, same as Juanita, and that made her feel proud. Adam did visit her more often, and again took her to the Castillo farm on Christmas, though before they left, he visited the cemetery to wish his other family Merry Christmas. He gave her a new television and an 8x10 picture of them, taken at David's place on Thanksgiving. "That's pretty, mijo," she said about both gifts, and hugged him tightly. At David's house, she received more gifts. That night, David entertained the family with the story about how Adam and Esmeralda first met and how upset she was when Adam rang her doorbell at 6 o'clock in the morning. After the holidays, Adam began to see his mother almost daily after work. He enjoyed the conversations they had, even the normal topics like, "You should wear something heavier when you go out running. It's going to be chilly this week." "Ma, I'll be all right. When I run, I warm up quickly." Then she would sigh and respond, "Adam, do what I say so I won't worry about you getting sick." "Okay, Ma." These exchanges reminded him of his grandmother, Beverly, because Esmeralda put a maternal feeling into her words. She had longed for moments like these since her husband could not produce children after his injuries in the war. "I would like a picture of your family," she said, soon after the holidays. "I'll be right back." He ran out and returned within a minute. He had a picture of him with the 3 babies and one of Ada and the kids. Esmeralda's face lit up because he had such a beautiful family. Showing her the photos allowed him to talk about his lost loved ones for the first time without feeling sad. She was young. See, he explained how old Ada was and how they met. He told their entire story with tears and joy, and when it looked like he might get sad, Esmeralda patted him on the shoulder. "I am sure she is happy that you have such good memories of her." Adam smiled. "Yeah, Ma, I'm sure she is." One evening she asked him to make something Ada used to make for him. He immediately got up and grabbed her box of cornmeal and made some Johnny cakes. With chili, they would be sweet tamales. Adam smiled and agreed. That night he realized that he hadn't made gumbo since he and Ada made it in Baton Rouge, so he called down there. "Hey, Mama." He had long since started to call Renee by that name. "I forgot how to make gumbo." They talked at least an hour, and he wrote down everything. During the conversation, he learned that his half-brother Jeff was still in the military. His other brother, Billy, was painting houses, and Twyla was still working for Preston Carroll. "Adam, please don't be angry with me, but you should see your grandfather. He's 80 years old and longs to see you." Adam thought about his first meeting with Preston Carroll. He had been bitter because the old man purposely stayed out of his life. Then he thought, since everybody else can forgive him, especially my mother, then I should be able to as well. He wondered about leaving El Centro. "What can I do?" "He'll come to you," Renee said, relieving his anxiety. "Really?" He let out a deep breath with those words. "Adam, he has 2 jets. You call and invite him out, then Twyla and I will fly out with him this weekend." "Mama, you're a real jet-setter now, huh?" "Hell yeah, man," Renee laughed. "Son, if you could only see how things were when I first met Troy Carroll, you would understand. I deserve every benefit that comes my way." "Yes, ma'am." She thought back to the old slaves' quarters she stayed in on the Carroll estate. But that was years ago. "Anyway, you call Preston tomorrow. He doesn't do much work in his office anymore. I think he goes there to get away from his wife." She laughed. "Call him early because he'll leave for the golf course around noon, unless he stops to bother your sister with questions about you." "I'll call early, Mama. I love you." "I love you too, son. I always have, and I always will." "Lana, can you get Preston Carroll on the telephone, please?" he asked in his office the next morning. They usually met for 10 to 15 minutes every morning to go over the day's schedule for him and the other attorneys as well. He kept track of every case. "Sure, Adam, that's Preston Carroll of Carroll Standard Oil, right?" "Yes, here's the direct number." She was about to search the National Corporate Directory and wondered how he had the multimillionaire's direct number. She dialed as Adam reviewed a file with an associate. Hello, I have Adam Daniels of Huberman, Feinstein and Reyes for Preston Carroll." It surprised Lana that Preston answered his own telephone. "This is Preston Carroll." "Yes, sir, here's Mr. Daniels." She gave Adam the phone and started to leave until she heard, "Good morning, grandfather." He used the term that Ada called him. Lana's knees became weak, and she sat in one of the chairs in front of Adam's desk. What in the world? She looked at the surprised associate as their boss connected with his rich grandfather. By 1980, Preston Carroll was worth over $950 million. How could Adam keep such a secret? For Preston, the phone call was worth all the money he had, because without knowing it, despite having Peter and Beverly's inflections, Adam's voice also had Troy's tone. "Adam, how are you, son?" "I'm fine, thanks, sir. How are you?" "I'm doing good." Preston maintained a level tone with tears running down his cheeks, because so many memories of his son rushed through his thoughts. He had wanted to build the empire with Troy next to him, ready to take the reins, but instead did it in his memory. And though it took a while for the grandson to establish himself after his tragedy, Adam had taken up the pace where Troy left off in making him proud. Preston knew about every detail of his grandson's life in the past 14 years, good and bad. He subscribed to the Imperial Valley Press and read about the alleged brawls in which he always escaped prosecution. And then there was the opening of the law office and the water rights case that had just made the national news. Between the newspaper and what he heard and received from Renee and Twyla, he felt as if he actually knew Adam. "Son, would you mind if I came out there this weekend? I could bring your mother and Twyla." Even at 80, the Carroll patriarch thought nothing of getting on a plane and taking off for the weekend. Adam wondered if Renee had called the old man, but he agreed. "You can stay at my place." Preston was so happy, he went along with the plan to stay at Adam's house, though he had heard how small it was. He admired his grandsons for the work he put into the compound and the wealth he had accumulated on his own. Unlike his other grandchildren from his daughter Mary Beth, Adam never asked for money. When he heard about Adam's recent endowments, however, he added $5 million to each. The call lasted fewer than 10 minutes, and when he finally said, "Goodbye, grandfather," Lana had to hear the entire story. "Adam, how come you never told anyone that you're a multimillionaire?" He smiled. "It's a long story, Lana. Things were a lot different when I was born." Just then his intercom came on. "Mr. Daniels, your 10 o'clock appointment has arrived." "Thanks, Amanda." It was back to work, but Lana was not going to give up. "Adam, I have to know this story. You're making gumbo for your madre tonight. I'll come and help, and you can tell me then, all right?" Adam laughed. "Sure. Thank you. And you can find everything you need at Alpha Beta." That was good news for Adam because he wondered from where he'd be able to get the ingredients. Just like Lana said, he found what he needed in the Alpha Beta on the way home and started cooking as soon as he arrived. Lana showed up 10 minutes later and helped with the gumbo, while Adam told her as much as he knew about how he came to be. "So people actually asked your mother if she was a wet nurse?" "Yes, that's what she told me." Lana had several questions that Adam answered openly. His stories gave her a lot to think about since she grew up in Pasadena, California. She had been questioned by police while on a date and had been called a nigger before, but the South sounded much worse. When the gumbo finished, he started to take the pot to Esmeralda's, but Lana stopped him. "Adam, I thought you were cooking this for tomorrow. You know gumbo always tastes better the next day." Oh, yeah. He had forgotten that Southern secret. That evening he took Esmeralda a cup of the gumbo so that she could taste it and promised that the meal would be much better the next day. He sat with her for a couple hours as they ate leftovers. She fell asleep halfway through a novella, and he left, surprised to find Lana still at his house, watching satellite television on his large screen set. "Adam, I didn't know you could get East Coast feeds with the satellite." You can see shows 3 hours early. Do you mind if I watch Knots Landing? Sure, go ahead. But I'm going to take a quick shower and hit the hay early. He had started going to bed before 9 in order to wake up early enough for a morning jog. All right. She settled in on the couch and said good night when he said see you tomorrow. Lana's curiosity in a recent conversation she had with Virginia, however, got the best of her. For 6 years she wondered about the handsome man for whom she worked. Should I take that chance? Lana, he said when he heard the bathroom door open. Mm-hmm, she replied in a sultry tone. What are you doing? He peeked out the curtain and saw her standing nude right in front of him. He had tried to sound concerned about their work relationship, but didn't stop her when she joined him inside the shower. I'm keeping a promise to our friend in L.A., and I just have to see for myself. Adam had always thought Lana was attractive, so it took only a touch to excite him. Then she made him laugh by imitating a line from Blazing Saddles. Oh, it's true, it's true. They had a lot of laughs that night. So Virginia talked to you about me, he asked as things came to an end. Yes, she did. She worries about your health, and this is part of it. And don't worry, tonight was just sex. I mean, not just sex, because it was great. You live up to your reputation, at least what Virginia told me. That's what brought you here? What she told you? They sat across from one another on the bed. I used that as an excuse. I had a crush on you once, years ago, but I'm too weird, he interrupted her. I live across the street from the cemetery where my wife and kids are, and for that reason I haven't spent one night away from El Centro. My grandfather will be a billionaire by next year, and I live here. Are you looking to settle down here? Yes, I am. I think I might have met somebody. Armando Sanchez asked me out to a movie this weekend. The high school teacher? Yeah, we met while I was taking a walk. He seems like a nice guy. That's why I wanted to get this out of my system. She gestured toward his sex. She knew he was referring to a young man's desire to want a family. I'm just 3 years away from 40. He's not too young. She saw that he wanted to say 2.5 years from 40. You're just mean. Be quiet. That was the only time these two friends shared intimacy. After work the next day, Adam took the gumbo to Esmeralda, and she loved it. You were right, son. It does taste better the next day. She recalled the cup he brought her the day before. Everything had a chance to marinate. As simple as it was, Adam had never thought of it like that. He laughed at himself for being so dense. You're right, Ma. Once again, it was the two of them. He left after she fell asleep watching Fantasy Island. That night he went to sleep thinking about the people in his life. He viewed the Castilles as close as any family members, and he viewed Esmeralda the same way. Diane and Dorsey were still close, and he talked to them at least twice a month or more. He had a large support group, which he appreciated because even he recognized their irrationality of staying in El Centro to be close to Ada after all this time. Wow, this is a sad story. Before going to sleep, he convinced himself again that there had to be a reason. Ada will tell me when it's all right to leave. Book 2, Chapter 9. Preston Carroll was so excited to see his grandson. Wheels were up on his jet before 8 o'clock Saturday morning. He smiled eagerly and sipped coffee with his breakfast. He looks like a kid on Christmas Eve, Renee said to Twyla, who sat across from her on the jet. Her daughter was not thrilled about getting up so early. I still don't see why I had to come. Grandpa, you're torturing me. You know I'm not a morning person. Preston told Twyla that she could call him Grandpa before she had graduated high school. he had devoted himself to anyone even remotely related to his Troy. A moment after voicing her opinion, a middle-aged nurse approached her. "I need to take your blood pressure, ma'am." Twyla took a deep breath. "Jesus, I'm just pregnant. Ada had a baby in her bedroom while her husband was working in the yard. It's no big deal." "You should have kept your mouth shut," Renee said. "Besides, you know you like the extra attention." Twyla tried her best to stare down her mother with an insolent glare, but started laughing as the nurse took her blood pressure. "Do you think Adam will be upset that I haven't told him?" "Don't you worry about your brother. He loves his baby sister." Adam did not expect his visitor so early, so he went for a jog and then stopped at the farm, where he found Margarita in a sour mood. She had been crying most of the morning, and David was the person receiving the worst of her emotions. She looked in the mirror that morning and saw herself 5 months from baby number 6, though she was breastfeeding 6-month-old little Adam and had weaned Maria only 4 months earlier. "What's going on inside?" Adam asked when he approached the house and saw Juanita playing with the 3 oldest children, David III, Joseph, and Samantha. He found it strange to hear yelling from the house, because David and Margarita rarely argued. Juanita made sure the children weren't listening, since they repeated everything they heard. "Aye, your sister is inside acting stupid, complaining about being such a good baby maker when some women cry themselves to sleep because they are barren inside." "Hola, tío," the kids yelled when they took notice of him. "Hola, niños." "I'm going inside," he said, and kissed Juanita's cheeks. "Stay away from her jaws," she said. Adam opened the kitchen door and could hear Margarita in the family room. "Do you like me fat all the time, David? You keep me pregnant. You must like me fat." David knew there was no right answer. If he said no, then she would think of herself as ugly while pregnant. He was glad when he heard Adam call out. "Where is everyone?" he asked, because he had heard the question as well. "In here," David responded. "Help me, please. She's about to kill me." He laughed and then started to leave when Adam arrived. It didn't matter that she was breastfeeding. Adam often saw Margarita feed her babies. "Hermano, please tell her that it's not just my fault that we're having so many babies." "Well, I think she knows that already." "He just looks at me and I'm pregnant. I want a divorce." "Hey, how come you didn't come and get me to run with you?" David asked and started to leave the room. "She's been yelling at me all morning." Adam walked over and sat down just as she finished feeding and covered herself. "Margarita, I can tell you're not really angry." Olga Ortiz, the nanny, entered the family room and walked toward Margarita. Moving in with the Castillos was beyond a dream come true for her. Originally from Guatemala, she arrived in the U.S. with no papers and worked years on different farms, always afraid of the INS. Then she heard about the local attorney who charged just a little bit more than others, but usually obtained visas for his clients. So when she met with Adam, she did not realize that she was being interviewed for a job. After going over the requisite information, he started asking her about her intentions 5 years into the future, if she can cook, and whether she liked children. He did that several times with clients looking for a natural fit into the family. Whomever he hired couldn't be too attractive, since he knew Margarita's limits. She had to be dedicated and efficient. "I want you to meet my sister," Adam told her in the law office. Olga seemed hesitant because of the strange request, but went along since she had heard how nice he was. She let him drive her to meet Margarita and the kids on the farm, and was really surprised by the hospitality. She saw someone with such a big home as rich. She enjoyed the little visit immensely, but then the improbable happened when Margarita offered her a live-in job as the nanny. She treasured the children, and that Saturday morning was especially aware of Margarita's mood. "I'll take him, Senora," she said, and cradled little Adam. "Thank you, Olga," Margarita said. De nada. Hola, baby Adam, hola. She kissed him and then put him on her shoulder to Bert. Buenos dias, Senor Daniels. Hola, Olga. Then she left the room for the nursery. Adam, I may not be angry, but that doesn't mean I'm not serious. I love David, but I'm not a baby machine. When we met, you and I was 25 with no kids. Next year I'll be 32 with 6. That's crazy, and I don't want any more. Margarita, get on the pill. Margarita gasped and looked at him like he was crazy. Birth control was contrary to everything she and David believed. Adam knew the Catholic teachings on the subject. The look on her face, however, made him wonder if he should have mentioned the matter until she embraced him. Gracias, hermano. She had been afraid to even mention birth control pills, but Adam gave her confidence to at least ask her doctor about a prescription. But what if David finds out and objects? Then have him wear condoms. Margarita thought for a moment. This was all new for her. Adam, I wouldn't like that. Hermana, I guarantee that my brother will like it a lot less. So the alternative would be the pill. Besides, Raimi and Linda are on them. Margarita raised her eyebrows. Really? She began to make plans about talking to her sisters-in-law about birth control. Adam and Juanita cooked a big Saturday breakfast for the family before he made his way home after eating. In the compound, he found the Garcia family packing a truck. Javier's cousin in Albuquerque finally came through with a job as the assistant head of parks and recreation. I'm going to miss you, Javier, Adam said when he stopped to say goodbye. Thanks, Adam, and thanks for all of your help. Hey, how's Johnny doing in Los Angeles? He asked about the Garcia's son who moved in with Ramona's brother so that a big university would notice him playing football. Not many scouts made their way to El Centro. He signed with San Jose State. He'll start going there in the fall. Hey, congratulations, that's good news. Javier's wife, Ramona, came outside with a box. Adam, you have visitors, she said as she set it in the back of the truck, which blocked the car from his view. Where? He looked toward the gate. They're already inside, Javier said. It's Twyla, your other mom, and your grandpa. They're here already? He looked around the truck and saw the car. I'd better go. Hey, Adam, so, your father was white and your mother black? Javier asked. Adam stopped. Yeah. Oh, they both said. Then Javier laughed. We wondered all these years, and since you learned Spanish so fast, we thought you were maybe half Chicano like us. Adam laughed with them and then went inside. Hey, you guys. Sorry I wasn't here when you all arrived. He was glad to see his family. Preston was looking at family photos around the living room. Renee had put Body and Soul on his turntable, and his 6-month pregnant sister was eating the pico de gallo he made the night before from the container in which he stored it. He didn't know whom to approach first, so Renee went to him. Hi, son. She embraced him tightly and kissed his cheeks. Say hello to your grandpa. The moment suddenly became nostalgic because Ada had accepted a grandfather so easily, despite the past she knew about. The present concerned her more, and Preston appreciated her kindness toward him. Hello, grandfather. Adam first shook his hand and then hugged him tightly. I'm glad you're here. So am I, son. Hey, what about me? Twyla said, wondering about his reaction to her pregnancy. Hey, sis. He went to hug her and joked, I want my basketball back. Everyone relaxed because they thought Adam would want to hurt the man who made her pregnant without a wedding ring. You're not angry, she asked. Hell yeah, I was going to make salsa with that. He was glad to see his family. That's what mattered to him. I was craving, and this is perfect. He kept his arm around her. I can make more. As far as your being pregnant, I figured if you all can put up with me staying in this travel stop, then I can accept your sinful ways. He appeared serious and then broke into laughter, and she hit his arm. "You ass." Preston looked on and enjoyed his humor. The trait must have come down from the Daniels family, because Renee and Twyla are the same way. "Who's the father? Eric?" Adam asked. Twyla looked at Renee and Preston. "How did you know?" "Twyla, you've been seeing the man off and on since you were 16. I knew eventually the two of you would say, 'Forget the rest of the world, we're in love.'" "I feel the same way," Preston said. "I brought pictures of your father, Adam, if you want to see them." "I do," Renee said. She looked at both men and thought about the irony of Adam being conceived in slaves' quarters. So do I. But I need to shower and change." Adam didn't take long to clean up and change clothes. The pictures of Troy Carroll explained from where he got some of his looks. He was a good-looking young man, Renee said, and they all looked at her, imagining what would have happened if things were different in 1940. With all those Louisiana belles after him, he came to little old me. "Well, you did get the old part right, Mama," Twyla said and laughed. "You're not frozen in time, young lady." Their light-hearted banter made it easier for Adam and Preston to communicate. Adam asked for a few of his father's pictures, but Preston gave him the entire album since they were duplicates. Grandfather was also impressed with the decor of the house, since he knew Adam did the entire layout. The handmade furniture reminded Preston of Peter's work, especially the beds. They had a lot of catching up to do, but it was interrupted when Adam saw Ramona trying to help Javier with something. "I'll be right back," he said, and ran out to help. After a second time, he called David and told him to send any available farm hands. Then he told him to bring the family down to meet Grandfather and to say goodbye to the Garcias. "Does he speak Spanish all the time out here?" Preston asked Renee. They were sitting in the living room. "Pretty much," Renee answered. "Grandpa, should I get married before or after the baby?" Twyla asked before Adam returned. "Well, that depends on whether you want to worry about a wedding or a wedding and a baby." "Maybe I'll just have Eric move in." She saw his disapproving glare and started laughing. "You know I was just kidding." Renee loved the relationship her daughter had with Adam's grandfather. The girl was a millionaire, and she was sure that Ada had a lot to do with Preston's devotion to the family. She had welcomed him with open arms, and even though they were just a few years apart, Ada provided a role model that Twyla emulated. "Grandfather, would you like to see the farm?" Adam asked when he returned. "Sure, but isn't the truck blocking the cars?" "Don't worry, we have transportation." The farmhands who came to help the Garcias rode horses that Adam and Preston rode back to the farm. "What do you grow here?" Preston asked. He could see fields of produce in early February. "David grows spinach, cauliflower, broccoli, and onions in the winter. Our crops in season are carrots and lettuce. This valley produces year-round, and its water rights predates Prohibition." "Holy cow! How much land is farmer-owned as opposed to leased?" "I think about 75% is farmer-owned. By the way, Grandfather, I know my place is a little rustic, so if you all want to stay in a hotel, I'll understand." Preston looked at his grandson and smiled. "Nonsense, son. I can rough it." He looked at Adam, who welcomed his grandfather into the family bond, as they both laughed out loud. That night, everyone in the compound gathered to bid farewell to the Garcia family. They all cooked out, and David had the farm cook prepare carne asada on a large grill. All of the farmhands that Javier worked with came to say goodbye, and the evening turned into a party with musicians and dancing. Everyone cheered when David finally coaxed Margarita to dance. Is it like this all the time?" Preston asked Renee. "Well, There's a party almost every time we come, right, Twyla? Twyla was filling up on more pico de gallo. Grandpa, if these people don't have a reason to party, they make up one. Renee introduced Adam's other mother, Esmeralda, to Preston, who joined them on the porch as Adam danced. Before long, he asked her to show him how to dance Las Cumbias, and he had a great time. Lana showed up as well with her date for the night, Armando Sanchez. She wanted to meet Preston Carroll and took a chance that there could be a celebration in the compound, since she had discovered several parties there just by driving by on a Friday or Saturday night. We were cooking out and started dancing, and it turned into a party, Adam would tell her, and she had started passing by on nights she felt lonely. The temperature that night dipped down to 52 degrees, and each resident had turned their grill into standing fire pits that kept most of them warm. Preston took in the surrounding and thought how quaint these people live in a place that most consider to be in the middle of nowhere. This small group finds solace here, surrounded by farmland, a cemetery, and industrial businesses. He looked at each home and felt proud that Adam brought each one to life because Renee and Twyla had described them as shacks when he first moved in. He appreciated the closeness in which everyone shared food, friendship, music, and Adam fit right in. His fluent Spanish impressed the grandfather, who realized that these people had helped Adam recuperate after his tragic loss. Hell, I miss Ada, and I knew her only a couple months. That's the guy who saved Adam's life when he sleepwalked in front of a huge truck one night, Renee pointed out Javier. Oh, really? The party began to wind down after 11 that night, and Preston found Javier checking the moving truck to make sure everything was secure. I want to wish you the best with your new life, Preston said to him and shook his hand. Thank you, senor. It was very nice to meet you. Adam is a very good man. Thank you. He took out an envelope and gave it to Javier. Put this somewhere safe, Javier, and don't open it until you're out on the road. This is for keeping Adam alive in his time of heartbreak. Javier hesitated a moment because he didn't realize with whom he was speaking in front of his home in El Centro. Thank you, senor. He folded the envelope and put it inside his back pocket. That night, Adam gave his bed to his mother and sister, while Preston slept in the guest room. When Adam came back from helping the Castillos with their children, the grandfather asked if he was going to the cemetery the next day. Yeah, I'd go every Sunday. I'd like to go with you if it's all right. Say around 10 o'clock? That'll be fine. Renee got up early the next morning and made breakfast for everyone. Preston talked about the good time he was having, and they all talked about their next visit. No one brought up the chances of Adam visiting Baton Rouge since he had yet to spend a night away from El Centro. By 9:40 a.m., he learned that Renee and Twyla were going to the cemetery as well. Then he saw Esmeralda waiting at the front gate with Orlando and Roberta. Vamos contigo, mijo, Esmeralda said. He had never had more than Virginia or David go with him to the cemetery. Okay, Mama. Adam then saw a portable altar next to the gravesite. 2 sets of wooden benches sat in front of the altar, where the entire Castillo family sat along with everyone else who attended the party except the Garcias. People who weren't at the party were also present. A priest from Our Lady of Guadalupe approached the altar with 2 altar boys and said Mass in honor of Ada, Monica, Beverly, and Drew Daniels. Adam thanked Preston for the gesture. It was a beautiful service on a warm February day in the valley. At the same time the Mass ended, the Garcia family, pulled into a rest stop on Arizona's Highway 87, headed toward the Interstate 40 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. They had been traveling since 4 that morning, and Javier's daughter Betty noticed the folded paper in his pocket. "Papi, what's that in your back pocket? It's about to fall out." She reached to save it. "It's just something Adam's grandfather gave me. Go ahead and open it." They were walking toward the bathrooms, and young Betty startled her parents with a loud, blood-curdling scream that got everyone's attention. "Híjole, ¿qué pasó?" Ramona asked angrily for being startled. "Mira, mira, mira!" Then she screamed again. "Stop it!" Javier yelled and took the paper that came out of the envelope and saw a check for $100,000. "This must be a joke. No one can write a check for this much." "Papi, don't you know who Preston Carroll is?" "Well, who is he?" Ramona asked after looking at Javier. Their daughter explained in Spanish how Preston founded his company. She had studied the oil embargo of the early 70s and how it tripled his income. "So this is real, mija?" "Sí, papi. Nos son ricos." Preston took 3 rows of pictures that weekend. He wondered if he and Adam would have a close relationship. During the flight home, he decided to simply enjoy what the time provided, a chance to get a glimpse of how Troy Carroll might have developed. He sure did inherit some good genes. 39 years old and barely looking 25. Renee is 59 and she looks 35. "Renee, how old do I look?" She looked at him and smiled. That question had come up 2 or 3 times a year. "You look young enough to be Adam's father rather than his grandfather." "Really?" That was the best answer he had received to that question. Even when Ada was alive, Adam was not a regular mass goer. But he began to attend Our Lady of Guadalupe with Esmeralda, who went every Sunday. That's when he found out that she had been describing him as her son for years. "So you're the one who did all the work on Esmeralda's property," said Father Joseph a few weeks after Preston's visit. "You did a fine job." "Thank you, Padre." "And thank you for your fine work on the water rights case. You helped a lot of people who depend on the water, including the farmers, their workers, the truckers, and even our parish." "You're welcome, but how did it help the church?" "Well, at least half of our parishioners work on the farms. We would struggle without them." Esmeralda stood proudly next to Adam as the women she associated with looked on. They stopped at Angelita's restaurant for breakfast, and when they arrived home they sat on her porch. Roberta came outside her house across from Esmeralda's and they waved to her. "You have a date with her later?" "Oh, I don't know. She comes over when she wants to, maybe twice a month." "You mean when she needs to." Adam looked at Esmeralda and they laughed together. She knew what was going on. These 2 women were using her son to fulfill natural desires. "It's all right to enjoy your life, mijo. And one day you will find another woman for you to love, maybe even sent by your beautiful Ada, and she will love you. When she comes, don't let the pain of your loss stop you from loving again, because I did that, and it does not feel good." "Okay, Mama. And when this woman tells you that she loves you, you will feel the words in your heart, unlike these 2. You know when those words are false, mijo. I hope you know when they are true." "Yo también, Mama." On April 9th, 1980, Adam's family celebrated his 40th birthday, with everyone in the compound and family members, folks from Los Angeles and Baton Rouge, including Preston and his wife Martha, flew to El Centro to help him revel. He hired 2 bands for the evening. One did a fair job of playing the latest songs, while the other played cumbias. The visitors learned to dance the Latin beats, and Adam danced with everyone possible. He coaxed Twyla away from her new baby girl, Renee II, whom she handed over to the daddy, Eric Stowe, who had just started working for the Baton Rouge branch of the NAACP. Adam missed Virginia at the party, but she was tied up with a big murder trial, though, with his entire family present, no one had seen him happier in years, and he shared that feeling with Esmeralda by making sure that she felt like part of his bliss. A few weeks later, however, she could no longer hide her symptoms. That previous fall, her doctor told her that maybe she had a year to live, but she didn't have as much time as she thought. "Mama, what's wrong?" he asked one morning in May. He stopped in front of her house when he saw a nurse going to her door. Esmeralda was at her breakfast table with pill bottles in front of her. "I'm sick, mijo, and I don't have much time." Ovarian cancer was the culprit. She had arranged for the nurse to arrive at the house at 8:30, which was after the time Adam usually left for work. That day he slept in and saw the stranger in uniform by accident. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't want you to worry. You've had enough sadness in your life. Now you smile because you've made me very happy." He knew she was right about the amount of sadness he had endured. She smiled, and it proved to be contagious. They embraced as the nurse watched and shed some tears for them. Adam then paid for 24-hour nursing care rather than just the daytime. The doctor told him that she had maybe 4 months left, but she lasted only 2 past the time he discovered her illness. He stopped working in her last few days, sleeping on the floor next to her bed. A mouse incensed him by invading her home, and he suddenly recalled how badly Ada wanted to care for Auntie Susan, but the family voted against it. The intrusion made him feel like a failure, and surely Ada felt the same because she did not impress upon her new family that she could care for the twins and Auntie. He caught the varmint within hours with a dozen traps laced with fresh, new peanut butter. Esmeralda hung on as long as she could and died with a smile, because the son she thought she'd never have was smoothing her hair back with his hand. He followed her instructions for the wake and burial. Her body stayed in her house so that during the wake, people could see the photos of Adam's family and those with her and him together. There was also a photo album he did not know about. She had taken pictures of him for years. Some he had posed for and others were candid. Most were of him working around the compound. The burial was held at 8 o'clock in the morning. Her casket was taken to the cemetery in the back of an old wagon pulled by a mule. Everyone walked behind it to the burial site, which was next to Ada's. Father Joseph said Mass under a canopy, and then Adam spoke for a few minutes, telling as much of Esmeralda's story as he knew and what she meant to him. Then it was over. His friend Jorge lowered the casket into the grave, and Adam threw a handful of dirt and a rose. "There's a breakfast at my mother's house for everyone," he said, and hoped that the canopies would keep the temperature low enough. Most people didn't plan to stay until they saw the elaborate setting that was erected in the short time they were away. 2 large canopies dominated the courtyard of the compound. 3 chefs busied themselves with a variety of foods, warming up on portable stoves. A crew of servers took orders from each table. Everyone selected from a menu in front of them. "How much is everything?" asked one man who saw no price after the menu items. "Oh, there's no charge," was the reply. There was prime rib, crab, salads, enchiladas, tamales, vegetables, eggs, breakfast meats, sliced fruits, waffles, and desserts. They'd seen a spread like this only in the movies, and sitting there eating the sumptuous food made them feel significant. It also made them see Esmeralda in a brighter light. Her important son must really love her. The entire Castillo family waited for Adam, who was one of the last to leave the cemetery. He reminded Jorge and his crew to come for a plate of food. Virginia greeted David, Margarita, and the children and surprised Adam when he saw her waiting at the cemetery gate. Though they hadn't spoken in a while, she brought a smile to his face. He remembered her advice to start visiting Esmeralda more, and that time improved life for both of them. "That was a nice service," she said. "You were there?" "From the beginning," she answered. She took his hand into hers and kissed him briefly. "I'm sorry for your loss." "Thanks." They walked in silence with the family until they reached the compound. He told everyone that they could take food with them, and there were still leftovers. Adam donated the rest to the church. People talked amongst themselves during the repast when they saw him enter the driveway with Virginia. Most everyone thanked Adam for the wonderful meal and gave him condolences for his loss. By 11:30, all of the guests were gone and the property was cleared an hour later, except for the residents, Virginia, and the Castillo family. Adam saw how small his house was with this many people inside. It got even smaller when Orlando showed up to see if Adam needed anything. She also wanted to know if everyone would have to move soon. "No one will have to move," Virginia said. "What?" Adam was surprised. "She left everything to you. Your mom knew that I handle your finances, so when she discovered that she was sick, she called and asked me to take care of her affairs, and that included adding you to the title of this property." Adam recalled when Esmeralda asked him for Virginia's telephone number. "Thanks, Virginia, and thanks for your suggestion to visit her more often. That's what friends are for." The Castillos did not stay long. They had walked to the service early that morning, but borrowed the station wagon since they had a new baby, and the temperature was 105 degrees. Orlando left as well, somewhat intimidated by the well-known attorney who had been visiting for 12 years. Later, they walked hand in hand to look around Esmeralda's house. Adam liked a lot of the furniture, but I don't have room. "Well, I'm sure you would have thought of this on your own if you weren't so emotionally stressed right now, but you could put it in storage and then donate the rest." He was grateful that she understood his emotional state. "Virginia, you are truly amazing. You're right. I would have thought of that myself, but you and David are the best friends I have. Let's get married." "Adam?" They endured an awkward moment of silence and then burst into laughter. "Adam, I just broke off an engagement," she said, and the laughter stopped. "Sounds like you have some emotional stuff going on too. Not as bad as you." "Well, we'll get through it. We always do." He led her to the door. "Hey, if you like anything you see, it's yours, except for the original Diego Rivera's." "You punk." He chuckled with her. "But let's go back to my place. I have plenty of time to take care of this." They went to his house and talked through most of the night. In between, they ate leftovers from the repast and drank beer. He reminisced about Esmeralda and also mentioned Ada and the kids. That night, she decided to take a bath rather than a quick shower. The water relaxed her after the long day that started with a 3-hour drive at 5 o'clock. She had started to doze when she suddenly heard Adam break down in his room.
Madrecita querida,
Mil perdones te pido si por una traidora.
He wailed heavily over the loss of Esmeralda, and she wanted badly to go to him, but he needed to get it out. If she did go console him, he would stop, because men must be macho in front of women. It hurt to hear him and not be able to help. Tears streamed down her face until his sobbing ended. Then she went to him later, and they made love. My uncle wants you to think about moving to the Los Angeles office of Huberman and Feinstein, she said the next morning, but didn't want to pressure him. Anyway, he said you always have a spot in the home office. She knew he hadn't left El Centro since moving there. I'll think about it. They said goodbye a few hours later and went their separate ways again. Book 2, Chapter 10. Adam took his time cleaning out Esmeralda's house. Virginia had taken a couple pieces, scoring an original Frida Kahlo painting. He stored what he wanted and gave David and Margarita a chance at some things. He donated the rest to the church, and they added it to their annual fundraising auction. Later that year, he received a raise from Huberman, Feinstein, and Mesa. Roe Huberman and Miguel knew he probably should have received a larger amount based on the El Centro office profits made that year, which far exceeded the 7-year fiscal projections for the area. His notoriety also brought in business from the Coachella Valley, which includes Palm Springs, and on occasion he received an exemption to practice law in Arizona, since he was less than an hour drive from Yuma. Without his mother around, however, he returned to the habits he learned after Virginia got him to work again. He went to the office, ran at least 4 times a week, ate out at restaurants about every other week, and visited David and Margarita nearly every day. He enjoyed the family atmosphere with his godchildren, whom he continued to spoil, and he had no favorite. All of the Castillo kids, David the Third, Joseph, Samantha, Maria, Adam, and new baby Jessica, were spoiled equally. Early the next year, David and Margarita discovered the downside of having school-aged children. The 3 oldest brought home colds and other illnesses that spread through the house. Adam's law office also brought in a variety of germs that moved from staff to attorneys. During that winter of '81, Adam was infected twice with the flu and a cold that turned into walking pneumonia. It seemed like everyone in the office was taking sick days that season, only to return and compare diagnoses and what antibiotics they received. Having sick kids at home made things difficult for Margarita, even with Juanita and Olga the nanny that Adam had hired. She told David to drive down to Mexicali and buy inexpensive medicines to avoid doctor visits. All of the older children wanted to go because the pharmacias in Mexico carried different kinds of candies that the stores in the U.S. did not. They especially liked the lollipops con chile. "No, you cannot go this time," David said. He planned to ask Adam to take the trip with him, "and if you say something else about it, I will tell your tío not to buy you anything." He received a few groans, but the kids stayed silent. Adam arrived in his Mercedes convertible the next morning after a 5-mile jog. He drove that car because his station wagon and David's Falcon were becoming highly desired classics. The Mercedes had a telephone and a secret compartment in each door for a handgun, for which he obtained permits after receiving death threats during the water rights court battle. They usually walked across the border into Mexico, since it took less time to cross back and forth. Adam parked in his usual lot on the American side and paid the attendant $5. He knew he would get an extra $5 if the car was not touched, so he put barricades around it. Something always possessed Adam in Mexico. He became a tourist and a sucker for salesmen trying to score an easy trade. Pottery, pottery, $10, $10. $10? Really? Adam would go for his wallet and David would have to stop him. Adam, they have the same pots in El Centro for $8. 8? Wow, 8 for these? Adam would then put his money away until the salesman would start a final pitch. Okay, because you are my friend, I will give it to you for $7 American. And he would make a sale. Sometimes Adam could deal on his own for something he really wanted. That day he saw a harango and tried it on while David was buying the medicines. He looked in the mirror and thought, just like Clint Eastwood. How much? $40. Adam pursed his lip in deep thought. I'll give you 20. He took out a $20 bill. No, 35. Adam added a $5 bill. This is all I'll give for it. The salesman shook his head. No, I cannot do that. Okay. Adam seemed like he had given up and started to take off the poncho after putting his money away. All right, my friend, $25 just for you. Adam smiled and then handed over the money. They headed back across the border about 30 minutes later. Adam made sure that the medicines were well hidden deep in the pottery, just to make sure, since meds prescribed in the U.S. were not supposed to be transported across the border. David smiled at his brother's anxiety because all of the border officers knew he was a sheriff deputy and let both through without even looking inside the bags. Man, that was close, Adam said. Since he started working, he had stayed out of any kind of trouble. His fighting days were merely a topic people brought up to amaze others who didn't know Adam in the past. He was so relieved about getting across the border with the medicines, he didn't realize that David had stopped walking. Hey, what's going on? David was looking at a small cargo truck stopped at the border crossing. That truck. The driver opened the back gate, slipped a patrol officer an envelope, and that was it. That search should take 20 minutes. David watched the two men shake hands. Come on, let's get to the car. He took off running with Adam behind and hoped he would not lose sight of the vehicle, which he figured carried people or drugs. I'll drive, he said, when the truck slowly started north, away from the border. All right. Adam quickly put his packages in the trunk and sat shotgun after tipping the lot attendant. David took off out of the lot and could barely see the truck about a half-mile ahead. He loved driving this car since it felt like gliding on air as he sped up, making the truck clearer. He didn't get out on patrol as much as he did before. Lieutenants provided the sheriff's supervisorial support. While he liked the prestige and salary increase of a lieutenant, he missed the streets. He missed the interaction with the people. Sometimes he'd give warnings for minor infractions, depending on the attitude of the driver. 3 drunk drivers tried to fight their way out of a ticket, and he handled them easily. This was going to be different if his hunch was correct. Adam, call my work number and tell him that we have a code 1 and that we're tailing a white truck headed north on the 111, just passing the interstate. Adam's car phone took a minute for the call to go through since it worked on a radio band. He said exactly what David told him to the dispatch person just as a deputy pulled out of a side street to pull over the fast-moving Mercedes-Benz. Shit. David did not want to lose the truck in a traffic stop. Adam saw the flashing lights and understood his brother's concern. The lieutenant is tracking the vehicle in a yellow Mercedes-Benz, he explained on the telephone, and the lights stopped a few seconds later. David could feel his adrenaline rising. He opened the side panel on the driver's door, where Adam kept a Smith & Wesson .38. Is it loaded? Of course. What do you want me to do? You're staying in the car. David began to regret seeing what he thought was a business transaction. He didn't want anything to happen to the man he'd let down once already. Fuck that, I gotta have your back because, Adam, stay in the goddamn car. David noticed that he had 3 patrol cars following the truck, which surprised him when it took a quick right into a driveway of a farmhouse just before Ross Avenue. He slowed and waved the other cars ahead. Then he stopped the Mercedes on the side of the road. Update dispatch and stay in the car. David got out, and as soon as he closed the door, the sound of rapid gunfire came from the front of the truck, where the patrol cars stopped. Code 10, Code 10. Adam heard the desperate cry, meaning officer down, and relayed it to dispatch. They're at the farm on the IVP Expressway, due east of the Town and Country RV Park. Did you say Code 10? Asked the dispatch. Yes, I did. Officer down. Just at that moment, he spotted David retreating back behind the truck with a limp. He'd been hit by automatic weapon carried by one of the 10 men who came out of the farmhouse to help the truck driver. Adam then opened the panel of the passenger door and took out a Magnum 44. David fell behind the truck and tried to crawl away. A man with an assault rifle had followed and was about to kill him, but 2 bullets from Adam's gun took him out. As soon as the assailant hit the ground, David grabbed the assault rifle and crawled underneath the truck. He started to shoot at the suspect's legs, and 5 of them went down with several rounds in their ankles, which felt like they were sheared off. Several more squad cars roared onto the property, including 2 from the El Centro PD, and more gunshots exploded in front of the truck. A real gun battle broke out, but Adam stayed put to keep an eye on David, who was still firing. As he watched carefully, he saw something move in his peripheral vision. He turned with his gun raised, and a man with an assault rifle had climbed out of a drainage ditch in the roadside. David turned when he heard, "Put the gun down!" The guy yelled at Adam. "No, you put the gun down. Look, you ain't no cop. You have 2 seconds to put the gun down. I just want the car." The man checked his rifle. 1! Adam fired and hit the man's shoulder. Then he ran to retrieve the rifle. "David, you need another one?" If Adam had police training, his shot would have been more serious. When he got close enough to pick up the rifle, the man he shot in the shoulder attacked and tried to take one of the guns away. He stunned Adam with a hit to the jaw, which brought back memories of his brawling days. He landed 2 elbow punches and then bit the man's nose until it bled, and he started screaming for his life because then Adam started to pistol whip him, which splattered a lot of blood. "Motherfucker, you ain't getting my car, and you shot my brother." "Okay, I'm down. The man fell to the ground and spread out his arms and legs. "I got him, Mr. Daniels," said a deputy who ran to handcuff the guy. The fight surprised him because he knew Adam only as an attorney. Adam had to restrain himself from delivering another blow. He noticed that the shooting had stopped when the deputy put the man in the sheriff's car. It seemed like every vehicle in the department drove onto the property, and Adam rushed to David, upon whom the emergency medical techs had started working. He saw that the blood had soaked David's pants, and the paramedics were cutting them off of him. "Is he going to be all right?" "Step back, sir." He gave David a quick shot of morphine for the pain. "Don't tell me to step back. He's losing a lot of blood." "David, can you hear me?" "Calm down, Adam. You go get Margarita and take her to the hospital." Adam knew he had to calm himself, and he wondered how he would tell Margarita. "Okay, I'll go get her. I love you, hermano. I love you too." "Papa!" 6-year-old David III heard the gunfire from less than a half-mile from the farmhouse. Even though his father was supposed to be in Mexico with Uncle Adam, He felt something was wrong, so he took off running, leaving his sister and brother in the yard. He first ran on Cannon Road toward the gun battle. Jogging with his tío and father a few times a week made the run easy for him. The sound of the guns which took him toward the main highway 111, which was off limits for him, but he saw the yellow Mercedes parked on the side of the road and saw his uncle fighting the man. He thought he could help and started running through the RV park until a man grabbed and hit him behind a trailer. "Donde vas, mijo? It's dangerous over there." When the shooting stopped, little David got away from the man and broke one of the biggest rules he had. He crossed the major highway. Everybody turned when he called out, "Híjole, mijo." Adam picked up his nephew and held him tight. All he could think of was the number of ways this boy could have been hurt. "What are you doing here?" "We have stopped the bleeding," said one of the paramedics. "We need to transport immediately." Then he and his partner put David on a gurney and lifted it before starting toward the ambulance. "Vente, mijo." Adam set the boy down and he ran to his father, who felt good that his son thought of him when he heard the gunfire. "Adam, don't let Margarita see those clothes," David said, not wanting his wife and children to be frightened. "The first thing you tell her is that I'm going to be all right." Adam remembered the instructions and looked down to see the blood on his pants, shirt, shoes, and skin. He watched the paramedics close the ambulance door after little David climbed into the back. "Mommy, is that him?" Margarita rushed from her bedroom where the baby napped and called out to Juanita when she heard the back door open and close. She had been worried about little David since Joseph and Samantha came inside to report that he had run off. Everyone in the house heard the battle down the road, and Margarita worried that her son had been caught up in it. "It's me, Margarita," Adam called out. It took him 20 minutes to shower and change clothes before going to the farm. She heard his voice in the family room where Olga was playing with the other 5 children. "Hola, tío. Hola, niños." Adam took Margarita's hand and led her outside. "Adam, please tell me what happened." She sensed that something was wrong, especially since she noticed that he had on different clothes. Juanita ran from her guest house when she saw them outside. "¿Qué pasó?" He took each of them by a hand. "Both Davids are all right, but my brother was shot in the legs." He wanted to separate the father from the son. "We need to go to the hospital. Little David is with him." Tears pooled in Margarita's eyes, but she knew what she had to do. "Mommy, there's breast milk in the refrigerator for Jessica when she wakes up. Adam, I'll be right back." She hurried to the bedroom to change clothes and put a scarf over her head. "You don't want me to go?" Juanita asked when her daughter-in-law returned. "No, I'll call when we get there. And don't tell Raimi or Linda until I let you know how he is." "Okay, mija." "What about the children?" "I will tell them myself when I get back." They embraced, and Margarita left with Adam, who answered her questions during the 5-minute drive, in which he sped beyond the legal limits. There was much activity at the regional medical center. Several deputies waved other cars toward the regular parking lots, but signaled Adam to park with the patrol cars. "Right this way. He's just coming out of the X-ray," said a deputy who led Adam and Margarita to David, who was feeling really good from the painkillers. Margarita started crying when she saw her son standing next to her husband's gurney. She bent over to embrace David, who held her tight. "I'm okay, mi amor," he said, using terms he saved for special occasions. "My brother made sure of that, and then my son came to see that I was all right." He held his arms open, and little David joined the embrace. 5 deputies and another officer were wounded in the shootout in El Centro. A 6th did not make it, leaving behind a young wife and 2 daughters. "Lieutenant, your X-rays are back, and we need to get you to surgery," said Dr. Lancaster, who was in charge of trauma. "What kind of surgery?" Margarita asked. "We can remove the bullet from his leg, but his right femur was shattered, and our top orthopedic surgeon is in San Diego on a consult. He doesn't like to drive in the dark, so he won't be here until tomorrow." "We'll send our chopper for him," said Sheriff Brennan, who had just arrived. "My officers deserve the best." Then he bent over and whispered, "Good work, David. You made one of the largest drug busts in state history. There were tons of marijuana and cocaine on that truck. Keep it hush-hush, all right?" He shook David's hand. "Yes, sir." They started to roll David to surgery, and Margarita hurried to kiss him. "Te quiero, papi. Te quiero también, mamá." She held on to him until a nurse gently moved her away. Then she had to dry her eyes, and Adam went to put his arm around her shoulders to escort her out of the waiting area. "He's going to be okay. Thank you, Adam." Once outside, she grabbed her son's arm and lightly hit him on the back of the head. Then she yelled in Spanish, "Hey, what's the matter with you running off like that? I was worried sick when your brother and sister came inside and said that you had run toward the shooting. I went to see if Papi was all right. That is not what you do. If something happens to Papi, then you become the man of the house. That is your duty as the oldest, to take care of me and your brothers and sisters. Do you understand?" "Si, Mommy." She then messed up his hair and pulled him close, loving her son immensely. They both turned when Border Patrol Lieutenant George Dixon reached out to stop Adam from leaving. "Hey, Daniels, we need to question you since the truck came across the border." Adam immediately became enraged from George touching him. Their feud had started in their first fight at the cemetery when Adam returned to El Centro. "Don't you fucking touch me, George, unless you want your ass kicked." He pushed George's hand away and then shoved him, surprising Margarita and little David. George moved back to retaliate. "That's it, jerk, it's you and me." He readied himself to fight, but other Border Patrol and Sheriff deputies stepped between the two. "Hey, break it up! Write any phony reports lately, George? I'll fight you any time, Daniels, and any place as long as you don't sue me for kicking your ass." Margarita had heard of the animosity between the two men, but had never seen it. She could see that David's brother had lost control and that it upset her son. "Adam!" she yelled to get his attention. "Stop! Look at your nephew." Adam and the other men saw little David crying in fear for his tío. He quickly calmed himself and then picked up his first godson. "Let's go, Margarita." "I'm sorry, mijo," Adam repeated several times as he carried him to the Mercedes. Neither the sheriff or Border Patrol officers stopped him from leaving to answer their questions, since they knew he would be back. He drove to Our Lady of Guadalupe Catholic Church, and the three of them went inside to pray for David and to light candles. Margarita asked him to change cars because even though the country squire's station wagon was 30 years old, it was more comfortable than the Mercedes. Adam and David regularly bonded by working on their old cars that had become well known around town. The burnished wood panels invited envy with their shine. Adam also used white wall tires with original hubcaps. He and David answered questions from the Sheriff Department, the Border Patrol, and the FBI. The Border Patrol agent at the crossing received $10,000 for his short inspection. This small shipment netted 2 tons of cocaine and 4 tons of marijuana. The FBI suggested that no names involved in the bust be released to safeguard against revenge. The truck was leased by Luis Comedor, a Colombian drug lord responsible for nearly 100 murders. David had 3 surgeries that year. The first one took care of the bullet in his left leg. The others were more complicated because his right femur had to be repaired with a special procedure developed during the Vietnam War and used on Virginia's brother. Dr. Jesus Martinez performed the operation at the West Los Angeles Veterans Medical Center since David was a vet. He stayed in L.A. 6 weeks with Margarita and Olga, staying with Virginia, along with the two youngest Castillo babies, Adam and Jessica. Big Adam offered to hire a nurse for him, but both Margarita and David refused. She wanted to nurse her husband back to health herself. The return home was hard on David because he had to use a wheelchair that supported his leg in a brace, immobilized straight in front of him. It didn't look pretty either, with large metal rings around it and pins inserted. Margarita covered it so that it would not scare the children. She used towels or small blankets, but at times David had difficulties keeping it on correctly. He liked to watch television with the kids in the family room, where they began to eat because he could not fit under the dining table. The towels sometimes fell, and Margarita would make a fuss with the kids there watching afternoon cartoons. "Let me help you, Poppy," she said a few days after he returned, and started to straighten the towel before the children could see their father's leg. She smiled and kissed him, but then they both reacted when David III ripped the towel from the leg, exposing the hideous mess. "What are you doing?" she screamed and reached to grab it until David stopped her. "He doesn't have to hide what happened to him from us," said the brave 6-year-old. Then he looked into his father's face. "You're going to be all right, Papa." David opened his arms for his son, and they embraced. "I know, son." Margarita wiped away a tear and realized that she had been overprotective since the other children didn't react to their father's wound. David was glad that he had built his house one story and that it had wide interior doors. A wheelchair had never entered his mind, but the place was totally accessible, except for the bathroom shower. Margarita helped him bathe, which didn't help his frustration after 6 months. "Wait, stop! Just give me the wash rack. I can do it!" he yelled loudly one Saturday morning, and she threw it at him. "Why are you yelling at me?" she shouted, and left him in the bathroom. He had been yelling at her and everyone else a lot for a couple months because Dr. Martinez's treatment was so slow. The doctor removed the damaged part of David's femur and installed his primitive-looking apparatus to allow the bone to grow back together and fuse itself. This process took much longer than the alternative metal rods. Margarita went to their room and quickly dressed. David sat next to the sink where she was soaping him, but not in the right places. At least that's what he felt. He didn't want his wife washing him. It made him feel like a cripple, and he was able to empathize with guys who came home from Vietnam in wheelchairs. Maybe I should have gotten the rods. The rods, however, could not guarantee that he would need no further surgeries down the road. He felt badly for taking out his frustration on his wife. "Margarita," he called out in his most gentle, apologetic voice. "I'm sorry, baby." She fought hard to resist, wiping tears away. She loved him very much, but she had to get away, admitting to herself that a nurse would have been better, especially with a house to run. Olga told her that she didn't mind taking up the slack because Juanita helped as well. The dilemma tore at her because she was a rope in a tug of war. She really had to focus, 1 shoe, 2 shoes, and she stood up to leave just as David appeared at their bathroom door in his wheelchair. "Honey?" She walked by him in jeans, a light blouse, and a pair of farm boots. "Where are you going?" She didn't know, though it wouldn't be far, not with 6 children, an injured husband, her mother-in-law, and Olga at home. Outside it was already warm, a typical July morning in El Centro. None of the horses were saddled, and she had long since sold her Nova. There were 2 choices, David's Falcon or her big station wagon, and both would easily give away her location, so she started walking. Shortly after she left, Adam finished his morning jog at the farmhouse so that he could help with Saturday breakfast. But by then, Juanita and Olga were feeding the children at the kitchen table. "Good morning, everybody." The kids all greeted him as friendly as always, but Juanita took his hand and led him to David's room. "They had a fight," she whispered with a worried expression. "Margarita is gone." Adam quickly entered the room and found David getting into the chair by himself. He moved carefully because Margarita was not there to help him. Adam watched and grabbed Juanita when she moved to help her son, who had also dressed himself. "I've been an idiot," he said, once he plopped down into the wheelchair. "I knew I could do this stuff, and I've been yelling at my wife, though she was only making it easier." He picked up a towel to wipe the dripping sweat from his exertion. He felt badly for the way he treated Margarita since the shooting. Dressing himself made him realize how lucky he was to have her, and that he had taken her for granted. "Then I will tell her not to help you any more," Juanita said. She walked over to smooth his hair. "It's time for a trim." Then she smacked the back of his head. "I didn't raise you to depend on another person." "I know, Ma." David looked at Adam, still standing in the door. "Well, are you going to yell at me too?" "No, the two of you are doing a good enough job without me. I'm going to go eat." Juanita kissed her son's cheeks and said, "I hope she comes back." "She's not here?" David asked and looked at Adam, wondering if he'd lost his wife. Adam went to the kitchen and joined the feast, enjoying the bond. The children had no idea what was going on with their parents. Their Theo was there and always a lot of fun to have around. He understood the messy part of family, remembering the few arguments his grandparents had. He left just after 10 and started walking, but figured he could jog the half-mile home in 4 minutes, or less than 3 if he hadn't just eaten. He arrived home and found Margarita sound asleep in the guest room. In addition to helping David, she still had a 15-month-old baby and 5 others who demanded her attention despite having a nanny. She was exhausted since baby Jessica was still waking up during the night, and it was hard for her to let Olga do her job. David dressed himself, Adam told her when she woke up 4 hours later. They were in the living room where he was watching a Dodgers game. He smiled when she dragged herself into the living room with her hair all over. She stood in the middle of the room feeling guilty for getting the much-needed rest. Her emotions slowly took over. "Adam, I don't know what to do." He got up and gave her an encouraging pat on the shoulder. "Let's have something to eat." Margarita looked surprised because she had expected some of his brotherly wisdom. Okay," she responded and realized that she hadn't eaten since last night. Adam threw together some leftover chicken, sautéed in butter with onions and peppers, before he added a little water to simmer and then served it over rice. Every time she tried to help, he told her to sit down at the table. "But Adam, I want to help." "Why? You don't need a job." She returned to the table, wondering what he meant. She admitted to herself that he didn't need her help. He finished the food in under 10 minutes and took it to the table with tortillas. "Do you remember when we first met? You were on a cleaning crew, working in the office, and you heard Lana wish that she had some coffee, and I went to buy some coffee." The memory made her smile. "Right. Margarita, you don't have to do that anymore, especially in your own house. You know how to manage. You saw Lana manage the office. You even had classes in it. You never asked Juanita to do anything, and she wants to. And I hired Olga to help you, not the other way around. Make the kids do more for themselves. And the more you help David, the longer he'll be in that chair. And most importantly, hermana, you slept 6 hours in the middle of the day. You're exhausted, and that's not healthy." Margarita smiled and realized that he wanted her to eat while delivering his words of wisdom. Will you help me get started? Regardless of his closeness to the family, he was still looking from the outside in and probably had some recommendations she wouldn't think of. She decided to walk back home, armed with the new persona Adam suggested. Her oldest children, David III, Joseph, and Samantha, greeted her warmly when they saw her on the long driveway of the farm. "Where have you been, Mommy?" Joseph asked. She explained where she was and then asked if they had cleaned their room. "No, Olga said she would clean them," David answered. "She always cleans our rooms." "Not anymore. Come on." The children followed their mother, thinking that someone else would start cleaning for them. They stopped in the family room where they found David watching the Dodgers game with his mother. They knew where she was because Adam had called. "Hey, Papi," she said, and kissed her husband passionately, to the fake disgust of their children. Then she turned to Juanita, who was holding 1-year-old Jessica, while little Adam played in his playpen. "Mama, you can prepare anything you want for dinner at 5 o'clock. The request that sounded like a demand, or the other way around, surprised Juanita. "Sí, mija." She had nearly given up on contributing to the home because Margarita always tried to do everything. "Let's go," Margarita said, and the children followed her to David and Joseph's room, where Olga was making their beds. "Olga, from now on, these guys will clean their own rooms." The tone came out a little more forceful than Margarita intended, and frightened Olga, who froze. "Sí, señora." "They know what to do," she said, and shoved her 2 oldest sons into the room. "What about me, Mommy?" asked 5-year-old Samantha, who slept with Maria. Margarita motioned for Olga to follow. "You boys make your beds and clean that room." "Oh, Mommy, we don't know what to do," they complained. "Then you won't eat." She showed Samantha how to make her bed, and Olga tended to Maria's side of the room. "When Maria turns 4, Olga, you will show her how to clean up behind herself." "Sí, señora." "And that goes for the other 2 as well. I don't want my children to grow up mindless and dependent." "I understand." "Good." Margarita immediately took to the new form of home management. That night she loaded David into the back of her station wagon so that they could go to the Motor View Drive-In Theater in Imperial to see Raiders of the Lost Ark and Stripes. It would be the first time they went out since the shooting, and he became concerned when he saw her put his crutches in the car instead of his wheelchair. "What's going on?" "We're taking the crutches. The doctor said 2 months ago you can use them, so you will use them. But the wheelchair is safer." He began to panic. "It's not safer than being in a gun battle with drug dealers." He started to scoot out the back entrance of the car. "I changed my mind. I'm staying home." "No!" Her voice shocked him. "I will park close to the restrooms, and we will watch movies and eat popcorn and drink soda and do nasty things in the back of the car." She slammed the back of the station wagon and glared with narrow eyes. "Do you understand?" David saw her determination. "Sí, señora." His wife had always expressed her opinion, but had never challenged him like that. He made himself comfortable in the back of her station wagon. He enjoyed the movies and the recognition he received from being out in public, which was rare since the shooting. His attempt to avoid the bathroom, however, was in vain. He tried to hold it, but after a while he grabbed his crutches and lumbered his way inside and then back. "Hey, Lieutenant," several people greeted him during his trek, and he responded in kind. The nasty stuff she promised in the back of the car continued when they returned home. Margarita put a hole in a plastic trash bag and taped it around his leg so that they could shower together. The magic between them continued from there into bed, where she found a way for them to connect without hurting his leg. And though she moved carefully, David reached a point at which it didn't matter, and he put his injury out of his thoughts. He experienced more than the usual pain the next day, but it was worth it. David's entire attitude changed that weekend. The wheelchair was placed in the storage room, and a month later, the doctor in Los Angeles prescribed walking crutches. He then taught himself to drive with his left leg. and a month later he returned to work on a limited basis, which meant part-time desk work only. The sheriff gave him an accommodation for bravery, but without fanfare. It remained important to keep secret everyone's name involved with the bust. By the beginning of 1982, David moved well with only a cane. He knew that Margarita had much to do with his recovery. That's why he felt badly about not being able to accompany her to Mexico.